rather than rowing.
Yeah, I would say it was the second best seat in the house. I'd like to say that we've got the best seat in the house, but yeah, following the races from the actual launches itself is great. So yeah, if you fancy yourself as a boat driver, please go down. I think it was 1:15 at the tower, and you can sign up to how to become a boat driver at Cirque. So, Masters rowing is where the great and the good come to congregate. You know, the older we are, the better we get. Apparently, somebody said to me, my wife said that to me last night. So, yeah, I expect some good racing today. Some familiar names, some ex-Olympians, certainly. Some novice rowers who probably, it may well be their first race ever. So, yes, I hope there's some good racing today.
Yes, Nathan, and what we have seen is that entries are a little bit down, but that's a reflection probably that the Masters Nationals are here in 2 weeks' time. So while we expect to see normally a lot of ACT crews and even Queensland crews come out for the state championships, it's probably a little bit down on that on the entries due to that. So not a lot of heats and finals, but the very first race of the day is a heat. With the first 4 going through to the final. That's the Men's Masters I single. So we get a little bit closer to the start time, we'll announce the competitors and get on with the racing. And now we're looking up at the start pontoon. It looks nice and clear on the camera angle that we have. The boats are just sitting slightly off the pontoon at the moment, so it's a little bit of a delay getting them on. We've still got another couple of minutes. We have seen that the fog has rolled in a little bit more, but still got visibility up to the 500 or 600 metres. So I don't imagine that it should delay too much. We're seeing some really nice shots of the boys at the finish line, all with a bird on each one. So there's a sight for you, Nathan.
Yeah, that's a photograph, isn't it? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think so. I think 8 maybe birds sitting there waiting for. They'll soon move actually after this single race comes through.
So just as we've said, it looks really clear. It's all of a sudden not so clear. So once again, we'll let you know as soon as the races get underway.
And as the competitors line up for this race 1, the men's single scull, the men's eye single scull. It's a heat at the moment, so there's 5 competitors. The first 4 competitors go through to the final, which is later on this morning. On the far side, from North Shore, we have Kim Rudder. From Mossman in lane 4, John Newcomb. From Melbourne in lane 5, Rod Stewart. In lane 6 from Abbotsford, we have Terry Borella. And from Port Macquarie in lane 7 nearest the grandstand, we have David Baker. The boats are on the pontoon, albeit you cannot see it from where we are sitting at the moment, but we do have a live video feed, which is very clear. And they're just about to get underway. Just a service announcement for the people who are warming up on the back lake. Please be aware, it is very, very foggy out there. Please be hyper aware if you're practicing your starts or warming up. Please be very aware of the boats which may appear out of the fog. It is very dense over there, we've been told. So be super aware and vigilant when you are practicing and warming up on the back lake. And racing is underway. That's a beautiful shot from one of the umpire's boats there on the camera as the scullers scull into this mist as it's rolling in. We can't see them from the commentary tower. But the scullers themselves will know their relative positions on the lake with the lanes and the buoy, and they've arguably been around long enough to understand that they're pretty safe. They know what they're doing out there. At the moment, it looks like the sculler on the far side, David Baker from Port Macquarie, seems to have got a bit of a lead. And in lane 3 on the other side, I think it's also North Shore's Kim Rudder. No pun intended. And I think we may well see timing at 500 metre mark. This is the first race today. We'll see if it comes through at the 500 metre mark. And as I come through the 500 metre mark, it's Port Macquarie's David Baker who's coming through. He's just got his nose in front of Rod Stewart from Melbourne. In 3rd position, it's North Shore's Kim Rudder. In 4th is John Newcombe from Mossman, and in 5th from Abbotsford is Terry Barella. Not much to separate the first 4 boats though. At all, the guys will know that's only the first 4 that will go through to the final. So Terry Barella being dropped off at the 500 metre mark. He's got some work to do if he wants to get himself into the mix. And as the ghostly shadows of the scullers come through the mist, we see them. It still looks like it's going to be, well, they know it's going to be the first 4 through to the final. I think these first 4 scullers are quite confident that they're going to go through. Quite a low rate from all of them. Nobody seems to want to stamp their authority on this race. But it's David Baker and Rod Stewart, Kim Rudder, John Newcombe. So Kim Rudder on the far side. Mossman's John Newcombe in lane 4 in the red and white striped Zooty. Then we've got this distinctive distinctive light and dark blue from Melbourne, Rod Stewart, and then Abbotsford's Terry Barella is some way back. And on the near side, we've got Port Macquarie's David Baker. And as they cross the finish line and the birds realise there's somebody there, it's Rod Stewart takes first, Kim Rudder second, 3rd is David Baker, and in the final qualifying position is John Newcomb from Mossman, which just leaves Terry Barella, who is unfortunately eliminated.
And we move straight on to race 2, the men's I single scull, heat 2, the progression first, second, third and fourth to the final, and 1 to be eliminated. And the final is at race 13 later this morning. In lane 3, we have St George, Lance Reeve, coached by Jackie Peel. In lane 4, Newcastle's Craig Butler. Lane 5, Manning Rivers, Graham Nix. Lane 6, North Shore's Michael Tyler. And lane 7, Drummoyne's Branko Kovacek. And running a little bit blind at the moment, but can certainly see they're out there. I'm just hoping the umpire's boat going up towards them spots them nice and early, because they're probably 400 or 500 metres into this race. Now they're taking a sharp turn now, so obviously realised there was a race coming towards them. So we've got really, at this point in time, through the 500 metre mark, it was Graham Nix through in a time of 2:18, ahead of Branko Kovacek from Drummoyne, Michael Tyler from North Shore, and Lance Reeve, and they hold out the first 4 places at the moment. Still waiting for a time for the 5th rower in this heat, and maybe there might have been a scratching, because it seems like a long delay before that 5th rower comes through. So at the moment it looks like those four rowers. I'm not sure how that will work, but I would imagine that one of them will be dropped off, and it should be just the first 3 to the final. But we'll see what the draw brings later on. But as we wait, we're looking up the course. It has just rolled in a little bit again at the moment, and to be fair, we can just make out the 250 metre mark. But I imagine that I can just see some shadows now coming through the mist, and yeah, certainly we've got a sculler coming through, and that would be Graham Nix in the middle of the field there, and he looks to have got a bit of a lead over the rest of the pack now, and certainly a very, very skilled sculler is our Graham Nix, of course the father of Owen Nix, a stalwart in rowing New South Wales, and certainly the oracle of rowing, as I would put it. Graham Nix now coming down to the last 250 metres, holding a handy lead over the North Shore's Michael Tyler and Branko Kovacek out here in lane 7. They look like those 3 at the moment have a clear lead over the sculler from Newcastle, St George, sorry, Lance Reeve. But just having looked to be a bit of a hiccup in the Michael Tyler in the North Shore boat, and lost a bit of ground there. So seems to have got it going again, but Graham Nix just showing all the experience in the world here. He's probably rating about 12 at the moment as he comes down towards the line, certainly looking, moving that boat very, very nicely, just showing that nice flat draw, effortless movement in the boat, and it certainly brings the rewards with it, that technique. But it will be Graham Nix from Manning River crossing line in first place, followed by Branko Kovacek from Drummoyne, closely followed by Michael Tyler of North Shore, and a little way back now to the St George rower over in lane 3. We do look back up in the field, and we can see that the Newcastle sculler Craig Butler is certainly out there and still racing, and just has a little bit of a gap over the field. May have got a little bit phased by the conditions, but certainly as far as the course goes, the boys are still nice and straight, and it is very flat water, so conditions out there pretty good at the moment. As we wait for Craig Butler to come down, we will move over to the call for race 3.
In race 3, we change speed a bit. It's the men's E double scull, again a heat. First 4 through to the final. On the far side from Leichhardt, it's Medway and Bridges. In lane 3 from Newcastle, it's Kemp and Olsen. In lane 4, the Nepean composite of Peter Hood and Paul Grady. In lane 5 from Glebe, we've got Ivacek and Nisha. In lane 6 from Shoalhaven, we've got Raddy and Basher. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, we've got Boyd and Bonus. They all got off to a start. We're still waiting for the double to come through the halfway mark, as Craig Butler finishes in his single. And we're following the race. The double, the men's E double scull, which is underway, coming up to the halfway mark as we speak. And as we go through the halfway mark, it's the Newcastle boat of Kemp and Olsen in the lead, just the noses in front of the Nepean Penrith composite. In third place, some 8.5 seconds behind is Glebe. In fourth, Leichhardt. In fifth, Newcastle. And in sixth, Lake Macquarie. First 4 boats in this heat to go through. So it looks like certainly Newcastle and Nepean Penrith composite are going to go through, but the next two positions between Glebe, Leichhardt and Newcastle, and even Lake Macquarie, who are still in the mix there, are all up for grabs at the moment. And as we come to the final conclusion, it looks like the Leichhardt boat of Medway and Bridges on the far side, and the Nepean composite of Hood and Grady neck and neck as they go through there. Very, very close. Photo finish there. Who's going to take the next 2 positions to go through to the final? It looks like that it's Kemp and Olsen from Newcastle, and Glebes, Evcek and Nisha take it just in front of Shoalhaven's, Radic and Basher. Lake Macquarie there just crossing the line. So the first 4 through to the final certainly looks like Nepean Penrith boat, Leichhardt, Shoalhaven, Newcastle, with Glebe and Lake Macquarie eliminated.
Moving right on to race 4, the men's E double scull heat 2. First, once again, the progression, first, second, third, 4 to the final. The rest will be eliminated. In lane 3, we have Lake Macquarie's Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. In lane 4, Mosman's Mark Lewin and Alexander Doige, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. Lane 5 is Glebes, Kenneth Major and Rob Dallymore. Lane 6, Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 7, Balmain's Michael Kemp and Morris Sizzi. And as we look back up, not quite through the 500 yet, but clearly must be getting fairly close. That fog has rolled in a little bit, making it quite difficult, but we're getting some great shots off the umpires' boats at the moment of the rowers. And we've just cut out then, so we're flying a little bit blind again. But certainly as we come through towards that 500 metre mark, we have Glebe through in first place in the time of 1:52.91, then followed by the Mossman combination, Shoalhaven, Lake Macquarie and Balmain. So at the moment, Balmain looks like they've got all the work to do if they want to make the final of this men's E double scull. But certainly not a big lead, probably about 2/3 of a length lead that Glebe has over Mossman. Very small margin back to Shoalhaven, Lake Macquarie. So there certainly is a good race on for all these positions. And as we look up the course, we've got a good view from about 300 out, and they just look to be coming into view as we strain our vision. But certainly once again some great vision from the umpires launch, the camera on the umpires launch. A couple of boats there. The boats over in lane, looks like Lake Macquarie and Mossman certainly deciding that they might try being in the same lane, which is not going to work out well for them. But the umpire's on the job and has certainly pushed that crew back over into their lane. but it is particularly hard to see. But it does look like the glebe combination of Kenneth Major and Rob Dallymore still holding a bit of a lead over the rest of the field. It's very close between the Mossman, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie crews, and just that little bit of a gap back to Balmain. And here we are as we come into the last 200 metres. All of a sudden we're there, and it is the tight race. It is that glebe combination of Ken Major and Rob Dallymore who are holding a slight advantage, probably about half a length, over the Lake Macquarie combination, who have come home very strongly since the 500 metre mark and looking very smooth there. The Mossman combination of Mark Lewin and Alexander Deutsch holding down third, and it is the Shoalhaven combination of Harry Davis and Chris Turner currently holding down fourth. I don't know if Balmain's going to have enough distance to pull this back, but it will be the glebe combination of Ken Major and Rob Dallymore crossing first, followed by the Lake Macquarie, Mossman, and then the Shoalhaven crews. And coming across the line now is the Balmain crew to take out fifth place. But it will be the first four through, will be certainly the glebe, Lake Macquarie, Mossman and Shoalhaven crews.
And at the 1,000-metre mark on the starting pontoon, we've now got race 5. It's the men's para single scull. There's a straight final. The current title holder is Community's James Johnson, who goes off again in this race in lane 6. But on the far side in lane 2, we've got from Lake Illawarra Kevin Wall, coached by Mark Partridge. In lane 4 from Community, we've got Sam Shalab, coached by Liam James and Barbara Ranjan. And in lane 6, the current holder, James Johnson, also from Community Rowing, also coached by Liam James and Barbara Ramjan and Robin Smith. We're just watching them line up here. Still very, very foggy at the moment. And as they line up, all the boats now are on the starting pontoon. This is actually a handicapped race, so we have James Johnson who will go first, then in lane 6, the current holder. Then in the middle of the lake we have Sam Shalob. He is a D master, so he will go 19 seconds, and then finally 26 seconds we have Kevin Wall. He's a B. 26 seconds behind, we have Kevin Wall, who's a B master from Lake Illawarra. So on the button, we'll have James Johnson go 19 seconds, then Sam Shalab, and then 26 seconds after James is gone. Kevin Wall will go. And off James goes into the mist. And as Sam gets ready. Away he goes. And now we have Kevin about to go. Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra. A lot to do to catch up, but considerably quicker strike rate off the start from Kevin. As we see the shot from the umpire's launch. Might need radar out there today. Assuming that's James Johnson, who was off first. Actually, could be Kevin Wall, we'll see from that shot. These guys will be Kevin Wall and Sam Shalob. Still in the starting order at the moment. I think Kevin's made up some ground on those 7 seconds start ahead of him from Sam. It looks like James Johnson's still some way, as you'd expect, some way out in the lead. 26 seconds. There's a long way to go. A long distance, a long time to overhaul in 1,000 meters. Looks like Kevin Wall is approaching at least parity with his sculler on the left-hand side, Sam Shalab, who was some 7 seconds in front of him. And as they come through the halfway mark, it's still James Johnson with a lead of 5.1 seconds away from Kevin Wall. And then we have Sam Shalab from Community just dropped behind another 2 seconds. So from being 26 seconds in the lead, James Johnson's lead is now down to just over 5 seconds. Can he hold them off for the next 500 meters? This is the final of the men's para single scull. As the scullers just start to emerge from the mist. Still going to be very close between James Johnson and Kevin Wall. Can't really see it from this angle in the tower. We only see the white of the shells. On the far side, Kevin Wall. And on the near side, we have James Johnson. James had a 5-second lead at the 500-meter mark. May well be that Kevin's managed to overhaul that 5 seconds. And as they are approaching the last 100 meters to go, as Kevin Wall pushed through, looks like he has. And indeed, Sam Shalob has also pushed through James Johnson. So the last 5 strokes on the far side, a new holder from Lake Illawarra. We have Kevin Wall, who crosses the finish line. In the middle, Sam Shalab, can he keep the the hard driving James Johnson off. Looks like he can. Sam Shalov finishes second. And James Johnson finishes third. So that's the winner of the men's para single scull. In a time of 4:56, we have Kevin Wall. In second place, Sam Shalov from Community. And in third place, James Johnson from Community as well.
And we're moving to race 6, the women's F single scull heat 1. Progression is first, second, third, fourth to the final, and the rest will be eliminated. In lane 2, Lake Macquarie, Tess Ferron, coached by Amos Noon. Lane 3, Newcastle Uni, Alicia Sagar. In lane 4, Leichhardt, M. Barrick, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 5, North Shore, Karen Knowles, coached by Ken Ambler. In lane 6, Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley, coached by Susan Philpott and Peter Bond. Lane 7 is Shoalhaven, Simone Jones, and in lane 8, North Shore's Mary Walsh. So as we see, the fog is still hanging in there, and it seems to rolling in and out, but largely sitting on the front lake at the moment. Wind has dropped, so we're not seeing much movement in that fog either. But conditions out on the course, we've got about 300 or 400 metres visibility. So at the moment, it's looking pretty good for racing. And we're out on the course now, and we're taking that view once again from the umpire's launch. And it looks to be a very close race, and we can't really quite get who is who at the moment, but it does look to be we're currently looking at the rows from Endeavour, Shoalhaven and North Shore. Now scanning around them, we can see the North Shore, Leichhardt, Newcastle Uni and Lake Macquarie Scullers. It does look like the lane 2's Tess Ferron may have a bit of an advantage over Alicia Sagar and Leichhardt's M. Barrick over on that side, but I think through the 500 metres we'll give a much better idea, and as they're coming down with about 2 or 3 strokes to go, and it certainly will be very close going through the 500, and it is Tess Ferron through in a time of 2:16, just a 1.5 second advantage over M. Barrick from Leichhardt. A little bit of a gap back now to the 3rd and 4th boats, but it's very close through there, and it's Karen Knowles, Mary Walsh and Alicia Sagar with literally a second between them. So the race is really going to be on there for that 4th position, 3rd and 4th positions, and in this race, all important. At the moment, the other 2 scullers, just a little bit length back to Simone Jones and another length and a half back to Katrina Whiteley. So they've got a lot of work to do over that last 500 metres. As you see, the scullers just coming out of the, emerging out of the mist at the moment. Looking across, and it is that race on at the front of the field between Tess Ferron and M. Barrick over there in lanes 2 and 4. It looks to be where the race is at the moment. And they've got made up a lot of ground over the rest of the field in this last 300 metres or so. It is still a race on for that 3rd and 4th position. It does look like Alicia Sagar and the North Shore's Mary Walsh look to have moved up for that 3rd and 4th position, although the North Shore Karen Knowles certainly holding down that 4th pace at the moment. So there's still a big race on for those positions, and Mary Walsh over here in lane 8 has just upped the ratings. A bit on the boys though. She only get off those boys that might upset the flow, but certainly safe in 3rd at the moment if she just keeps doing what she's doing. As the coming back to the middle of the field, and M. Barrick has just put on a bit of a surge. It looks like Tess Ferron has just backed it off a fair bit and just running down towards the line. But it will be Mbarek, who's now got about a half a length's lead over Tess Ferron over in lane 2. And will certainly go across the line and take out this heat 1 of the women's F single scull, followed by Tess Ferron from Lake Macquarie. It will be North Shore's Mary Walsh in 3rd place. It does look like Karen Knowles is going to hold on for that 4th place. That'll be those 2 North Shore scullers going through to the final. And coming across the line now to take out that 4th place. Bit of a race on now between the Shoalhaven and Newcastle Uni scullers. And it's going to be very close, but it will be the Shoalhaven sculler coming across the line to take 5th place, followed by Newcastle Uni, and then it will be the Endeavour sculler, Katrina Whiteley, coming across the line to close off the field.
We'll turn our attention to the second heat of the women's F single scull, which is already underway. On the far side, we have Louise McCoach from North Shore. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield. From Des Moines in lane 4, we have Rowena Stewart. In lane 5 from North Shore, Annalise Appleton. In lane 6, we have Julia Wood from Exeter, and in lane 7 from St George, we have Joanne Ward. Every sculler underway. Just been informed that Julia Wood, maybe from Exeter Rain Club in the UK, which is possibly the longest competitor journey that we've had for the Masters. She must be desperate for a medal. Despite the fact he's a very humble guy, that is actually the winner of the men's para single scull, Kevin Wall from Lake Illawarra. He will be disappointed I've named him as the medal winner there. Well done, Kevin. And as we've come through the 500-metre mark, it's North Shore's Louise McCoach, who's got about a 4.5 second lead over Exeter's Julia Wood. In 3rd place, it's Joanne Ward from St George, just got a nose in front of North Shore's Annalise Appleton. So the first 4 through to the final here. At the 500-metre mark, it was North Shore, Exeter, St George and North Shore. Then we've got Des Moines and Shoalhaven. Dropped off a bit. Rowena Stewart from Des Moines could still be in with the mix to go through to the final, but Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield has dropped off some way back. And as they start to emerge from the mist, it certainly looks like on the far side, Louise McCoach's North Shore boat seems to be the first one appearing through the soup as we look here from the commentary tower. It's going to be a close race, I think, for the 3 remaining spots in for the elimination, before elimination. But it certainly looks like Louise McCoach on the far side has kept herself out of that conversation by pulling some way ahead in the final 500 metres of her competitors. She's well beyond the 4 seconds she had at the 500 metre mark. Looks like Julia Wood. In lane 6, the St. George's, Joanne Ward. Exeter, I seem to recall from my rain days, rowing green and white, as they do, yeah. And it's Louise McCoach crosses the line. In lane 7, it's St. George's, Joanne Ward. In 6, all the way from Great Britain, it's Julia Wood. And taking the final position to go to the final is Rowena Stewart from Des Moines. Annalise Appleton just gets pipped there in the last 500 metres from North Shore. She won't unfortunately progress through. Neither will Robin Wakefields from Shoalhaven, who's about to cross the line now. So just confirming, North Shore's Louise McCoach, St. George, Joanne Ward, Exeter's Julia Wood, and Des Moines' Rowena Stewart to progress through to the final.
And those times for Nathan for those 2 heats, not a lot in, about 7 seconds faster that heat than the previous heat. So it should be make for a good final in the women's F single scull. Moving right on to race 8, it's the men's AB Cox's 4. So we've got the younger brigade out here, although we've got a D and a B, C, B and D crews in this race, as well as the Nepean composite, the A composite, with Jack Hanley from Newcastle, Ben Homer, Newcastle, Andrew Goldstein from Des Moines, and Jason Waddell from Nepean. In lane 4, we have University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday, and Andrew McEnroe. In lane 5, North Shores, George Loiterton, Andrew Simpson, George Hudd, Tom Payton, coached by Susan Wannon, Kim Rudder, and Susan Walter. Lane 6 is Black Mountains, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Steve McGlynn, and Ian Mongan. In lane 7, it's North Shores, Quan Nguyen, Dylan Sherman, Andy Jeffries, Jasper Bauer, coached by Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, and Kim Rudder. And they are racing. Now we've got off to the handicaps. Basically everybody was off go, the A crew, because it's an A and B Cox's 4. Only the A crew had the handicap. The others chose to row in a higher grade, so get no advantage whatsoever. They've come through the 500 metres, and it is the North Shore crew of George Loiterton, Andrew Simpson, George Hudd, and Tom Payton that has gone through with just ever so slight lead over the University of New South Wales, Nepean composite, and a little bit back to the Black Mountain and North Shore crews, second North Shore crew. But it is very, very tight. There's only about 1.2 seconds between the top 3 crews, so it is going to be very, very, very tight finish. But it's really the first 4 through to the final. At the moment, it does look like Black Mountain has a fairly handy lead over the second North Shore crew. And remembering that Black Mountain crew is actually a D grade crew, so D division crew. And as they come into sight now, it is that, it is certainly, it does look like from where we are here that it is does look like the University of New South Wales crew has put on a bit of a effort and pulled ahead of that Nepean composite crew. It's going to come right down to the wire. The North Shore crew has tailed off a little bit, and as they come down towards the line, it does look like the University of New South Wales crew looking very polished, coming down to the line, and they will just hold off the late charge from the Nepean composite to take out this heat. It will be the North Shore crew in lane 5 coming through to take third, and followed back to the Black Mountain composite. And those crews will go through to the final. No, that was the final, sorry. There is no final. That is the places in that thing. It was the heat, so it will be the first 3 place getters will be University of New South Wales, Nepean composite, and North Shore. The second North Shore crew coming home now, and they will cross the line to round out this field.
We've just underway race 9, the women's double scull final lists. On the far side from Lake Macquarie, it's Beaton and Brown. In lane 4 from Endeavour, it's Nisbet and Brennan. In lane 5 from Manning River, it's Pullen and Smythe. In lane 6 from Newcastle, it's Kemp and Brown. And in lane 7 near to grandstand from Abbotsford, it's McCaskill and Hancock. And we see the fog slightly clearing. There might be patches of clear skies appearing. Certainly, I don't know, maybe it's just the angle of the camera, but it looks to be a bit clearer down that end of the lake. But still, from the sharp end of the finish tower, it's still pretty dense. And as the boats approach the 500-meter mark, we'll see as the timing comes through. Looks to be on the far side. Is it the Endeavour crew of Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan? Followed by, it could be Manning Rivers, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe. As they come through, indeed it is. It's Endeavour have got the nose in front by about 3 seconds of Manning Rivers, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe. In third place is Newcastle's Suzanne Kemp and Sue Brown, who are being driven really hard by Abbotsford's Petra McCaskill and Rosemary Hancock. Some way behind, we've got Lake Macquarie's Beaton and Brown. We've got a lot to make up. This is a final. The current holders are Endeavour and North Shore of Pendleton and Nisbet. Lindy Nisbet, I'm going to assume, is one of the current holders. But they've got a 3-second lead over a boat length lead at the 500-meter mark from Manning Rivers. The 2 Ks, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe. So have the Ks got a half a K in them to pull this 3.1 second gap out of the boat. With 100 meters to go, certainly looks like that 3-second gap is a lot less than it was. There's a real push here on the Endeavour crew, which were leading by 3.1 seconds at the halfway mark from the Manning River crew. We're in the final 50 meters now. Looks like they've done enough. Current holder, Lindy Nisbet. Chris Brennan from Endeavour. Are going to keep a boat length in front of Manning Rivers, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe. Take the win there. Manning River finishing second. That's a good result for Newcastle's Suzanne Kemp and Sue Brown, who finish in third. Abbotsford finish with a very respectable 4th position, and on the far side it will be Jeanette Beaton and Marie Brown who finish 5th. So just confirming there the unofficial winners of the women's H double scull. Endeavour in 2nd place, Manning River in 3rd place, Newcastle.
have currently racing on the course race 10, the women's IM double scull. We have 3 competitors in lane 4 North Shore, Susan Wannon and Susan Walter. They're off 22 seconds. Lane 5, Drummoyne, Alex Warner and Lydia Mladenovic. In lane 6, Canberra, Gillian College and Janny Corrie. The Canberra crew was off go. They were the J crew, followed by the 2 crews from North Shore and Drummoyne. We're still haven't quite got to the 500 metre mark. As we move straight on to the medal presentation of the men's AB Cox's 4, and in first place, gold medalist and champions for 2025, University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and congratulate University of New South Wales winners of the men's AB Cox's 4. And through the 500 metre mark in the women's Masters I to M double scull, it was the Canberra crew of Gillian College and Janny Corrie with a slight of about a 10-second advantage over the North Shore crew. So they've had a fairly good, they're off go. So the North Shore crew has pulled back a little bit more, not quite half of that handicap. So it'll be interesting to see if they've got enough in them over the last bit of this track to hold them off. But it is a little bit back now to the Drummoyne crew, about 16 seconds behind North Shore. As we look up the course, there is a little bit of clearing. We can actually just make out the start pontoons. So we are on the improve. So hopefully it keeps heading in this direction and we have some clear skies very soon. As we come down to the about 250, 300 metres to go, it does look now like the North Shore crew has pulled up alongside the Canberra crew. So they've pulled back that other 10 seconds, so they're at the full 22 seconds. And they do look like they're going past that Canberra crew now. And certainly they've got the rate up and holding some good length coming down into the 250 to go. And certainly, barring any major mishap, it does look like this North Shore crew of Susan Wannon and Susan Walter, coached by Kim Rudder, will take this out, but not necessarily unexpected. This is a very, very polished crew and a pairing. They win a lot of races and have certainly been rowing together for a long time, and you can see that with their form, their technique, as they just wind it up coming down to the line to just make sure that there's no doubt whatsoever in this race, the result of this race. A little bit of a gap back now to the Drummoyne crew. They look to be just struggling a little bit as they come down to the last 200 metres, but certainly no problems whatsoever for Susan Wannon and Susan Walter from North Shore Rowing Club. With about 7 or 8 strokes to go, they'll bring it down to the line. They've got it in the bag now. Just a little bit of a look over the shoulder from Sue Wannon, and we'll go across the line to take out this race with a very good win over the Canberra and Drummoyne combinations. The time was 5 minutes, 04.78 seconds.
No, it's a women's power. Oh, yeah. The women's power not up. There's like 2 boats on the women's power. Yeah.
And Nathan, of course, Lisa Grossel, the current holder, is down with the Australian rowing team training with the para in the para double, mixed para double, and about to head off to World Cup #1.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, so looks like Glebe's Mika Kelly on the near side has gone off, and some 31 seconds after that we have Drummoyne's Stephanie Walker, who's on the far side in lane 3. It is clearing as we are seeing more. We actually can see the pontoons at the start now. It does look like it's clearing up a bit. Actually, we do have Sue Donohoe as well from ANU, who's in the middle of the pack as well. She was at a 9-second disadvantage to Mika Kelly. Mika Kelly being a G master, Sue being an F master, and all the way back to Stephanie Walker, who's an A master, who's some 31 seconds, an awful long way in a 1,000-meter race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's H double scull. In third position and bronze medalists, Newcastle Rowing Club's Susan Kemp and Sue Brown. In second place and silver medalists, Manning River, Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, Endeavour Rowing Club's Lindy Nisbet and Chris Brennan. Please join in congratulating medalists and winners of the women's H double scull.
And back on the course, we're over halfway in the women's para single scull final. Sue Donohoe in the lead by about 3.5 seconds from Mika Kelly on her left-hand shoulder. And then from Drummoyne, some way behind, not managing to eat into her handicap, we've got Stephanie Walker in lane 3. And we have Sue Donohoe from ANU, who's managed to overcome the 9-second handicap quite well. Overtake Mika Kelly on her left-hand shoulder. That is powering to the finish. Sue Donohoe there from ANU. Comfortably going to take the win there for the women's para single scull. Sculling very nicely as Sue crosses the line. And going to finish in second place from Glebe. We have Mika Kelly, who's managed to hold off the much younger sculler on the far side, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. So Mika Kelly takes silver, and it will be Stephanie Walker in third place from Drummoyne.
Out on the course now, we have the men's JM single scull. We only have 2 scullers in this race, and 2 quality scullers at that. In lane 4, Drummoyne's Graham Wern, and he's off 16 seconds. He's a J division. And in lane 5, Lake Macquarie's Bruce Sharp, who is K. So Bruce had a little bit of an advantage over Graham, and you can see as we look up the course now, being able to actually see the full course, you can see that Bruce is still holding that lead. Now, Bruce certainly looks, I think, might have had some time out of the sport for a little bit, out of racing at least, but certainly good to see him out here today and out racing, and certainly has been a very successful sculler over a long period of time. Graham Wern, of course, former Australian lightweight, and a very, very, once again, competent sculler, and certainly will be a great race as we come down towards the end.
And we'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. These are the winners and the second place competitors for the women's IM double scull. In second place from Canberra, we have Gillian College and Janny Corey. And the winners of the women's IM double scull, the 2 Susans, Susan Wannon and Susan Walter from North Shore. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's IM double scull from North Shore, Susan Wannon and Susan Walter.
And Nathan, turning our attention back to the racing out on the course, this is the men's J to M single scull, and it was Lake Macquarie's Bruce Sharp going through, and actually looks to have extended his lead over Graham Wern, who 19 seconds. He started off with a 16-second gap, and as I said, both quality scullers, so Bruce will be very pleased with where he's sitting right at this point in time, but never let Graham never think that he won't come home with a lot of intention over the last 300 or 400 metres, and certainly he looks to have just brought up that rating a little bit now. But Bruce Sharp certainly looking pretty comfortable. Bruce is a tall man, and so getting a lot of length out of each stroke here, and certainly too, just showing that at 83 years of age, you know, the rowing stroke can still be an effective stroke, and technique is everything. You know, moving the boat really nicely at the moment, and looking like he's going to hold off Graham. But as I said, still another 250 metres to go. Anything could happen, but at this point in time, it looks like a great row from Bruce Sharp in this men's J to M single scull. Dare I say, it does look like Bruce might have just backed off a little bit here, and making sure of this, and is doing the grandstand finish at the moment, and certainly looking all the part of a winner as he comes down to the last 100 metres. It's a little bit further back to Graham. He does look like he might have pulled back a bit of that handicap. He had a bit of a lift in rating back about 300 or 400 metres ago, and but certainly I think has resigned himself to a second place. But Bruce Sharp looking all the part of a winner as he comes across the line, and he will take out this men's J to M single scull and championship for New South Wales. We've got another about 7 or 8 strokes from Graham Wern, and he will cross the line to take out second place. Graham crossing the line now to take out second place.
And we'll turn our attention to the other end of the lake. It's the final of the men's I single scull. These guys having raced earlier in the morning. 8 competitors across 8 lanes. On the far side from Mossman, we have John Newcomb. In lane 2 from North Shore, Michael Tyler. In lane 3 from North Shore, Kim Rudder. In lane 4 from Manning River, we have Graham Nix. In lane 5 from Melbourne, Rod Stewart. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, we have Branko Kovacic. In lane 7 from Port Macquarie, we have David Baker. And in lane 8 from St. George, we have Lance Reeve. And they're underway. Looks actually quite pleasant now. The sun is certainly coming out. That mist and fog is clearing. We've got an almost clear view over the 1,000-meter racecourse now. And in the first 50 strokes, looks like it's Melbourne's Rod Stewart, Graham Nix, who've just maybe got their noses out in front. And as we're approaching the 500 meter mark, it certainly looks like there's 3 boats in it. Could be on the far side, Mossman's John Newcombe, Manning Rivers, Graham Nix, and Melbourne's Rod Stewart. As we cross the 500 meter mark. And over the 500 meter mark, I'm sure he's heard it before. I don't really want to talk about it, but Rod Stewart is in the lead by 4.1 seconds from Graham Nix from Manning River. In third place, Port Macquarie's David Baker, some 3.8 seconds behind. In fourth place on the far side, John Newcombe is just keeping his nose in front of Kim Rudder. Then we have Drummoyne and St. George bringing up the rear. So Rod Stewart, will he sail away with this? These scullers are winding up for the finish. It's going to be close. Rod Stewart. Do we think he's sexy? Could be. Keeping his nose out in front of Graham Nix from Manning River. And on the nearer side, we've got David Baker. He's certainly in the mix as well from Port Macquarie. I think all my Rod Stewart innuendos and puns have run out now. We'll see if Rod can get over the line. Well, Maggie may, but Rod certainly has taken here the win in the men's I single scull. In first place, Rod Stewart. He wears it well. In second place from Manning River, we have Graham Nix. And in third place, in lane 7 from Port Macquarie, we have David Baker. Great race there. In fourth place, looks like it's going to be Kim Rudder from North Shore, just keeping 3/4 of a boat length ahead of John Newcomb from Mossman. St George's Lance Reeve is going to finish sixth, and then very close who we've got on the line. Who knows? That's going to be a photo between Branko Kovacic and Michael Tyler. They've just given it to Branko, who finishes seventh, and Michael finishes eighth. So just confirmation there. The winner of the final of the men's ice single scull from Melbourne, Rod Stewart. From Manning River in second is Graham Nix, and in third place, Port Macquarie's David Baker.
Now we move on to race 14, the women's D pair final. We have 3 crews in this race. In lane 4, North Shore, Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 5, St George Composite, Kelly Ross and Jenny Wilson. In lane 6, Glebe, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney. And it was the North Shore crew going with a sizable lead going through the 500 metre mark, holding about 11 seconds over the St George Mossman combination, followed by Glebe, just a little bit further back. So there's certainly a tight tussle for that second and third position. But as it stands, not a lot of competition up the front for the North Shore, and they certainly, as I said, hold a big lead at the moment, and it doesn't look like they will be troubled coming into the finish. It does look like there's some steering troubles in the St George Composite crew, and that really hasn't helped their flow. That might have just allowed the Glebe crew to put a little bit more pressure on them and go for position. But now it does look like the Glebe crew is out there toying with the boys on the left-hand side of their boat, which certainly is not a great tactic when you're in a pair particularly. But this North Shore crew coming down with about 200 metres to go with a sizable lead over the rest of the field. And as they come down to the last 100 metres, it is this North Shore crew. It looks to be extending the lead a little bit. They've certainly got the rating up, haven't taken that off. And back in the field, though, the steering mishap in the St George Composite certainly has knocked their progress around, and they have slipped well behind the Glebe combination of Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchison. So it is this North Shore crew of Catherine Boland and Olivia Tong coming down, and they will take out first place in this Women D Pair Championship race. It will be the Glebe crew who are coming down with about another 7 or 8 strokes to go, and they are really holding well down that second place now, and they will go across the line to take second place. And it will be the St George Composite crew coming across to take third place in the Women's D Pair Championship of New South Wales.
The next race will be race 15. It will be the men's G pair. We have 3 boats in this straight final. On the far side in lane 4 from North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. In the middle of the pack from Manning River, we have Colin Bruce and Roy Halliday. And in lane 6 from Newcastle, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. All 3 boats are away. Just looks like the boat from North Shore got a bit of a fly in the start. Pulled out maybe half a length in the first 10 strokes over the Manning River boat, but long way to go as we now have a clear view of the racing down the entire course. Yeah,
certainly those conditions have improved greatly, and We've got next to no breeze. That might be helping. The slight breeze might be helping the clear the fog. It does look to be coming at the moment from the west. So earlier on this morning it was coming from the east. So we've had a very mixed bag there, Nathan.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be okay for certainly through to the morning, but showers are expected as we go later on to the afternoon.
We're just moving right along to the medal presentation for the men's I single scull. And in third place and bronze medalists, Lake Macquarie's David Baker. In second place, silver medalist, Manning Rivers' Graham Nix. And first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025, Melbourne Rowing Club's Rodney Stewart. Please join me in congratulating medalists for the men's single scull, I Single Scull Championship of New South Wales.
As we cross the halfway stage of the men's G pair, it's a boat from North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. We've got a very comfortable lead of over 10 seconds from Manning Rivers, Colin Brose and Roy Holiday, who are fighting with Newcastle's Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley, who are in third. This is a straight final of the men's G pair. It certainly looks like Luck and Walsh have got this barring a disaster in the bag as they're rowing quite comfortably down towards the finish line. And I think they call that, in terms of distance, an easy win for Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, winners of the men's G pair from the North Shore, coached by Kim Rudder, taking first place there. Manning Rivers, Colin Brose and Roy Halliday managed to keep off Timothy Bland and Anthony Staley from Newcastle to take second position. And a good hard race there. Finished third from Newcastle. Tim Bland, Tony Stanley, worth the trip from Newcastle there.
We're currently lining up for race 16, the Women's E-Coxless 4 Championship of New South Wales. Current title holder is North Shore St George combination. In lane 3, we have North Shore's Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 4, Newcastle's Catherine Dadd, Susan Damer, Bonnie Tratt, Sally Watson. Lane 5 is North Shore's Penny Morris, Sandy Shewell, Carolyn Reid and Joe Hodgkinson, coached by Peter Kwok. And in lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. It was a bit of a bit of an interesting start. A couple of the crews, the outside crews, Leichhardt and North Shore, were certainly off to flyers. A little bit of a delay with that Newcastle crew. Not sure if they didn't hear the start or missed it, but certainly underway now. But we can see that that North Shore, very experienced crew over in lane 3, the North Shore crew of Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Rachel Ash and Nicola Kennedy, certainly sprinted out from the line and trying to stamp their authority nice and early. The crew in lane 6, which you can't quite see at the moment, will also be out going out very hard, and it does look to be a race between these two outside crews as we get across that first 100 or 200 metres of the race. It's going to be very tight, I suspect, by the time we get to the end of this one. It does look to be the North Shore crew that's put out a bit of a lead at the moment. We're just watching from up in the tower, and there is a bit of a wobble in their steering. They seem to be making sure they're using all of their lane, which won't do much for their boat speed in long term. But I think they look like they're straightened up at the moment, and certainly the rating is up in that crew, and it does look to be it does look like they're really got the bit between their teeth and coming through the 500 metre mark. Oh, it is going to be a lot closer than we thought going through the 500 metre mark. It was the North Shore crew, but it's only 0.39 of a second back to the Leichhardt crew going through that 500 metre mark. So the sprint, they'll be working out at the moment, sitting in that crew working out how far they think they can sprint and what they've got in them to come over this last 500 metres of the course. A little bit of a wild stroke from the stroke side on the North Shore crew. It's probably just hampered their progress just a little bit. The Leichhardt crew looking nice and clean over on this side. It does look like the North Shore crew have got it back together now, but it has allowed the Leichhardt crew to come right up on their side. So they'll be coming into that zone now where they're pushing, and it does look like North Shore has really lifted the rating in the last 5 or 6 strokes, and they are pushing towards the line. Looking really quite controlled over here in the Leichhardt crew. They are looking a little bit more composed at the moment, so it will be interesting to see how that unfolds over the last 250 metres. And it is certainly neck and neck. It's a little bit of a gap back to the Newcastle crew and a little bit further back to the North Shore crew, who again are probably trialling out a couple of lanes at the moment. But it is it does look like the North Shore crew is also coming across the course, and certainly they have crossed lanes now, and they are currently moved across into lane 4. So that once again, these course directional changes won't be helping them. They look to they might have just an ever so slight advantage as they come down to the last 100 metres, and certainly the rating is up in both crews, and it is stroke for stroke as they come down towards the line. Certainly the Leichhardt crew now winding it up. Have the North Shore pushed too early? It's nothing in it as they come down towards the line. It's North Shore holding a slight advantage. There's nothing in it. The Leichhardt crew coming home extremely fast. It'll be a photo finish for sure in this race, and it's going to be stroke for stroke coming down to the line, and we can't pick it. We cannot pick it. That was an absolute cracker of a finish by both crews, and it's certainly gone to photo, and it will be a fair bit of deliberation to split these two, I am sure, because it was very, very close. And coming down to the line now, we have the Newcastle crew, and they will take out 3rd place, followed by the second North Shore crew taking out 4th place. But what a race, Nathan, for that finish.
Yeah, that's super close. Super close. Less than a bow ball in it. I might have a sneaking suspicion North Shore might have just pinched it in terms of where they were in the stroke from Leichhardt, but it was very, very, very close.
So moving across to the presentation of medals for the men's G pair Championship of New South Wales. In 2nd place and silver medalists from Manning River, Colin Bruce and Roy Halliday. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, North Shore Rowing Club's Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. Please join in congratulating medalists in the Men's G-Pair Championship of New South Wales.
As we still wait for the photo results of race 16 between Leichhardt and North Shore, we'll turn our attention to the big boats at the end of the course. The women's G8. Only two boats in this. It's the straight final. On the far side, we have North Shore, Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Mary Walsh, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabreau, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass, and Cox by Julie Kavanagh. And in the other lane, in lane 5 from Manning River, we have a Manning River Endeavour, ANU, North Shore and St George composite of Sue Edwards, Genevieve Dodds, Catherine James, Sue Donahue, Dan McShane, Amanda Cavill, Gay Pullen, and Prudence Deacon, and coxed by Jackie Peel. They're well underway, and they're approaching the 500 metres mark. Doesn't seem to be an awful lot in it at the moment. We just have had the results of that photo finish. It was Leichhardt who won the women's E4- over North Shore by 0.06 of a second. So Leichhardt the winners over North Shore in second place, and in third Newcastle in the previous race. And as we go through the halfway point of the women's G8 final, it's North Shore with, I would say, probably 2/3 of a boat length from Manning River composite. Still a lot left to row. They will still be giving each other the hairy eyeball, I'm sure, as they go through the 500 metre mark. But North Shore at this moment just out in front by about 3.5 seconds from Manning River. In the last 200 metres to go, both these eights hammer down the course. It's North Shore still in the lead. Stroking at about 30 strokes per minute. Manning River got the minerals to up their stroke rate and take it off them. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. No discernible move from Manning River in the last 50 metres. North Shore just wind it up slightly. Maybe looking for clear water for the win. So the North Shore boat takes first place in the women's G8. Just with a slither of clear water away from Manning River composite, who takes second.
We move our attention to the podium for the medal presentation for the women's E-Coxless 4. In third place and bronze medalists, Newcastle Rowing Clubs, Catherine Dadd, Susan Damer, Bonnie Tratt, Sally Watson. And in second place and silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Clubs, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Rachel Lash, and Nicola Kennedy. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Susan Huggett, M. Barrack, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Bourget. Please join in congratulating crews in the Women's E. Cox's 4 Championship of New South Wales. And out on the course we have race 18, the men's quad scull. This is a final, straight out final. In lane 2 we have Shoalhaven Rowing Club's Bradley Sewell, Andreas Medinas, Stuart Drury, Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 3, St George Rowing Club's Ayrton Grania Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Alan Robinson and Steve Harrison. In lane 4, Capital Lakes Composite, My Rhymes, Vince Townsend, Dario Beltrami and Steve Grisowicak. In lane 5, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Gary Foster, Richard Jones and Anthony Howarth. In lane 6, Manning River Composite, Nick Johnson, Mark Tejan, Murray Douse and Rhett Patterson. Lane 7, Armadale's Michael Robinson, Gregory Rolfe, Richard Percy and Hugh Dowick. In lane 8, University of New South Wales, Matthew Feon, Derek Heath, Matthew Bayfield and David Lees. And through the 500 metre mark, it was the Manning River Glebe crew holding about a half a length advantage over St George and Shoalhaven and a little bit further back to Drummoyne. So certainly the race is really on in the middle of the field. But it does look like, I know certainly both crews are big finishers. These two crews out in front, that's the Glebe Composite and the Manning River Composite and the St George Rowing Club. So we do expect a big finish out of both of those crews, and it is neck and neck, and it's a little bit further back to the Shoalhaven crew over on the outside of them, but they're not too far out of it. But this is where the race is on at the moment. It's stroke for stroke. It does look like at the moment the Manning Composite over here in lane 6 has the advantage over the St George Composite, but nothing in it. The crew from Shoalhaven, though, they're putting on a barnstorming finish and trying to come over the top of these two crews, and there won't be much in it as we come down towards the line, but it does look like the Manning River Composite have lifted their rating as they come down towards the line, holding about a canvas lead over the St George crew over there in lane 3, followed by Shoalhaven, and it will be the Manning River Composite crew going through to take out the New South Wales Championship in this event, followed by St George and then Shoalhaven. A little bit further back now, the Drummoyne crew now coming down to the line, and they will hold on to get a 4th place just ahead of the Capital Lakes Composite crew, followed by Armadale Rowing Club and then the University of New South Wales. So a great win there by the Manning River Composite crew.
Just a public service announcement for all competitors and coxers. Please make sure you are behind the pontoons if you're racing at least 5 minutes before your race, and you're marshalling at least 20 minutes before. So a couple of tardy boats. So please, if you're a competitor or a cox, please make sure you are at the start line at least 5 minutes before the scheduled start time of your race. We'll turn our attention to race 19. It's the men's H. Coxless 4. Only 2 boats in this race. So we on the far side from Leichhardt, Dave Roos, Rob Tilley, Tim Tyndale and Tim Clare. And in lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Rob Wallace and Bruce Sharp. Just looks like from this angle, it's the Leichhardt boat got their nose out in front. I'm sorry, no, it looks like the Lake Macquarie boat have got maybe their nose out in front actually. But they're yet to come up to the 500 meter mark. And we'll turn our attention very quickly to the presentation of the women's G8 from North Shore. Karen Samet, Catherine Sainty, Mary Walsh, Linda Munns, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammit, Julie West, and coxed by Jane Kavanagh. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's G8 North Shore. And here we have the closing stages of the men's H Coxless 4. It is Lake Macquarie. They had a 3.31 lead at the halfway line. It looks like they've managed to maintain that lead. Bruce Sharp in the bow, Rob Wallace, Peter Stevenard and Peter Armstrong stroking. Lake Macquarie in the distinctive green one pieces are maintaining that comfortable distance from Leichhardt. Doesn't look like Leichhardt have got anything left in them to dent this result. So Lake Macquarie take the win in the men's H Coxless 4. The new holders with Leichhardt coming in an admirable second. So winners there of the men's H Coxless 4, Lake Macquarie.
And moving on to the medal presentation for the men's F Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalists, Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Bradley Sewell, Andreas Medinas, Stuart Drury, and Mark Whitaker. In second place and silver medalists, St George Rowing Club, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Glenn Shooter, Alan Robertson and Steve Harrison. And in first place, and gold medalists, Manning River Composite, Nick Johnson, Mark Tejan, Murray Doust, and Rhett Patterson. Please join in congratulating the winners and place getters in the Men's F Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. We're moving right over now to the final of the Men's E Double Scull. And they're already through the 500 metre mark, and it was Leichhardt crew of Richard Medway and Terry Bridges with a slight lead over the Mossman crew of Mark Luan and Alexander Doige, followed by Glebe's Ken Major and Rob Dallymore, Nepean's Peter Hood and Paul Grady, Lake Macquarie's Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith, followed by Shoalhaven, Harry Davis, Chris Turner, Newcastle's Peter Kemp and John Olsen, and Shoalhaven's Olivia Radich and Joseph Basher. But it certainly does look to be the crew over here, the Leichhardt crew of Medway and Bridges, coming down to the last 250 metres, who hold a clear lead now over the chasing pack. And it does look like the Mossman crew still holding on to second place there, but nothing in it between them and the Glebe crew of Kenneth Major and Rob Dallymore. Also, not to be left out of it, the Lake Macquarie crew of Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith are certainly putting in a late charge as well. So there's going to be a fairly close finish, but it does look like this crew of Richard Medway and Terry Bridges are now extending their lead out to about a length and a half over the rest of the field. Certainly putting in a big effort now, coming down to the line. The rating is up out here in lane 7 for Mark Luan and Alexander Doige as they come into the last 100 metres. But it will be the Leichhardt crew of Bridges and Medway coming down to the line, looking untroubled at the moment, and they will take out the final of the men's E Double Scull. It will be the Mossman crew of Doige and Luan holding on for second place, followed by Glebe, and then it will be a little way back to the crew from Lake Macquarie of Sean Ryan and Jeremy Smith. Then the Nepean Composite. Out on the other side, it will be the Shoalhaven crew coming across the line now. In sixth place, Newcastle in 7th, and it will be the second Shoalhaven crew rounding out the field in 8th.
We'll turn our attention now to the medal podium. And these are the gold medal winners of the Men's H Coxless 4. Great race. From Lake Macquarie, Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Rob Wallace, and Bruce Sharp. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Men's H Coxless 4, Lake Macquarie. Back on the lake, we've got the competitors lining up for the Women's A Double Scull straight final. On the far side from Glebe, we've got Melendi Rowe and Jacqueline Harris. Also from Glebe, we've got Gemma Bassett and Catherine Poulter. From Leichhardt, we've got Nikki Lopresti and Wendy Miller. And in lane 6 from Glebe, we've got Brianna Wade and Julia Vichkosvakia. This is a mixed, this is actually A to C. So the far side Glebe boat will go away first. Oh, they're all straight away actually together. Thought it was handicapped, but they're all away together. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, looks like it's a good race all between the Glebe crews. It's the boat on the far side of Rowe and Harris. Just got their noses out in front from Bassett and Poulter, also from Glebe. And then it's Wade and Vic Koviaks in third, with Lepresti and Miller from Leichhardt in fourth. We'll turn our attention to the winners of the men's double race. In third place from Glebe, Kenneth Major and Robert Dallimore. In silver medal position from Mossman, Mark Lewern and Alex Deutsch. And in gold medal position from Leichhardt, we have Richard Medway and Terry Bridges. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the men's double scull from Leichhardt, Richard Medway and Terry Bridges. And as we come to the final of the women's double scull, looks like the boat on the far side from Glebe, they had over half a second in front of their colleagues. They seem to have been able to manage to eke out more as the Leichhardt boat has come back. But they take the win on the far side. Rowe and Harris. A good result there from the Leichhardt boat. Comes from fourth position to finish in second. In lane 6, Wade and Vikojevic finish in third. Dropping off is Bassett and Poulter to finish fourth.
On the course now, we have race 22, the women's B double scull final. We have 5 crews in this race. The current title holder, up until about 5 minutes or so, is the Glebe crew of Leicester and Lindahl. And in fact, they are racing again today. But in lane 3, we have Black Mountain, Zoe Thomas and Jenny Simmons. Lane 4, Port Macquarie's Brooke Collins and Ellie Craft, coached by Tim Morgan. Lane 5, Black Mountain, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. In lane 6, Glebe, rowing clubs Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. And in lane 7, Shoalhaven Composite of Olivia Tong and Katrina Davis, coached by Guy Morgan. And it does look like that crew of Lester and Lindahl are out to a blinder of a start. And they've gone through the 500 metre mark, holding about a 1.5 second advantage over, we're just going through the, holding about a 1.2 second lead over the composite combination from Shoalhaven and North Shore of Olivia Tong and Katrina Davis. But it does look to be a little bit more than that from up here at the moment. So maybe they've just done a bit of a push in the last 200 or 300 metres. And as they come down to within that last 400 metres, they have really upped the rating a bit, this Glebe crew of Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl, remembering that they are the current title holders and doing their best out there at the moment to to repeat that effort from last year. But not left out of it, Shoalhaven Composite of Olivia Tong and Katrina Davis, and both very, very strong scullers, and they will push this Glebe crew all the way to the line. Probably their disadvantage will be that they've spent less time in the boat together, but the further they go, the faster they get, and certainly they have just gone for the big push now, and I think they're got all the boat speed at the moment. They've got a little bit of ground to make up, so that's going to be a little bit of a hard. It's a little bit hard for them, but the Black Mountain crew of Jane Reynolds and Jane Clue still hanging in there, and they've got it safely in third place. But this crew from Shoalhaven Composite have really wound it up now, and unless this Glebe crew reacts, which they don't seem to be at the moment, they could be in a little bit of trouble, because the crew over here, the Shoalhaven Composite crew, has made up a couple of lengths in the last 100 metres, and certainly have got all the boat speed coming down to the line. It does look like the Glebe crew's just starting to react now. A little bit of a delay in getting that going, but they're still going to have to push hard towards this line. There'll be nothing in this race, as the still holding all the speed as this composite crew is going right down to the wire. It looks like the Glebe crew might have done enough, but there'll be nothing in it, and they really have to put some effort in over the last couple of strokes. But it will be the Glebe crew holding on by ever so slightly over the great finish from the Shoalhaven Composite crew, who looked to have all the boat speed over the last 300 or 400 metres, but just couldn't get it in the end. And it will be the Black Mountain crew of Reynolds and Clue coming over to take third place. A little bit further back now to the Port Macquarie and Black Mountain crews coming down to the wire, and they've got their own little race on over here in lane 3 and 4. And it does look like the Black Mountain said, well, we're not going to... We want fourth position, and they've just gone for a bit of a push, a bit of a fight back from the Port Macquarie crew. It does look it's neck and neck, it's stroke for stroke as they come down towards the line. There'll be nothing in it, but it will be the Port Macquarie crew just holding out Black Mountain to take that 4th and 5th place.
Back up to the start for race 23. It's the men's C single scull. On the far side from Nagambie, we have Alistair Isherwood. In lane 4 from St George, Cromwell Olivier. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Remy Luxford. In lane 6 from the North Shore, we have Andrew Simpson. And in lane 7 from Newcastle, we have Brad Smith. All crews are lined up and off they go. And as we're into the first 250 metres of the men's C single scull final, race 23, already the field starts to spread out slightly. Looks like sculler from St George, Cromwell Olivier. Might have his nose out in front. It's hard to tell from this angle. There we have lane 4. The red and white of St George sculler there. He's some way in front of Nagambie's Alistair Isherwood on his right-hand shoulder. I think he's got at least a boat length on him. As he comes through the 500 metre mark, we'll see. It is indeed Cromwell Olivier who takes it 2.8 seconds from Alistair Isherwood from Nagambie, who is himself just in front of Brad Smith from Newcastle. Andrew Simpson in 4th. Andrew from North Shore, and then we have Remy Luxford from Sydney Uni in 5th. Looks like to be a good race in the making here. Bit of a push from Brad Smith on the near side. And it's Cromwell, Olivier and Alistair Isherwood. And we've also got in lane 6, Andrew Simpson sneaking into contention. But with 250 to go. Can Cromwell, Olivier hold on? Brad Smith from Newcastle seems to be taking up the challenge. The St George Scholar just looks to be tiring a bit. Brad Smith going hard in this final 250 metres. The Newcastle Scholar definitely put the hammer down in the last 250s. Finishing strong. Brad Smith from Newcastle has taken out a good couple of lengths. He's been also pushed by Andrew Simpson as well, who's in the contention. But it's going to be close. There's anguish last few strokes for Brad Smith. Takes the win. In second place on the far side, it's Alistair Isherwood. And North Shore's Andrew Simpson. I don't think that's correct. I think it was Ngambi on the far side who finished second. Could be North Shore's Andrew Simpson who finishes third. In fourth, we've got Cromwell Olivier, and I think from Sydney Uni in lane 5, it's Remy Luxford who finished 5th.
Moving on to the medal presentation for the Women's B Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medalists, Black Mountain, Jane Reynolds and Jane Clues. In second place and silver medalists, Shoalhaven Composite, Olivia Tong, North Shore Rowing Club, and Katrina Davis, Shoalhaven. Please join in congratulating place getters in the Women's B Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. And just a hold the fort, we have one of the winners. So we have in first place and gold medalists, Heidi Lindahl and Elizabeth Lester. Just making their way to the pontoon now. Please join in congratulating champions for 2025 Glebe Rowing Club and place getters in the Women's B Double Scull.
Yeah.
And we have the C Women's Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales on the course. The current holder is North Shore Glebe Shoalhaven Composite. It looks like we have a few composites out there again today. In lane 2, we have the Shoalhaven Composite of Teresa Chadwick, Loma Gray, Emma Molinar, and Catherine McKeever. In lane 3, Leichhardt 2, Nivi Masaryk, Carolina Kosa, Christine Foxton and Leslie Howard, coached by David Ross. Lane 4 is Lake Macquarie, Kate Miller, Katrina McDermott, Melanie Sakavaris and Kim Stedman. In lane 5, Leichhardt, number 1, Diane Williams, Amy Van Du Nieuwenhof, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham. In lane 6, Abbotsford's Melissa Vitch, Victoria Dalton, Catherine Nato and Adriana Guthrie, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. Lane 7, St George Composite, Amelia Starkey, Victoria Sidan, Jenny Wilson and Andrea Cruz, coached by Jackie Peel. And in lane 8, Leichhardt 3, Lisa Molyneux, Heidi Parks, Katie Whiting, Chanel Stokes, coached by David Ross. And through the 500 metre mark, it is the Shoalhaven composite crew of Teresa Chadwick, Loma Gray, Emma Molinar and Catherine McKeever. Just holding quite a good advantage, about a length and a half over the chasing pack, which is the Leichhardt number 2 crew, the St George Penrith crew, Leichhardt and Abbotsford. So this crew over in lane 2, holding a handy lead as they come into the last 400 metres. And certainly it is that little bit of a gap back to the crew beside them, which is the Leichhardt number 2 crew, and that's where all the racing is at the moment. A little bit further back now to the Leichhardt number 1 crew. It does look like their Lake Macquarie might have been a non-starter because we've only got 6 crews out there. But certainly this crew looking very comfortable. The Shoalhaven composite crew in lane 2 looking very comfortable as they come into the last 250 metres. A little bit of a gap back to the Leichhardt number 2 crew, and then followed a little bit further back to the second Leichhardt crew and the St George composite, who are certainly putting on a big effort at the moment. They are trying to bridge this gap back to the But coming into the last 150 metres now, and in this the crew over in lane 2, the Shoalhaven composite, has backed right off the rating, and they are really looking comfortable. They're going to take this, barring any mishaps, will take out this race. Just having a little bit of a lift now just to make sure of it. Certainly over on this side of the field though, the St George composite crew finishing very, very strongly, and they look like they might, they're in a great tussle for that 3rd position. Does look like the Leichhardt number 2 crew will hold on for 2nd, but coming down to the wire, it will be the Shoalhaven composite crew coming across the line now to take out 1st place. What's getting this very tight race for 3rd and 4th, but it will be the Leichhardt number 2 crew in lane 3 coming across for 2nd. It does look like it's very close coming down to the wire, but it will be the Leichhardt crew crossing just in front of the St George composite, followed by Abbotsford Rowing Club, and then a little bit further back to Leichhardt 3.
We'll quickly turn our attention to the medals pontoon. This is the race winners of the men's C single scull. In bronze position from North Shore, Andrew Simpson. In silver medal position from Nagambie, Alistair Isherwood. And with a great win from Newcastle and gold medal winner of the men's C single scull, Brad Smith. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's C single scull final.
We move our attention to race 25, the women's C single scull.
And on the far side in lane 1 from Drummoyne, we have Rowena Stewart. In lane 2 from North Shore, Mary Walsh. Lane 3 from St George, Joanne Ward. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, M. Barak. In lane 5 from North Shore, Louise McCoach. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon. In lane 7 all the way from Exeter in Great Britain, Julia Ward. And in lane 8 from North Shore, Karen Knowles. Obviously all rode in the semi-finals and the heats earlier this morning, and have probably all had multiple races since then. But they're all underway, and already the field has spread out somewhat. So both heats were a very similar time, and I think all the scullers realised if they were safe in the top 1 through to 4 positions, they were going to go through. So lane draw won't give us an awful lot of indication about who's going to be the quickest in the boat, in this race, sorry, but we'll see how it goes. as we approach the halfway mark in the women's F single scull. Looks like it's Tess Fearon from Lake Macquarie who goes through. 2.5 seconds gap from Louise McCoach in lane 5, who's just got her nose in front of Joanna Ward from Exeter in Devon in the UK in 3rd. Julia Wood in 4th. Sorry, Julia Wood is in 4th there from Exeter. It's Joanne Ward, who's from St George's in 3rd. Then we've got Roy Stewart in 5th, Em Barrack in 6th, Karen Knowles in 7th, and in 8th, Mary Walsh. These scullers, 3 seconds between 1st and 3rd. We'll see how they finish. Still a lot to play for here. So it looks like it's a sprint now to the finish between North Shore's Louise McCoach and Lake Macquarie's Jess Fearon. Julia Wood from Exeter is still in the game as they start to wind up. Last 100 metres. Tess Fearon in the yellow boat. It's being pressured on both sides, her left and her right. On her right from Louise McCoach and on her left from Julia Wood from Devon in the UK. Has she got enough left in the tank now? Hard charging Louise McCoach. Putting in the hard yards now to see if she can claw back inch by inch to take this gold medal position. Has she got enough? The race between boats 5 and 6. It is going to be on the line. Tess Fearon takes the win just from North Shore's Louise McCoach. And a long way to win a bronze medal for Julia Wood. And in 4th short, in 4th place, Joanne Wade from St George. Em Barrack finishes 5th. Maria Stewart from Drummoyne finishes 6th. Then we have Karen Knowles in 7th from North Shore and Mary Walsh from North Shore in 7th and 8th. But a good win there for Tess Fearon, just on the line by 0.53 seconds from Louise McCoach from North Shore. And in bronze medal position from Exeter, Julia Wood.
And moving right on to the presentation of medals for the Women's Sea Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales. In 3rd place, and bronze medalists Leichhardt 1, Diane Williams, Amy van den Nieuwenhof, Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham. In 2nd place, and silver medalists Leichhardt Rowing Club's number 2, Nivi Masarak, Carolina Kosa, Christine Foxton, Leslie Howard. And in 1st place, and gold medalist champions for 2025 Shoalhaven Composite, Teresa Chadwick, Loma Gray, Emma Molinar and Catherine McKeever. Please join in congratulating the winners and place getters in the Women's Sea Quad Scull Championship of New South Wales.
Yeah. D8, yeah. Row hard, boys, row hard.
Okay, coming down, we have the men's D8 on the course, and sorry, we got caught up with medal presentations, and it's a cracker of a race at the moment, and it's the Sydney crew of Binder, Cowart, O'Connor, Quitsale, Pritchard, Raymond, Greenslade and McNeil, with Cox and Brad Wooten, who are holding a slight advantage over the Mossman composite crew of Hooker, Pettering, Bridgewater, Howell, Mongan, McGlynn and Beachley with Andrew Hourigan and Reichel Rasmussen is their coxswain. And coming down the wire, and this Sydney crew looking very untroubled at the moment, certainly holding a bit over a length's lead over the Mossman crew, who've wound it up, but may well have left their run just a little bit too late. And they will not catch this Sydney crew. They go across the line with just under a length over the Mossman crew to take out the championship for 2025. It will be the Balmain crew coming across the line now, and they will take third place, followed by North Shore in fourth place. Sydney Rowing Club with a time of 3:14.03 to take out the men's D grade 8 for 2025.
We'll turn our attention to the start of race 27. It's the mixed AC double scull. Our first mixed race of the day. It's Division 1 on the far side from Glebe. In the far side in lane 3 we have Glebe. In lane 4, Nepean. In lane 5, Grafton. In lane 6, Glebe. And in lane 7, Newcastle. As they line up, Glebe, Julia Vixkovic, Hugo Webster, Nepean Composite, and lower clearance boat of Candice Jago and Jason Waddell. From Grafton we have Daniel Lang and Elizabeth Stanford. From Glebe we have Jocelyn Harris and Ben Nagapa. And in Newcastle we have Ben Homer and Phoebe Sanders. And off they go. And we'll turn our attention very quickly to the pontoon. It's the winners of the women's F single scull. In third place from Devon, Exeter in Great Britain is Julia Wood, who doesn't seem to be at the medal pontoon. In second place from North Shore, we have Louise McCoach. And a hard-fought win in gold medal position from Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the women's F single scull from Lake Macquarie, Tess Fearon. And as we're coming through halfway mark of this mixed A to C double scull Division 1, it's the Grafton boat of Lang and Stanford, who've just got half a boat length in front of the Nepean lower clearance composite of Jago and Waddle. In third place, the Glebe boat of Harris and Nagapa. And in fourth, Newcastle's Homer and Sanders. In fifth from Glebe, we have Vixkovic and Hugo Webster, and I think that is it. That's the 5 boats. And as we come into the last 100 meters of this race, it's the boats, the two boats in lane, looks like lane 4 and lane 5, the Nepean composite and the Grafton boat. And we're going stroke for stroke. Starting to wind it up. It looks like the Nepean, sorry, the Grafton boat of Lang and Stanford still got their nose out in front. They're going to be pushed all the way by Jago and Waddell though. They'll just raised that stroke rate up. Grafton's responded. Very close. Newcastle, Homer and Sanders are also going to fight for third. So there they go. Nepean's, sorry, it's Grafton who finished first. Nepean second. Newcastle third. It's the Glebe boat of Harris and Nagapa who finished fourth. In fifth, it's the Glebe boat who brings home the final competitors. So just to confirm, Grafton first, second Nepean, third Newcastle in that the mixed A to C double scull Division 1 race.
The line we have race 28, the mixed AC double scull Division 2. In lane 2, Glebe Rowing Clubs Ann Skilton and Tim Spiteri, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3, Penrith Rowing Clubs Alana Parker and Peter Hood. In lane 4, Manning River, Paul Hawke and Christine Silliger. In lane 5, we have Drummoyne's Renata Itmar and Andrew Goldstein, coached by Rob Glendenning. In lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Clubs Nikki Lepresti and Frank McHugh. In lane 7, UTS Monique Henke and Andrew Black, coached by Marcus Black. In lane 8, Glebe Rowing Clubs Heidi Lindahl and Andy Wigan. Now an interesting combination in that UTS crew in lane 7. It makes for fun rowing. We've got a husband and wife and son as coach, so we'll have to see how that pans out. Saw them out on the Iron Cove this week and looking very sharp. So obviously no talk in the boat. It was good to see in that combination. But so they're looking for this will be the highlight race of Monique's racing career, I'm sure. As we stand on the line. So in the meantime, we'll move over to the medal presentation for the Men's D Grade 8 Championship of New South Wales. Yes, so just looking over those crews, I'm not sure about any others, but I see in the Glebe crew of Heidi Lindahl and Andy Wigan, certainly another partnership there, husband and wife. So I'm sure that I'm noticing in all these boats though the Heidi and Monique in the stroke seat calling the shots, as it should be. But anyway, we're moving on to the presentation of the medals for the Men's D Grade 8 Championship for New South Wales. And in third place and bronze medalist, Balmain Rowing Club, Michael McCormick, Jock O'Shea, Andreas Hager, James Hutton, Joe Gretsch, Alexander Hickton, James Bond, Jeremy Child, and coxswain Catherine Davies. In second place, and silver medalist, Mosman Composite, Justin Hooker, Mosman Rowing Club, James Pettering, Mosman Rowing Club, Henry Bridgewater, Black Mountain, Jeff Howell, Black Mountain, Ian Mongan, Black Mountain, Steve McGlynn, Black Mountain, Scott Beachley, Mosman Rowing Club, and Andrew Hourigan, Mosman Rowing Club, coxswain by Michael Rasmussen and coached by Michael Rasmussen. And in first place, gold medalists and champions for 2025 in the men's D8, Sydney Rowing Club, Mark Bindner, Stuart Cowap, Patrick O'Connor, Carl Quitzow, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade, Rob McNeil, and coxswain Bradley Wooten. Please join in congratulating winners and place getters in the Men's D8 Championship of New South Wales for 2025. And out on this course now we have that second division of the mixed AC double scull, race 28. It's got a fairly tight race. They've come through the 500 metre mark, and it's the Des Moines crew of Renard Itmar and Andrew Goldstein who holding a very slight lead over the Leichhardt crew of Lepresti and McHugh. A little way back to Henke and Black from UTS. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Ann Skilton and Tim Spiteri from Glebe, Manning Rivers, Paul Hawke, and Christine Sillinger, and Penrith, Alana Parker and Peter Wood. So it looks to me, well, it does look like the crew on the outside lane here is in fact the Glebe crew of
Windale and Wigan.
Windale and Wigan, but don't seem to be showing up on the charts. But certainly now the Des Moines crew are very skilled, and combination of Goldstein and Itmar. They've spent a long time in the boat. They rode to the start today, and they are certainly turning it on for the crowd and just getting lined up to do that big grandstand finish as they come down to the last 250 metres. Out chasing them hard, though, is the Leichhardt crew of Lepresti and McHugh. And over here in lane 8, it is the Glebe crew of Lindale and Wigan, and they certainly have wound it up as well. There's a bit on the line here for them as current holders of this race at a national level. So the Goldstein-Itmar combination looking very good as they come down towards the line. There's nothing that Renata in the bow likes more than a bit of rate. And she will certainly be letting Andrew know in the stroke seat. But it will be the Des Moines combination of Goldstein and Itmar coming across the line for a great win in the mixed AC double scull, followed by Lindale and Wigan coming across in second, Lepresti and McHugh in third, and it will be Henke and Black coming across to take out fourth, Glebes, Skilton and Spiteri in fifth, back to Manning Rivers, Hawke and Sillinger in sixth, and then Penrith Rowing Clubs in coming across to take out seventh place. Moving on to the medal presentation for the Mixed AC Double Scull Division 2. And in first place and gold medalists, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Renata Ibmar and Andrew Goldstein. Please put your hands together and congratulate Drummoyne Rowing Club for Division 2, the Mixed AC Double Scull.
Look at you two go, eh? Look at you two, eh?
think you might waste your time going past. If my
Well, welcome back from the short break. We now move into race 29, the women's G single scull heat 1. Progression is first, second, third, fourth to the final, the rest eliminated. We only have, we've had a scratching from Endeavour's Margaret Churton, so there are only 5 crews, so only one of these scullers is set to miss out. In lane 2, we have Newcastle's Fiona Wallace. Lane 3, Black Mountain, Pam Nash. In lane 4, Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. In lane 6, Exeter's Julia Wood, and certainly been up and down the course a few times this morning already, has Julia Wood. And in lane 7, Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine. So they're off to a start, off to a bit of a flyer here, and it was indeed the Exeter sculler and the Lake Macquarie scullers who've set out early to get a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, and they certainly have had a good jump off the start and settling into it. The Glebe sculler and the Black Mountain sculler certainly still in it as well. So it's going to be a tight race at the 500 metre mark. You look out, the conditions now are absolutely perfect for rowing. The sun is out. Just a reminder that there is still fairly good UVs in them, that they're light. So just make sure that we cover up adequately and be sun safe. But looking from where we are now, it does look like Pamela Nash from Black Mountain has a bit of momentum, and she might have well pushed out in front of the other 2 scullers from Exeter and Lake Macquarie. These are all G age group scullers. And as we look on the screen now, we have Pamela Nash, and certainly a very relaxed rowing style, Pamela Nash. So probably looking back and knowing that she only has to finish in front of one other competitor to get through to the final, but so taking a little bit easy. And sometimes that works in your favour. The relaxation relates to speed, and certainly that's where Pamela looks to be at the moment. A good row by the Exeter sculler, Exeter GBR sculler of Julia Wood. So certainly really showing some good form as well. And she rode in the younger age groups earlier. Probably just a really good warm up for this race. But it does look fairly clear cut for the first 3. We'll just have to see, between the Glebe sculler and Newcastle sculler, who's going to get across for that 4th position. It was Pamela Nash coming through the 500 metre mark in 2 minutes 20, followed by the Exeter sculler Julia Wood, followed by Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine, Newcastle's Fiona Wallace, and Catherine Maxwell in 5th place across that line. So all the work to be done by Catherine Maxwell at the moment. Fiona Wallace certainly a little bit behind Louise Termine, so it looks fairly comfortable for those first 3. And as they come down into the last 350 odd metres. So as we come down the last 250 metres, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain still has not changed off that rhythm that she established nice and early, which was a winning rhythm, so why deviate? And the Exeter sculler Julia Wood, also with the rating right down now, and they looking fairly comfortable, saving themselves probably for the final, which will be in an hour and a half or so. A little way back now to Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine, but once again safely in 3rd place. And over on the far side, we have Newcastle's Fiona Wallace, who looks to have a slight advantage over Catherine Maxwell from Glebe, but no problems whatsoever for Pamela Nash, and obviously a very, very experienced sculler. And as you'll look out on her technique there, very compact, very efficient, no wasted energy, and certainly able to move the boat to the extent that it's given it quite the lead. So she'll have another couple of gears to go up in the final. So it'll be an interesting final. And I think the same could be said for Julia Wood, all the way from Great Britain in the over here in lane 6. It does appear that the Lake Macquarie Sculler 2 has backed it right off. So the race is on between Catherine Maxwell and Fiona Wallace. So there we have Pamela Nash crossing the line, followed by Julia Wood. Louise Termine coming down with about 5 strokes to go, and will cross the line for 3rd position. And crossing the line now for 3rd position, and it's a very tight race now for very tight race, and it does look like Catherine Maxwell's put on a bit of a spurt here, and it's neck and neck over the other side, and it will be Catherine Maxwell, I think, crossing the line just in front of Newcastle. We'll have to wait. That was probably rated as a. Oh no, they've given it a straight thing. She's got across by 0.3 of a second. So it will be Catherine Maxwell going through to the final. I now welcome fellow commentator Catherine James, who's just been out up and down the course in an 8, I believe, Catherine.
Hey, g'day. Thanks so much for that, Rob, and coming up from the live commentary for the middle part of this day at the New South Wales State Championships. And you can get this video footage and commentary will be available on the live stream and on YouTube. So they're lining up here now, Rob, in race 30, the women's G single scull. This is the 2nd heat, and the first 4 across the line in this heat will progress to the final, which is race 44 on your program. It's good to be up here with you, Rob. Giving that nice kiss on the cheek, greeting me this morning.
Yes, indeed, and it's a great day out there now, though, isn't it? It's perfect conditions for rowing, and how did you find it out there on the course this morning?
Well, I mean, I couldn't see a thing, but it was it really, on the back lake, when we were warming up for that G8, it really felt and looked like Lake Barrington, I have to say. It was absolutely stunning. They've taken off the blocks now in this race 30, Rob. And we've got in lane 2 on the far side of the course, Endeavour's Chris Brennan, coached by Peter Bond. Lane 4, Lake Macquarie's Marie Brown, coached by Jeanette Beaton. And good to see Black Mountain up here in the middle of the course, lane 5's Mary Bonney. Newcastle are fielding lane 6 with Sharon Butler. And we've got Mika Kelly, good to see her in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. So let's have a look at how this, in the early part of this race, what's happening at the 750. So it looks like over there on the far side of the course, I'd be giving that to Marie Brown in Lake Macquarie at the moment. In lane 4 looks to be leading, and fanning out on each side of her would be Chris Brennan and Mary Bonney. So as they're coming to the first timing hut on the course, that's at the 500, halfway down, we'll be able to give you some really good numbers on how this race looks to be panning out.
And Catherine, you will notice that behind Mika Kelly over in lane 6, there is a umpire's boat fairly close behind. Mika has some sight impairment, so she will be getting some directions as required from that boat following her down. So it explains if everybody's a bit worried about why they're so close to Mika, that is the explanation.
Yeah, thanks. I think it does look like Marie Brown, even from our vantage point up here in the commentary tower, it does look to be stretching out a comfortable lead at the moment in lane 4. Robbie, your eyesight's probably just a snatch better than mine, but would that... It is lane 4, that's correct. Good. So Marie Brown, we've got the right lane in the right place. And Endeavour's Chris Brennan is about 8.4 seconds behind Marie at the moment, followed by Mary Bonney, just 2 seconds on her tail, with Sharon Butler and Mika Kelly, currently in 5th place. The conditions could not literally be more perfect. The flags are hanging down straight. It's absolutely beautiful here. As that fog burnt off this morning, you could see that it was going to be a cracker of a day. So right now, looks like Marie Brown is setting the tempo of this race. She'd be keen to make it through in those top 4 while still conserving a bit of juice in the tank for what's going to be coming up in 14 races from now. So from where I'm standing, it still looks to be the comprehensive lead with Lake Macquarie's Marie Brown. I'd say in second place, Chris Brennan and Mary Bonney are going to be head-to-head in the last when they come into the red boys, and might be a bit of a push from Sharon Butler if she would be looking to get into this final, although Mika looks to also be having an excellent race, looking very calm, very steady and smooth. Great position in the lane. So we'll just have to see how it pans out as they enter the red boys now, as Marie Brown is striding out. She's dropped her stroke rate right down. That's the advantage, hey, Rob, of being out in front. Going backwards, you can see what you've got to keep ahead of. And Jeanette Pendleton looks like she's scratched from this race. So there was a rower in lane 3 from North Shore. So we hope everything's all right with Jeanette and sending her our best wishes. Maybe she's conserving her energy. As Marie Brown has a very comfortable win to take out Heat 2 of the Women's G single scull. And lane 2's Chris Brennan knows that she's going to get over to qualify in this heat, as does Mary Bonney from Black Mountain. And it looks like Mika Kelly from Glebe has put on a bit of pedal here, and she's going to have a comfortable qualification to get across the line in 4th place. So Mika will qualify for the final of the Women's G single scull, as we congratulate Sharon Butler from Newcastle for completing this race, and to the BROs who gave up their post and will now zoom back up the course.
And moving now to race 31, the men's D single scull. The current champion, Magnus Butlin, is in this race representing Mossman, but we have in lane 2, Drummoyne Rowing Club's Nick Brown. In lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club's Magnus Butlin, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. In lane 4, Balmain Rowing Club's Michael Kemp. In lane 5, Leichhardt 2, Frank McHugh. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Ivan Bonus. And in lane 7, Glebe's David Cameron. And as they've gone through the 500 metre mark, it was the Glebe sculler David Cameron who held about a 1-length lead over the Mossman sculler Magnus Butlin and Nick Brown from Drummoyne, who was very close. A little bit of gap back then to Frank McHugh, and then a lot bigger gap back to Ivan Bonus and Michael Kemp. So these guys will be looking around. They think the 4 of these out in front here, knowing the first 4 go to the final, won't be actually stretching themselves too much. I'm just looking over there at the rating in some of the boats, and it's well and truly down. It looks like the sculler from Leichhardt looks to be working a little bit harder than the others. So he obviously wants to get a good race under his belt before he goes in the final. But it does seem to be David Cameron and Magnus Butlin now, who it looks like at this stage Magnus has just stepped up the rating, the effort a little bit, and he's now probably hit the lead. Nick Brown now bring the rating up over there in lane 2. Certainly also wanting to just have a bit of a hit out. He's had a few races this morning, these guys, so they shouldn't need too much of a hit out, but probably just showing each other that they have got another gear or 2 to go, and watch out for the final. But it is Magnus at the moment, Magnus Butlin from Mossman Rowing Club, looking fairly comfortable as he comes down towards the line. Gave a bit of effort back there, and has tucked it away now. Save it, put it back in back in the backpack for use later. Nick Brown coming home very quickly. Will just come across just behind Magnus. It will be the Leichhardt Frank McHugh, and it will be Ivan Bonus coming, the Glebe Sculler, sorry, David Campbell coming across in fourth. David, of course, holding that lead going through the 500. The scullers that will miss out are Ivan Bonus and Balmain's Michael Kemp.
Yeah, that was a good race at Men's D single scull. I think that was the very Dave Cameron that must have been the coach at Newington some years back. You probably know a lot of the blokes in these races, Rob.
No, it was either that or a British Prime Minister, so could it be one of the either?
I'm taking the rowing coach as we move now to race 32. This is heat 2 of the Men's D single scull, and I'll read the names out this time, and you can call the end of the race, Rob. I think that's where we've got to play to our strengths, right? In lane 3 on the far side of the course, Mossman, who is in E, Alexander Doy, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. In lane 4, Manning Rivers, Rhett Patterson. Glebe in the middle of the course, lane 5, and it's looking like a sardine can up there, Rob. They're head-to-head at the moment, so we'll have to see the spread at the 500. But that's Glebe's Christopher Nietzsche, coached by Robin Mackney and Kenneth Major. Brad Smith from Newcastle in lane 6 and Terry Bridges from Leichhardt in lane 7.
So yeah, we're coming down this heat 2 of the division of the single scull, men's D single scull. Terry Bridges, you might have seen earlier, came home in the, I think it was the E double. With Richard Medway, so coming hot off a win here. It does look like the Manning River sculler and the Mossman sculler, Alexander Doige and Rhett Patterson from Manning River, are also right up there. Looking fairly big. There's been a lot of tussles between Alex and certainly Nick Brown from the previous race, certainly putting had competition going all year. But at this point in time, it looks like once again, they've looked over, they've seen that the Glebe sculler, Christopher Niche, is just a little bit off the pace as far as contending for that 3rd or 4th position. So probably relaxing a little bit into the last bit. Brad Smith, of course, came across the line to win the sculling race a bit earlier as well. And as Brad Smith does, he got the grandstand in sight, so we're going to turn on the grandstand finish. And Brad certainly has perfected that technique, and it's worked very well for him over the time. And certainly he put that to good use earlier on in the day. But these 4 scullers looking really comfortable as they come down towards the line, doing the dropping off the rating. But it is Alexander Doige over there in lane 2, holding about a length's lead over Rhett Patterson. Rhett certainly telling me this morning he's got a bunch of races on today, so he'll be probably trying to conserve himself as much as he possibly can. But it's going very down to the wire, tight down to the wire. It is certainly Mossman, Manning River, Glebe and Leichhardt, and the Newcastle sculler coming, Newcastle sculler coming across in 3rd, and the Glebe sculler coming across in 5th place. So the 4 going through to the final will be Mossman, Manning River, Newcastle and Leichhardt.
Yeah, given that those guys were all born in the same era as myself, I feel like their times are much, much faster than mine. So I don't know what's going on there. But Mossman's Adam Doige in 4:05:13 is the official time, with Manning Rivers' Rhett Patterson just 0.84 behind him, 0.80 followed by Brad Smith, and 0.36 by Terry Bridges. So that's going to make for a pretty exciting race 47, Rob, in the men's D single scull. That's going to be a fantastic full house lineup.
Yeah, sure will. And both the times are 4:02 and 4:05 for the fights. For the heats, it does look like we are set for a great race in that race. And I'm sure a few of those scullers are saving themselves, so it's going to be a ding-dong battle for that final, Kath. We're now moving on to race 33, the women's D quad scull. This is...
as we're lining up now in race 33, I've lost my wingman. Rob's had to go and man the Bont stall. So go and say hi to Rob and maybe get some commentary from him. This is an exciting Heat 1. The first 4 boats in this race will go through to race 48 in the women's D quad scull. This is a massive, hot contested competition, and there's going to be a lot of crews here that are going to be looking to take out the win in this quad scull. Over on the far side, Sydney University's E category, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Dana Rathova and Lisa Cotti, coached by Phil Titterton. We've got Lane 4's Leichhardt 4 crew, a D crew of Lisa Malnier, Katie Whiting, Heidi Parks and Chanel Stokes, coached by David Ross. Leichhardt composite of Leichhardt, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie's Trudy McDonald, Katrina Davis, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgett, so coached by Steve Sherry. They're in the middle of the course. Newcastle's Susan Deemer, May Soliva Bell, Bonnie Tratt and Phoebe Sanders. And Leichhardt 2's crew in lane 7 of Diane Williams, Amy van der Nieuwenhof, Jane Hutchinson and Belinda Brigham. There are some fantastic Masters athletes in this race and all-round fantastic people, to be honest. You've got teachers, pharmacists, ex-ballerinas, you've got students, fantastically high-achieving doctors. I love this. High-achieving women who are also really serious about their athletics. And it looks like out in front is the Leichhardt composite crew of Trudy McDonald, Katrina Davis, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgett. Not surprising, given the results and training that those women, individually and collectively, have had this season. And we see that triangle pattern, not surprising, Leichhardt composite crew in front, on each flank, to their left and to their right are the crews of Lisa Malnier, Katie Whiting, Heidi Parks and Chanel Stokes, and Newcastle's Susan Deemer, May Soliva Bell, Bonnie Tratt and Phoebe Sanders. So at the 500, they were sub 2 minutes, and that Leichhardt composite crew is going to be looking for a fairly decisive win here. They want to get every single inch out of each stroke they're taking there. They look very comfortable. They've dropped their stroke rate. They would really be getting the power and run on the boat in the recovery. And their timing is impeccable. Their oar heights, you can see, are just in perfect sync, and they're really striding out there in the middle of the course. That's the composite of Leichhardt, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie. Really good cover on their puddles. They're almost getting a complete boat length on every stroke. And over to the far sides, Lisa Malnier, Katie Whiting, Heidi Parks and Chanel Stokes are going to go through to in fact, they're all going to go through to the final, which will be race 48. So it's nice to see Trudy there in the bow of the boat. She's going to cross the line first out of all the athletes on the course right now, as the Leichhardt 4 is going to come in second, followed by Newcastle's Susan Deemer, May Soliva Bell, Bonnie Tratt and Phoebe Sanders. Congratulations to the composite Leichhardt crew with a decisive win over Leichhardt coming in second, Newcastle in third, and Sydney University, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Dana Rathova and Lisa Cotti will also qualify for the final, race 48 in the women's D quad scull. Beautiful conditions out here, and it might be a nice opportunity just to say thank you to the volunteers that are here at this regatta. That's the BROs, the boat holders, the boat drivers, the timekeepers. They will have had to pull out their hats and sunscreen, dig down the bottom of their bags because it was so foggy this morning. There was no chance that there was going to be any UV. However, right now it's hot. they're out in the elements for a big part of the day and often quite uncomfortable stretches. So thanks to the volunteers who make this regatta work. We're crossing over now to Heat 2 of the Women's D Quad Scull. This is race 34 on your program. We've got a composite crew of Endeavour and Lake Macquarie in the far side of the course. These are all D category in this race, so a nice even field, no one's rowing up, and Endeavour and Lake Macquarie have put forward the Endeavour composite of Jane Ferguson-Palmer, Rayleigh Ison, Michelle Duzel and Rosalie Furness. The UTS crew of Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, Kirsty Edwards and Monique Heinke. Black Mountains, Kerry Hughes, Jenny Simmons, Christine Young, stroked by Colleen Chapman. And Leichhardt Threes, Nikki Mazarek, Carolina Cossa, Kristen Foxton and Leslie Howitt. And in the bow seat of Port Macquarie's crew, Brooke Collins, Michelle Kirsten, Helen Adams and Sarah Holtz. So right now it looks like UTS are out in front. That's the crew of Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, Kirsty Edwards and Monique Heineke. The UTS crew at sub 2, they're at 1:5.16 at the 500. Endeavour's composite crew, Ferguson Palmer, Ison, Duzel and Furness are pushing hard, 4 seconds behind them, followed by Black Mountain, Leichhardt 3 and the Port Macquarie crew of Collins, Kirsten, Adams and Holtz. Exciting racing out here for those on the live stream. You've got a beautiful, bright, open, sunny day with a placid course. Their conditions are pretty perfect for rowing. Lane 4, the UTS crew are now pushing up and ahead into some clear water over the Endeavour composite crew on the far side. And lanes 5 and 6, Black Mountain and Leichhardt, are going to want to make sure that they secure their place in the final, race 48, by making sure that they stay locked into step with the Leichhardt crew of Mazarek, Cossa, Foxton and Howitt. Noting that Port Macquarie might be out of this one, but still look to be having a comfortable race. And it's about how it feels in the water on the day. You can't control everything. You certainly have to, sometimes you have a better race than others, but even if you don't win or even place, if you can sometimes still have a terrific row. But those girls from UTS are now pushing out. They're looking really comfortable there. They're striding together. Beautiful rock over. They are in sequence and in step with one another as they cross the finish line very comfortably, a boat length and a half away from the Endeavour composite crew of Ferguson Palmer, Ison, Duzel and Furness. But they're locking in lanes 5 and 6. It's stroke for stroke. I think lane 5 is just going to nudge over, although it could be a photo finish. I saw Christine Foxton and Carolina Cossa looking over to their right at the Black Mountain crew in those last 2 strokes. They were thinking, we're going to get you, and they may just have done that. Let's see what the official results have to say as Port Macquarie crosses the line of Collins, Kirsten, Adams and Holtz. Well done, girls. Great race. So the official, unofficial results still, it is a photo finish between Leichhardt 2 and Black Mountain. It's not that material, in fact, because both those crews will be going across to the final in race 48 of the Women's D Quad Scull. On the course now is the men's F double scull. This is heat 1 of 2 heats, and the first 4 boats in front of me at the finish tower in about 4 minutes from now will be going through to the final, race 50. So in Heat 1, in Lane 2 on the far side, St George, Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson. These are all Fs in this race, as the F double scull. Capital Lakes, Steve Grizel-Cowick and Dario Beltrami. Shoalhaven, Andreas Medenis and Stuart Drury, coached by Andrew Parry. Manning Rivers fielding the combination of Murray Doust and Nick Johnson. And it does look at the moment that it is that Manning River crew that is leading by about half a boat length at the moment over Glebes Richard Robilliard and Stephen Caldwell. And Mossman is putting forward their finest in Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. So 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 5 boats in this race. And I just called 6 names. So it looks to me like the Glebe crew, lane 6 of Robilliard and Caldwell, are actually not rowing in this race. And at the 500, in a time of 1 minute 53.22, Murray Doust and Nick Johnson from Manning River. They'll be thrilled at that, given they did have a 2-hour commute down here. And just a shout out to that Manning River Club. They do have to ask friends, family and people who want to have a great row to jump into a boat with them from time to time, which I had the absolute pleasure of doing this morning in the women's G8. And thanks to Mandy Cavell for asking me and to Prue for stroking that boat. So if you can hear me, girls, shout out to Manning River. They're a terrific bunch of people up there. But it does look to me like St George's, Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson do not want to miss out on a place in this final. They are putting their pedal to the metal as they stride out and want to ensure that they get a place in this out of this heat and into the final. But it is Manning Rivers, Doust and Johnson that are looking to hold them off, as the Mossman rowers of Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery do not want to be let behind. It's going to be a tight race. Shoalhaven and Mossman are fighting it out for that last position, and I think it's going to go to Mossman's Harry Fine, and Lawrence Nethery is the 4th boat in that final, and so bummed for Shoalhaven's Andrea Medenis and Stuart Drury. They may have just been pipped at the post on that final. In the men's F double scull, they will not progress through to the final of race 50, although that is unofficial because it looks to be a photo finish between Capital Lakes and Shoalhaven in their progression through to the final. So I'll have some official results to you as soon as possible. It will be Manning River, St George, Mossman, and either Capital Lakes or Shoalhaven. I will get back to you as soon as I know. They will be going head to head with the first 4 winners of race 36, which is in progress now. We have Leichhardt on the far side of the course, Richard Medway and Robert Tilley, coached by Steve Sherry. The University of New South Wales, David Lees and Matthew Bayfield. Straight in the middle of the course, Chris Turner and Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry. Armidale's Michael Robinson and Jeffrey Rolfe, and North Shore's Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh. So I certainly know Nick and Chris have been training many mornings, relentlessly, religiously, happily on the Lane Cove River to get this men's F double scull into the final. So they will be looking definitely to keep their form, keep their rhythm and pace, working together to get down to this finish line in the top 4. It looks to me from where I'm sitting that indeed Leichhardt's Richard Medway, Robert Tilley, Shoalhaven's Chris Turner, Mark Whitaker, Armidale, Michael Robinson and Jeffrey Wolfe, and the North Shore of Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh will be making it into the final, race 50. And it's possible that the University of New South Wales has had a bit of a hiccup of some sort. They've certainly dropped back. The BROs are looking out to see if everything is okay. it could have been a steering issue or some other technical problem, because I would have expected them to be more with the pack, you could say, as Leichhardt and North Shore on either side of the course seem to be in close contention to take out the fastest boat in this heat, although Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker from Shoalhaven in that yellow Impaka seem to not want to give them much space. They are, all three of those boats are stroke for stroke, and maybe they're thinking about, you know, they don't need to change the narrative here. The three of them are going to qualify to go into the final of race 50, and the rest will be eliminated. So the crew is easing away a little bit now over there in lane 3, the Leichhardt crew of Richard Medway and Robert Tilley. Lovely conditions for racing. They don't need to do anything more than what they're doing. Those three boats are really locked step for step. They might want to assert a little bit of dominance here just to whip their opponents into a bit of a frenzy in the last 6 or so strokes. As Leichhardt's Robert Medway and Robert Tilley have just inched forward, they're going to go over the finish line first, closely followed by lane 5 Shoalhaven's Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker, and lane 7's Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh. 1, 2, 3, and congratulations to Armadale's Michael Robinson and Gregory Rolfe, who will also make it through to the final of the men's F double scull. Let's not forget that David Lees and Matthew Bayfield will have put in a whole season of training together in this boat. They look comfortable as they're coming up to the finish line, but it wasn't their race today. They will not be progressing to the final, which will be race 50 on the program. But they're congratulating each other on a good race, nonetheless. As we turn now to race 37, this will be a very competitive row. There's a lot of Wally red and whites in this, and a lot of composite crews. In fact, the only crew that is not a composite crew looks to be the Glebe crew of Tony Rogers, Maximus Jones, Tim Spiteri and Nicholas Galea. So let's take it from the top. They're at the starting blocks at the moment. They're taking their directions from the starter. The boats are being held, and they've called to attention row in lane 3 on the far side of the course is Nigel Hobler, Colin Young, Nicholas Shaw and Edward Schilland from Mossman. Lane 4 Glebe, Tony Rogers, Maximus Jones, Tim Spiteri and Nicholas Galea. The University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. Lane 6 is the Sydney University Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective and Mossman in a Sydney University composite crew of John Wood, Joel Cape, Andrew Waite and Michael Wiseman, coached by Kylie Wood. And then the Black Mountain, this is the only D in this race. And it is Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan. Good to see some old names still racing in this regatta today, and this race is a final. The current title holder of this race is the University of New South Wales. That's Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. Not that they were rowing last year, possibly in that combination, but right now it is the Sydney University composite of John Wood, Joel Cape, Andrew Waite and Michael Wiseman, who are leading at the 500. It's a great time too, 1.479 for that Sydney University composite, followed by the University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazaru in the stroke seat, in bow, George Lazaru, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe, followed by the Black Mountain Mossman composite of Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan. So will the University of New South Wales hold on to the title in the men's C Coxless 4, race 37? It is a question that we will soon have answered. Certainly looks like the University of New South Wales have put up the pressure and they are now around a boat length ahead. They are going to retain their title, barring insult or injury. They are going to storm home now. The University of New South Wales, they're putting their back into it now. That drive on the legs is obvious. They're pulling away from the composite crew. That's our all-sort licorice crew of Wood, Cape, Waite and Wiseman. But it is the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEnroe in the bow seat, James Halliday, George Lazaru and Nicholas Lazaru that are going to take out the men's C Cox's 4, followed by the Sydney University composite, followed by Black Mountain of Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Stephen McGlynn and Ian Mongan. That may be incorrect because it looks to me like Jeff Howell is not in that boat, rather it is a Mossman rower. As the boat of Nigel Hobler, Colin Young, Nicholas Shaw and Edward Schillen cross the finish line, followed by the Glebe crew in the final position, Tony Rogers, Maximus Jones, Tim Spiteri and Nicholas Galea. That was a really exciting race, and congratulations to the University of New South Wales, who in a time of 3 minutes and 23 seconds, 0.83, retained the title of the men's C Coxless 4 from the University of New South Wales. Only 3.57 seconds behind them was the Sydney University composite, and that had Sydney Uni, Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective, I'll be looking that up this evening, and the Mossman rower Joel Cape, followed by Black Mountain Mossman, followed by Mossman and Glebe. So they're coming into position now in the next race, race 38. This is going to be a hot race, ladies and gentlemen. Those on the live stream, grandparents, partners, children, anyone who's got a mum in this race, you put your cheering caps on now, get those tap shoes out. They've got attention from the starter, they're tapping up, getting straight. We are going to be cheering for these awesome rowers in the women's A and B8 athletes, every one of them who have put in an enormous amount of time and effort in the water, off the water, in the gym. It's really exciting. Lane 4 is Glebe, Sarah Jones, Emma Hutchinson, Anna Wells, Elizabeth Dorian, Rachel McEwen, Gemma Bassett, Julia Simon and Catherine Poulter, with a Raquel Bozza as the cox. And they are going head to head with the Mossman composite, a C grade of Jem Lambert, Helen Krieber, Kelly Ross, Mina Hornby, Sarah Ahern, Alexandra Walding, Kim Lowry, and Carissa Kleiman, coxed by Chloe Giuretta and coached by James Taylor. And a shout out to the coxers that are here. I saw Jenny Pollock just a moment ago. She was a huge loss to North Shore when she moved a long way away and couldn't cox us anymore. But I saw Jen, and she'll be coxing tomorrow. But we've had some fantastic coxing out here today. I was personally in a boat with just a rip snorter of a cox. She was fantastic. And it makes all the difference if you're got a cox who understands rowing, understands the drive phase of a race, when to sit back, when to call a crew into synchronicity, and it makes all the difference. And clearly the Mossman composite here has hit their stride, so to speak. They are in a beautiful rhythm. They're getting run on the boat. They are out in front now. That is the C crew of Jem Lambert, Helen Krieber, Kelly Ross, Minna Hornby, Sarah Ahern, Alex Walding, Kim Laurie, and Carissa Kleiman in the stroke seat. Obviously, Carissa is a very experienced and athletic stroke. She'll be leading the rhythm of that boat and the stroke rate. You can see their oars, just the synchronicity of their catches. You can see that flash of white as they feather and square their blades. They are in actually perfect time. You don't want to see a boat where the oars are all being squared up at a different time. So that Mossman composite crew are seriously nailing the oar squaring. Can you see that from the stand? They're all going into the square in the cradle of the rigger at the same time. And that's going to give the boat the best opportunity to stay on a good run. Look how balanced they are. As they're now striding out, they know that they can drop their stroke rate just a bit. The current holder of this title is Mossman Black Mountain Composite. This is the women's AB8, and Mossman are going to be pretty happy to hang on to the title of this race, a 1,000-metre race. They're winding up now. They want to improve their time, no doubt. They have a beautiful rhythm and stride. They might be hurting a bit there. I can see they're not giving up till the buzzer sounds. There it is. And gee, they're happy that's finished. And to Chloe Giuretta, she looks like she's a cox from Sydney Uni. And the cox from the Glebe boat is bringing those girls home to finish. Sarah Jones, Emma Hutchinson, Anna Wells, Elizabeth Dorian, Rachel McEwen, Gemma Bassett, Julia Simon, and Catherine Poulter, coxed by Raquel Bozza. We look to have the University of New South Wales on the pontoon. Look, I honestly could be wrong about that. I wasn't sure that there were medal presentations, and being up here in the commentary box alone, I fear that I'm going to make an error, and I don't want to mislead the spectators in the stands or the crews in the back paddock. I feel likely that it's the University of New South Wales on the pontoon. That's Nicholas Lazaru, George Lazaru, James Halliday and Andrew McEnroe. And they look to be joined by the Sydney University composite crew that we were speaking about with the Lachlan Aquatic Recreation Collective, because there are literally two of those green zooties, one Mossman zootie, which will be Joel Cape. Put your hand up if it's you, Joel, and then I know I've got the right list. I think I have. And we've got Michael Wiseman from Sydney University Boat Club. So let's put our hands together. We're going to call it the Men's Sea Coxless 4 from race 37, the winners holding that title, the University of New South Wales. Congratulations to the winners of the Men's Sea Coxless 4. Another exciting race is about to start, being held up at race 39, the men's A-B pair. The current title holder of this final is Nepean and Nagambis, Isherwood and Waddell. They have got a fantastic start. I've got to say that North Shore crew of George Hudd and Andrew Simpson got out of those start gates like a, well, I'm not allowed to say that, I've been told. So I will come up with something less X-rated and let you know that North Shore's Quan Nguyen, Jasper Bohr, coached by Sue Wannon, are on the far side of the course. Newcastle's Ben Homer and Jack Hanley in lane 4. Nepean Composite with Nagambie, Alastair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. They will be keen to hang on to this title. Remy Luxford and Cameron Higgins from the University of Sydney, and North Shore's George Hudd and Andrew Simpson. So this is going to be a really exciting race. This is the men's AB pair with the current title holders in this race in the middle of the course, Alastair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. Now, those boys are a B off go, where the furthest 2 lanes were off 1 second. This is a handicap race because they're a lot younger, let's face it. Ben Homer at 29, what's he going to know? And Jack Hanley at 35 in the bow seat. So Newcastle are going to want to stamp on this race, and they may be able to do so with a 1 second handicap. North Shore also off 1 second, Quan Nguyen and Jasper Bohr. Let's see what rabbit they're going to pull out of their hat here, as Isherwood and Waddell are in the middle of the course, flanked by Remy Luxford and Cameron Higgins on the grandstand side. Actually, they don't look like they're in this race. There's no one in that lane. But George Hart and Andrew Simpson from North Shore, who were off go in lane 7. So let's have a look how this is panning out. At the 500 in 1.47 is Isherwood and Waddell from Nepean Nagambie. They're going to be looking to maintain that lead and not let the Homer-Hanley combination dampen their final. Let's see if they can keep their strokes long and strong and keep that nudging lead that they've got on the Homer-Hanley pair, as George Hudd and Andrew Simpson are 12 seconds ahead of Quan Nguyen and Jasper Bohr. So it looks like of this race there are only 4 boats, as the Sydney University's Remy Luxford and Cameron Higgins do not look like they made a start. But I think Alastair Isherwood and Jason Waddell are really going to dig in deep now, being driven on by Ben Homer and Jack Hanley. Their lead is stretching out, and I would say it's quite commanding now. They made a decisive move with about 250 to go, and they're just following that race plan that they no doubt had planned and decided to stay focused on, trusting and believing each other could do it in that boat. There's only 2 rowers. It's a pair. There's no room for error, and congratulations has to go to Alastair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. I'm calling it, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to retain the title in the men's AB pair. 3 strokes left to go. Huge congratulations as Ben Homer and Jack Hanley cross the finish line in 2nd place, and there's no doubt that George Hart and Andrew Simpson should be hugely happy with that 3rd place in this men's AB pair. They have not been rowing together very long, and they're going to be very happy with that result. And congratulations to Quan Nguyen and Jasper Bohr, also been out there on the Lane Cove River early, several days a week. It's a pleasure to go to the podium now, where the Mossman Composite crew, who took out the women's AB 8, are getting their medals. We've got the Cox from Sydney University, Chloe Juretta, cuddling the medal presenter. I'm so sorry. I don't know who that is, but they look like they know each other. And congratulations to Carissa Kleiman, Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Sarah Ahern, Minna Hornby, Kelly Ross, Helen Kreber and Jem Lambert. Could you put your hands together, please? Hands in the air, please. Mossman Composite, congratulations on winning the women's AB 8. I love the rainbow socks. Shout out. Very good taste, I'd have to say. We've got a terrific race ahead of us now that we can all enjoy in race 40, the women's H to M8. The start list for this race has 3 crews. And right now, Canberra in lane 6 are tapping up. So they're actually backing the boat now. Backing means that you're rowing the wrong direction. So you're actually going forward, not backwards. I know it can really mess with your mind, especially at 4 a.m. in the dark. But now we can see over in lane 4 at the start, on the far side of the course, is an H crew. They're going to be off 17 seconds. In fact, I might reverse that and start on the Canberra crew because they're off go, and they're going to be heading off first. So the Canberra crew is an I crew, and they have started racing now. That's Janny Corrie, Gillian Coldidge, Stephanie McAdam, Judy Walsh, Susan Lineker, Kath Wellman, Kathy Finlay, Anne Charlton and Jenny Bramley as the cocks. So the average age in this crew, well, I can't give you an average. The oldest rower is 82 and the youngest rower looks to be 70. So it's pretty exciting. That's Canberra in lane 6 off go. Off 17 seconds was the North Shore crew, which is the middle boat in this race. And we have in the bow seat Trish McMeekin, Catherine Sainty, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Sue Wannon, Sue Walter, Linda Munns, with the cox Jane Kavanagh, coached by Kim Rudder. Also off 17 seconds was the Manning River Composite. That's Manning River, Lake Macquarie and St George. Fantastic women in this race. Sue Edwards from Manning River, Amanda Cavell from Manning River, Genevieve Dobbs Manning, Kay Smythe Manning, Gay Pullen Manning, Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Kay Pullen from Manning River, Prudent and Prue from Manning River, Prudence Deacon, with Jackie Pele as the cox. So Gay and Kay are sisters. They must be, or sister-in-laws potentially. In fact, they could be twins. They have the same surname, the same birthday. I could be wrong about that. But Gay Pullen and Kay Pullen in the Manning River Composite in the far side of the course. So as I'm looking at the live stream, it looks like Canberra, the Manning River Composite of 17 seconds in lane 4 on the far side of the course are in 3rd position, with North Shore in 2nd position, and the Canberra crew have maintained their hold on this race, potentially by about a boat length, although North Shore are going to be very keen to be pushing up on them. They've only maintained a 6 seconds lead, so North Shore is certainly making some big strides. They've caught up a good 12 seconds of that handicap, and I'd say the North Shore crew are going to be keen to stamp their authority on this race in the next 10 or so strokes. The cox Jane Kavanagh will be telling those ladies to sit back, hold slightly at the finish to let the boat run, but their synchronicity of their oars is good. The boat looks stable. They've done this 1,000 times over hundreds of kilometres. The coxes are keeping the lane centred in the lane beautifully. The water couldn't be better. But the Canberra crew of Corrie, College, McAdam, Walsh, Lineker, Wellham and Finlay and Charlton are not going to let them get away. They are digging in and gritting their teeth. They're going to want to hold off this North Shore crew. They've only got about another 40 strokes to go. Can they do it? Canberra, who were off go, they are an I crew. Janie Corrie, Gillian College, Stephanie McAdam, Judy Walsh, Susan Lineker, Kath Wellman, Kathy Finlay, Anne Charlton. Can they hold off the North Shore crew of McGeekin, Sainty, Fabro, Edwards, Zammit, Wannon, Walter, Munns and Kavanagh? I think they can, as Canberra are taking some massive strides in this women's H to M8. The current title holders are going to lose their crown as Canberra in lane 6 are going to take out this race by at least 3/4 of a boat length. Congratulations to the Canberra crew. Well done. North Shore in second place, followed by the Manning River Composite. That was an awesome race. We have hands in the air. Something doesn't feel right in lane 6. The Cox has got their hand up. They will be looking to get some clarification from the BROs. I will bring you more news on that when I have it. Definitely there's a protest of some sort in that Canberra boat. But it's a pleasure to see my friends down there on the pontoon. I've got no radio up here, team. So I would say, looking from here, that is George and Andrew. Yes? Great. Okay, so the winners of the men's A-B pair. Please put your hands together for Alistair Isherwood from Nagambie Rowing Club and Jason Waddell from Nepean, who have taken out the men's A-B pair in race 39. And congratulations to Ben Homer and Jack Hanley from Newcastle. Ben Homer, get yourself up here to the commentary box. And to George Hudd and Andrew Simpson from North Shore. Woohoo! Congratulations. It's not an easy boat, and that's a pretty exciting result. Well done. I'm excited about that. And Melissa, is that you? Our fantastic CEO of Rowing New South Wales, Melissa Ashton Garrard, is down there giving the medals. And Nikki, there's Nikki. Hey, get some good photos, girl. Nikki Kennedy down there for North Shore looks after all of our Instagram, and she's a bit of a legend on the old camera and matching the perfect song to the reel. Yeah, she's got a fan club here as well. As we now turn our attention, please, to race 41. Race 41 is the men's I to M Coxless 4. There are 2 boats in this race. I'm going to take a guess that, because there were meant to be 3, to be clear. There are only 2. It looks like the North Shore crew is not in this, the North Shore Composite. So, in the far side, we've got the Abbotsford Composite. That's Abbotsford and Leichhardt of Terry Barella from Abbotsford, Robert Kelsall from Leichhardt, Russell Smith from Leichhardt, and Michael Hayes from Abbotsford Rowing Club. They were off a 30-second handicap over Mossman, Peter Mayo, John May, Philip Titterton, and John Hardy. Now, I apologise. There is the North Shore Crew Composite in this race, and the reason I didn't see them was because they were off go. So, to recap, the North Shore Composite is a K crew, and they were off go with Ian Toll from St George Rowing Club, Michael Coldridge from Canberra, David Coles from Canberra, and David Kay from North Shore. Now, I guess as we get up into these K category races, we're going to be seeing more composite crews for obvious reasons. You only want the very fittest athletes in their mid-80s in your boat. So off go and have maintained their lead are the North Shore Composite crew of Toll, Coldridge, Coles and Kay. 30 seconds they had to wait for the handicap to be called for Peter Mayo, John May, Phil Titterton and John Hardy, because they're just shy of their mid-80s, as are Terry Barella, Robert Kelsall, Russell Smith and Michael Hayes. So how is it panning out here on the course? It looks like the North Shore Composite have maintained their lead. The Mossman crew are pushing up into the middle of the pack, and the Abbotsford Composite look to be in third position on the course at this stage. And if those North Shore, Canberra and St George men can hold that lead now and keep that distance from that Mossman crew, it's going to be a pretty exciting race. So they're starting to react now to the boys that are on their stern. You can see the boat in the middle, composite so the Mossman boat, the yellow one, are starting to put a little bit of pressure on the North Shore Composite. David Kay there in the stroke seat, with David Coles, Michael Coldridge and Ian Toll, who are off go. This is a current title holder for Mossman. So in the men's I, coxless for Mossman hold this title. They'll be keen to retain it. So they might be starting to sense now that the end of the race is in store, that there's going to be an exciting finish. They're into the red boys. It looks like the Mossman crew has pushed up now against that North Shore Composite. They've overturned that deficit that they had in the middle of the race, and they're really starting to put some nice pace and stride into the last 50 metres of this race, as the Mossman crew of Peter Mayo, John May, Philip Titterton and John Hardy are going to retain their title in the men's IM Coxless 4. Congratulations to the Mossman crew. Mossman retain the title, followed by North Shore Composite of Ian Toll, Michael Coldridge, David Coles and David Kay. And 2 boat lengths behind them, the Abbotsford Composite of Terry Barella, Robert Kelsall, Russell Smith and Michael Hayes. Congratulations to the men's IM Coxless 4. You can tell their experience. They all stayed in the middle of the course. No incidents, accidents. Well done. As they take a long and relaxing stride to the back lake. I do regret missing the medal call for the Canberra Women's H2M8 ladies. If you look up to the commentary tower, I wish you my most hearty congratulations on taking out the Women's H2M8. You can see that the stroke is now getting into the boat with her medal. It was a really great race to see them hold on to that lead. And we've got a start now in men's G quad scull. I am sorry that you have to hear my voice for the entire middle stage of this regatta. There is no one else here apart from me and my Diet Coke. It's some great racing, I have to say. It's a real privilege to be up here in the commentary tower. This is race 42. The current title holder of this race is Lake Macquarie, and they are in this race. They are in lane 2 and they are all G crews. We have on the far side of the course Glebe's Mark McEwen, Mark Tajan, Richard Robilliard and Stephen Caldwell. The current title holders, Lake Macquarie composite of Gary Freeman, Muhammad Eid, William Scher and Bill Schneider. The Black Mountain crew, David Nash, Stephen Trowell, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. University of New South Wales, Matthew Feehan, William Moyes, Neil Peppett and Derek Heath. Manning Rivers, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Colin Bruce and Paul Hawke. St George, Lance Reeve, Paul Wilkinson, Lewis Crooks, Stephen Harrison. Mossman's Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery and Bruce Begbie. And in the boat closest to the grandstand, Newcastle's Peter Kemp, Craig Butler, Anthony Butler and James Smetham. So let's look how this is panning out now at the 1500, with 500 to go, excuse me. It looks like Manning River is out in front. That's Graham Nixon. Hi to Kerry. I hope you're watching. I met Kerry down at Barrington at the Nationals last year. We had a lovely chat, and it's great to see Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Colin Bruce and Paul Hawke from Manning River, giving those boys from Lake Macquarie Composite a bit of a scare, I would suggest. Manning River at 500 metres, we're at 1:45, very closely followed by the Glebe crew. St George, Black Mountain, Mossman, University of New South Wales in 6th, Lake Macquarie Composite in 7th and Newcastle in 8th. So it's certainly spread out. We're going to have a clear 1, 2, 3 in this race, and I think it's going to be Manning River in one of those positions, St George in another of those positions, and Mossman in the third of those positions. In which order, I cannot predict, but it's going to be pretty close. They're in for a big fight. If they want to retain this title, well, there's going to be a new title holder, I would say. I don't want to predict, given my lack of confidence in my vision and Zudi identification, but I definitely have to say it's going to be Glebe, Black Mountain, or Manning River that are going to take out 1, 2 or 3. I'm not brave enough to call it. It is impossible to tell. Possibly Glebe, but it could be a photo finish with Manning River. They really have to put their skates on here. This is so exciting. Stroke for stroke, stretch for stretch. It is going to be Manning River who take out the title of the men's G quad scull, followed by, I know you want me to say it, Black Mountain, followed by Glebe. It's pretty exciting. And the Mossman crew of Harry Fine, James Aroni, Lawrence Nethery and Bruce Begbie finishing a boat length ahead of St George's Reeve, Wilkinson, Crooks and Harrison. But it's going to be a very tight competition between Lanes 4's University of New South Wales and the Lake Macquarie Composite, with Lane 8's Newcastle crossing the finish line in the last position, Peter Kemp, Craig Butler, Anthony Butler, James Smetham. They're looking very smart in their red, white and blue. 3 Impackers in that race. They're definitely going to get their sandwiches now and a little coffee with a little protein bar. Those boys look like they've spent the last penny of their energy. That was race 42, the men's G quad scull, with Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Colin Bruce and Paul Hawke deserving their dinner tonight. I'm very pleased to be calling race 43. There are 2 boats in this race. It's the women's E pair. The current title holders of this race are North Shore's Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. And those girls are not racing this season in the women's E pair, but we do have North Shore's Jo Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Peter Kwok, and Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipmema, coached by Robert Glendenning. They're going to really want to fight this one out. Hextall and Ipmema have held this title in years gone past. McCoach and Hodgkinson are a new combination, have been really practicing many mornings over this season under the tutelage of Peter Kwok, herself a Cambridge rower and an excellent coach. And Peter, no doubt you'll be watching this on the live stream. We're very excited that we're going to have a new baby at North Shore soon, and so excited for Jason and Peter to be welcoming their first child in the next 6 or so weeks. But at the moment, we are going to be celebrating, I think, the Drummoyne win of the women's E-pair new title holders, barring injury or mishap in the last 25 strokes of this race, as Kathleen Hextall and Renee Ipma look to be in a really strong position. I don't think Hodgkinson and McCoach can make up the water between them, which looks to be about a boat length and a half. Conditions are fantastic. Good puddle coverage as they come to the finish line. That is Drummoyne in lane 5, Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma. Congratulations on your win of the women's E-pair at the New South Wales State Masters Championships just before the lunch break. And well done to Joe Hodgkinson and Louise McCoach, coached by Peter Kwok, who have taken out the second place in the women's E-pair. We're moving on to race 44 now. This is exciting. This is a final. This is the final of the women's G single scull. Going to be quite a few athletes in this race who are looking to take the title away from Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. Now, Pamela is in the middle of the course, racing against her compatriot from Black Mountain, Mary Bonney. Now, Pamela's going to be pretty keen to retain this title. It's a good one, the women's G single scull in last year's state finals. And in the lineup from Glebe, over in the far lane is Mika Kelly. Lane 2, Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. Lane 3, Black Mountain, Mary Bonney. Lane 4, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. Lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown. From Exeter Rowing Club, in lane 6, Julia Wood. Lane 7 from Endeavour, Chris Brennan. And lane 8 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. And a shout out to the coaches in this race, Jeanette Beaton and Peter Bond, Lake Macquarie and Endeavour. Just while they're at the start line, I'll bring your attention to the pontoon. There is a medal presentation on foot. This will be the men's G quad scull, with the winners of this race being Manning River, Nix, Halliday, Bruce and Hawke. And if you can put your hands together, please. Thank you for your assistance. Thanks, Melissa. And also to welcome to the pontoon the women's E-pair of Kathleen Hextall and Renata Ipma. Well done, ladies. Congratulations on your win in the women's E-pair. Taking that title off Ruth Gibson and Catherine Boland. Presented in their boats, that's a very kind gesture, by Melissa Ashton Garrard, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. Well done. As they're lining up now in the women's G single scull final. They're on the starting blocks. Pretty relaxed. The starter has not called them to attention yet. It's a full house for the women's G single scull. There'll be some nerves up there as Pamela Nash notably wants to retain, no doubt, the title for this race and this division. We'll be waiting for these quads to exit the course as they push off from the pontoon. It's a pretty tough job being a boat holder up there on the 1,000 metres. They're lying on their tummies, stretching out, waiting for the starter's call. And thank you to the timekeepers who are doing their duty in the huts, and to the finish line keepers here in the tower. So they're the two varieties of timekeepers at these regattas. We have a timekeeper at the 500 and also at the 250 and in the finish tower. So we've got a call now for attention and a start in race 44, the women's G single scull. You'll see them come into view in about 2 minutes from now. They look to have had a clean start. Some beautiful water here, the streaming puddles, and you can see where the boat's gliding through this glassy water out here at Penrith. The conditions are really perfect. No wind, temperature is very comfortable. The chips up in the kiosk are hot. The merchandise in the pontoon and bont stalls are discounted. And we need to support those small businesses that come out here and staff these regattas, so that we can take away our memorabilia. So go and have a little mosey round, go and have a little look, exercise your Apple Pay, and tune in on the live stream to the race that's in progress. It's a final. Pamela Nash is the current Black Mountain title holder in the women's G single scull. And it looks like the field is starting to spread out. So there is some good competition in this field. And leading out at the moment looks to be Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine. And Black Mountain's Pamela Nash. I'll get you an official 500 metre marker. And it is Pamela Nash at the 500 at 2 minutes 16, just ahead of Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club, with Louise Termine in third, Chris Brennan in fourth, Marie Brown in fifth, Mary Bonney in sixth, and Catherine Maxwell in 7, with Mika Kelly just a breath behind her, 1.86 seconds behind her. So the competition in this particular race at the 500 is between Pamela Nash and Julia Wood for first place position, and definitely the next 3 places are going to be heavily contested between Lake Macquarie and Endeavour, Louise Termine and Chris Brennan. Let's see if Pamela Nash can hold on to her lead that she had at the 500. This is going to be an exciting finish between lane 4's Black Mountain and lane 6 Exeter's Julia Wood. You can see them there now in a clear 1-2 position. Can Julia Wood put that sustained pressure on Pamela Nash? It's a pretty high intensity race here. She wants to make sure she doesn't just walk into that first spot, but she storms in. So Pamela Nash looks to be putting a bit more pressure in the water now. You can see her big sit back as she is trying to get every centimetre out of that stroke. She's closing in on the line now, but Julia Wood is not letting her get away easily. Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club in lane 6 is really putting on the pressure here. She's leading out at the moment. It's neck and neck between Pamela Nash and Julia Wood. Some fantastic racing here. From where I'm sitting, I think Julia's just a little bow ball in front of her. She is going to take out this race. Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club is the new title holder in the Women's G single scull over Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. You did it, Julia. Congratulations. And in third position is Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine. You should be very proud of that race, Louise, as Endeavour's Chris Brennan is storming home to just pip Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie into fourth place. Congratulations, Chris. Yes, you can look heavenwards. You have finished. And Black Mountain's Mary Bonney in lane 3. Congratulations to Mika Kelly in lane 1. Well done. And to Catherine Maxwell from Glebe. Looking strong there, Catherine. 2 strokes to go and you've made it. Congratulations. That's the Women's G single scull final. It was a really great time, unofficially 4.35, and a new title holder in Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club. We've got a Coxless 4 coming down the course now. North Shore are the current title holders in race 45. Race 45, which is underway now, is the Women's F Coxless 4. We've got on the far side of the course the F crew of North Shore's Sandy Sherwell, Carolyn Reid, Penny Morris and Annalise Appleton, coached by Peter Kwok. They look to be just behind the North Shore crew of Vicky Grundy, Sarah Hall, Julie Bohm and Rhonda Decker, also coached by Peter Kwok. But it's the North Shore composite crew of Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder and Bruce Williams, that looks to be slightly ahead of the pack in this Women's F Coxless 4. They'll be looking to retain this title over Black Mountain's crew of Yvonne Poles, Leslie Hodgson, Tracy Fenwick and Jeanette Gasson. Let's have a look how this plays out. The combination of Blackwell, McBride, Wilson and McCready will not be keen to see this go anywhere but around their necks, as they will be standing on the pontoon claiming victory in the Women's F Coxless 4 and retaining the title for North Shore. And St George will also be part of this winning combination. Beautiful rowers, tons of experience. It's not going to go any other way but straight to the North Shore composite of Christine McCready and Jenny Wilson from St George in seats bow and 2, with Peggy McBride in seat 3 and stroked by Nikki Blackwell. The North Shore composite are going to take out the Women's F Coxless 4, but what a push from Black Mountain. Congratulations, Poles, Hodgson, Fenwick and Gasson, who are going to be very pleased for the second place. And North Shore's crew of Grundy, Hall, Bohm and Decker, congratulations in third place. And well done to Sandy Sherwell, Carolyn Reid, Penny Morris and Annalise Appleton, the second North Shore boat to round out this race, 45, the Women's F Coxless 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, grandma, grandpa, hold on to your coffees, hats, slippers. We are about to enter into the men's E8. This is a big one. There are a lot of athletes in this. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ben Homer. What are 6 eighths of 48? Plus add 6 Coxes. There are over 50 something for athletes in this race. And I'm so excited that Ben Homer joins me in the commentary box after his awesome second place high five to you, handsome boy. I'll read out the names, you call the race. Is that a deal?
Sounds good, Kath. Sounds good.
Thank goodness you're here. All right, I'll let Ben get his bearings on this because...
Yeah, well, you've got a few names to get through, so I'll let you start on that because it's jam-packed, isn't it?
All right, they're on the start line. They're sitting forward. They're waiting for the starter's call. We have in lane 2 on the far side of the course, North Shore's Andy Jeffries, Alex Wheelahan, Nick O'Brien, Stephen Kerr, Richard Lawson, Joe Daly, Eric Luck, Jeffrey Beer and Jane Kavanagh as the Cox. The fearless coaches of that crew, Kim Rudder, Sue Wannon, Sue Walter. Next to them, Sydney Rowing Club's Michael Wood, Stuart Cowap, Mark Bindia, Carl Kwanzu, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade and Robert McNeil, coxed by Bradley Wooten. North Shore's crew of Derek Tarlington, Andrew Hobden, Isaac Wansberg, James Badgery, Michael Tyler, John Bruce Smith, Jim Hole, Maximilian Ott, coxed by Katrina Slyman, coached by Jack Govney. Mossman's E-crew of Nicholas Shaw, Michael Burns, Mark Lewayne, Colin Young, Nathan Birch, Richard Parry, Mike Salter, Miguel Arjuo and coxed by Avril Richardson. Do you want to give us a little update where we're up in the race and then I'll take over from there, Ben?
Well, you can see Sydney Rowing Club over there in lane 2 look to be in a really good position at the moment. Pretty even though for silver and bronze. And you can see Mossman, they're in a good position. Probably that Mossman composite in silver from Mossman Rowing Club. North Shore on the near side and the far side a little bit further back. But you could see clearly Sydney Rowing Club in that yellow M-Packer, I'm pretty sure, out there in front. And you can just see them coming into screen here. And that's way too close up for my liking on the commentary box cam. But you can see there's Sydney Rowing Club, 136.78 through the 500. Mossman Composite in second. Mossman Rowing Club in third. Could be a little battle for the bronze medal there. But Sydney, that's a big lead to almost 3 seconds at the 500.
And that Mossman Composite crew of Nick Johnson, Henry Bridgewater, Justin Hooker, Jeff Howell, Alan Robertson, Stephen McGlynn, Scott Beachley and Andrew Hurigan with Michael Rasmussen as the Cox. They're going to be giving that Impacker a bit of a run for its money in this middle part of the course.
Yeah, so it's still Sydney Rowing Club from that Mossman, Black Mountain, St George, Lake Macquarie, Manning River composite. So I always like to see the CDRA clubs doing well, and we've got a couple in that particular boat. But it's still Sydney Rowing Club from the Mossman composite from Mossman. North Shore duking it out here with Mossman for the bronze medal, and then further back you can see North Shore bringing up the rear in lane number 4, and so too lane number 7 a little bit further back. So here they come into the last 200 metres. The dark red boys are approaching for the final 100, and it is Sydney Rowing Club. They dominated in these 8 races at the National Championships in Tasmania, and it looks as though that's continuing here in the State Masters Championships for the Lewis Petrin Memorial Trophy. This is currently held by a Melbourne Sydney Rowing Club composite. Well, this is going to go to Sydney Rowing Club. They are going to claim the men's E8 by at least a boat length and a half from the Mossman composite crew. There's some Manning, St George, Black Mountain, also Mossman in that particular boat. They claim silver, and then bronze it will be Mossman Rowing Club, and they are going to just edge out North Shore, who are going to finish in 4th, 5th and 6th in this men's E8.
I love that. That was such good calling, Ben. I've got so much to learn from you. But I'd like everyone to really draw down now to the pontoon. It's a bit of a duck poo situation down there. It doesn't smell that pleasant, but how exciting to see these fantastic crews in the women's F Coxless 4. They're giving each other hugs because they've rowed together as competitors for many, many years, sometimes decades. I'm not pointing to their age here, Ben, but how exciting to see the North Shore Composite crew of Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell take out the first position of the Women's F Coxless 4, retaining the title. As soon as they sort themselves out from the love-in down there, Melissa's waiting very patiently, trying to corral them. We will be able to do the medal presentation.
Do you want me to just run through this? Do you want me to just run through this field that we've got on screen? This is the men's D single. I've been excited for this race all day because it's a very, very strong field. So we've got David Cameron out there in lane 1 from Glebe. Brad Smith from Newcastle, who won the C single a little earlier. He's in lane 2. Nick Brown from Drummoyne, who was in the state crew last year, in lane 3. Alexander Doige from Mossman in lane 4 with Magnus Butlin, also from Mossman. He is the current title holder in the D men's Masters single. Rhett Patterson from Manning River in lane number 6. Frank McHugh from Leichhardt in 7. Terry Bridges from Leichhardt is a scratching from this race. So we're about to get those split times through. It is Brown from Patterson from Butlin, and then Brad Smith is back in 4th place. Frank McHugh in 5th, not too far behind. Alexander Doige in 6th. I'm a little surprised by that. Then David Cameron from Glebe in 7th. But there is still a long way to go here in this the men's D single. They're coming to about the last 400 metres. So you can see them spread out across the course. As I mentioned, it was Nick Brown who was leading at the 500. He is 3 in from that far side in lane number 3. There's also Magnus Butlin, who won this particular event last year. He's in the silver medal position. Rhett Patterson, he was in silver at the 500. He's currently dropped back maybe into the bronze medal position. It's hard to tell. Now, we know Brad Smith over on the far side, he was in 4th, and he loves a grandstand finish, as we heard from Rob Glendenning a little bit earlier. So can he produce something here? Can he wind it up with 250 metres to go? There's still enough track to try and get himself onto the podium. But out in front, the lead all of a sudden is tightening up because Nick Brown, all of a sudden, he's just hitting a little bit of a wall because Magnus Butlin is lifting the rating. So too is Rhett Patterson. What a finish this is in the men's D single. It is between Drummoyne, Mossman and Manning River. Newcastle a little further back in 4th. So too is Alexander Doige from Mossman in 5th. Leichhardt in 6th. But it is all on this last 100 metres to decide the men's D single. It does not get much tighter than this. The defending champion Magnus Butlin may have just edged himself out in front. Nick Brown trying to respond. So too is Rhett Patterson. But Magnus Butlin just a few strokes away now from defending his crown in the men's D single. What a great row that was. Silver is just going to go the way of Drummoyne and Nick Brown. Rhett Patterson with bronze. Brad Smith will finish in 4th. Alexander Doige in 5th. Frank McHugh in 6th place. And then David Cameron from Glebe in 7th. Well, it doesn't get much closer than what we had there in the men's Masters D single. You can see there on the replay, Butlin getting there from Nick Brown, and then Rhett Patterson also on the podium.
Well, what an honour and a privilege to watch Ben Homer doing what seems to be very natural to you with that commentary. You weren't even looking at your paperwork. While the crews here at the pontoon push off, I'd like to congratulate the crew of Vicky Grundy, Sarah Hall, Julie Baum and Rhonda Decker. Yes, that's me up here, Vic. And I can see you. Take a stroke, Rhonda. That's it. Congratulations on your medal. Also to the North Shore Composite crew of Christine McCready with St George, Jenny Wilson, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, and to the Black Mountain crew who are just pushing off the pontoon, Yvonne Poles, Leslie Hodgson, Tracy Fenwick and Jeanette Gasson taking out the Women's F Coxless 4 in 1st, 2nd and 3rd place.
They'll be very happy with those medals at the state championships. We are at race 48 on your program now. Race 48 is also a final. It's the women's D quad scull, and this is a final for the New South Wales Union of Oars Women. The current title holder of this final women's D quad scull is Leichhardt. And we may not get through the reading out of all of these names now, so we might do that as they come down through the race. So there looks to be competition between first and second now in lanes 2 and 5. So that would be Leichhardt 3s, Mazarek, Kosher, Foxton and Howitt. And the Leichhardt composite of Shoalhaven, Lake Macquarie, and Leichhardt of McDonald, Davis, Zonga and Borgett. I'll pass over to you here at this stage, Ben, while I reconfigure.
Thank you, Kath, and I know you've been doing an absolute truckload of work up here, so I massively appreciate that. I'm trying to get Jack Hanley up here to assist and give you a bit of a break. So I know he's in the park. He's going to come up at some point. He hasn't commentated before, but I'm trying to.
No, I get hot chips if I stay up here till lunchtime, so don't replace me yet.
Well, you can go and enjoy them early.
But it is UTS that are out in front at 1.4790 at the 500, followed by Leichhardt Composite 1, Endeavour, Lake Macquarie, Leichhardt 3, Newcastle, Black Mountain, Leichhardt and Sydney Uni. It's
a very strong crew, isn't it, this UTS crew who are out in front. We so often see UTS producing some outstanding performances at the national titles. They had a great Nationals regatta again this year, but well, you just thought this crew, this Leichhardt composite crew, Trudy McDonald, Katrina Davis, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgett, they're a very, very strong crew, and they are going head-to-head here with Downey, Phillips, Edwards and Heinke in this women's D quad scull. And it is potentially going to be a drag race all the way down to the line here. It was UTS who led by just over half a second at the 500 metre mark. They have been overtaken by the Leichhardt, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie composite crew, and it looks as though they've got enough of a lead here. Can UTS respond with about 50 metres to travel? It looks as though that will not be the case, and it will be this Leichhardt, Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie composite crew who are going to claim the gold medal in the women's D quad scull for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. And in second place, the silver medal to UTS, and then Lake Macquarie and Endeavour Composite with the bronze medal. Fourth place, it is Leichhardt, who are just ahead of Black Mountain, it would seem, at the moment for fourth place. So it'll be Leichhardt in fourth, Black Mountain in fifth place, and then Newcastle will come through in sixth. Leichhardt in seventh place over on that far side of the course, and then it will be Sydney University to round out this field in the women's D quad scull for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen.
I'll call the 8 and you call the single that you wanted to, you were excited about that.
Which one was that? Oh, the D,
yes. Oh, that is the men's E8 now on the pontoon, and this fantastic result from Sydney Rowing Club. Please put your hands together at home and in the stands for Michael Wood, Stuart Cowap, Mark Binder, Carl Quitzow, Ross Pritchard, David Raymond, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil, and to the coxswain, Bradley Wooten. And the Lewis Petron trophy and victory goes to Sydney Rowing Club in the men's E8. Congratulations. Thank you for an entertaining race. Wonderful.
Alrighty, we can. We'll do the medal presentation for the men's D single pretty soon. We'll try and get that rocking and rolling, because I know. Where's Magnus gone? Has Magnus gone for another race? Looks as though he might be, unless he's hiding from me. We've got Rhett and Nick Brown there, so we'll try and get that rocking and rolling. But I'll just go through this men's F double. Now, the defending champions, where's Mark Teachin and Ken Major? They are not in this event this year in the men's F double. Oh, hang on a second.
I think they're women, Ben.
No, I'm just whetting your appetite. No, we've just got two draws in front of us. We've got the brand new one and the old one. So I was just having a look at the brand new one. This is the women's C double, and it's Lynham and Clay, Mossman and Black Mountain Composite, who are the defending champions, and they are not in this event. So we've got Glebe in lane 2, Kate Wareham and Sarah Jones. Glebe in lane 3, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl. Paul McCrory in 4, Loma Gray and Emma Molinar. In lane 5, Abbotsford, Bron Gow and Yvonne Konchak. In lane 6, Wendy Miller from Leichhardt, Jane Clues from Black Mountain. And then in lane 7, Melissa Veach from Abbotsford. Melissa Veach and Victoria Dalton, both from Abbotsford. So here we go into the last 300 metres. And it's Glebe out in front, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl. But they are being put to the test here by the crew on the near side. That's Wendy Miller from Leichhardt and Jane Clues from Black Mountain Rowing Club. So it was Clay and Lynham from Mossman and Black Mountain. Could Black Mountain, different rower, be able to claim them another gold medal in this event? It is still Glebe Rowing Club out in front over on the far side. Harris and Lindahl, coached by Robert Dallymore. But Black Mountain and Leichhardt are going absolutely nowhere. We've got Gray and Molinar from Port Macquarie. They are sitting in the bronze medal position. I think you could say at this point they are in pole position for that bronze medal, because there's a big gap between them and first and second, and they've got a big gap back to fourth place. So the podium looks to be sorted. We're just trying to work out the arrangement here. And it is Glebe versus Leichhardt and Black Mountain all the way down to the line here. It was Glebe who led it at the 500 by about 2.5 seconds. And now they are just starting to pull away into the last 50 metres. They've just done enough here, the crew of Harris and Lindahl. And now they're just a few strokes away from claiming the women's C double. And that will go the way of Glebe Rowing Club, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl from Wendy Miller of Leichhardt and Jane Clues of Black Mountain. And then Port Macquarie Rowing Club, they're going to grab the bronze medal, Loma Gray and Emma Molinar. And then 4th, 5th and 6th place, well, this is going to be a little bit challenging to split. And this is between the two Abbotsford crews. So some bragging rights here back at the Abbotsford shed between lane 5, which is Gow and Konchak and Veach and Dalton. And they are going to cross now and finish in 4th and 5th place, and then 6th to Glebe.
And it's great that Heidi Lindahl and her partner in that race won. She was here to win, and she told me that. I couldn't believe it. Like, who comes to a regatta to get a medal? Not me. All right, we're on the pontoon now, and this is a big one. This is the New South Wales Union of Oars Women, and the medal presentation in the Women's D Quad Scull. And the CEO of Rowing New South Wales, Melissa Ashton Garrard, down there on the pontoon, is getting these crews ready to present to Leichhardt Composite 1, that's the Leichhardt Shoalhaven Lake Macquarie crew, and the Endeavour Composite crew. I'm going to make an attempt to synchronise the medal with the name. It's going to be a big one, Ben. Let's see if I can do it. They're being congratulated now.
Presentation of medals for the Women's D Quad Scull for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Third place and bronze medalists from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Jane Ferguson-Palmer, Rayleigh Ison from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and Rosalie Furness from Endeavour, and all CDRA crew there. In silver medal, Bronwyn Downey, Christine Phillips, Kirsty Edwards and Monique Heinke from UTS Rowing Club. And the gold medalists and champions in the Women's D Quad Scull, the Leichhardt Shoalhaven Lake Macquarie Composite, Trudy McDonald from Lake Macquarie, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, Jennifer Zonga from Leichhardt, Daniela Borgett from Leichhardt, and they are coached by Steve Sherry.
And if you can put your hands together in the stands for the winners of the Women's D Quad Scull, first, second and third for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. They're lining up now at the 1,000-metre mark in race 50, the men's F double scull. The current title holder is the combination of Glebes, Tajan and Major. And in lane 1 is, they're all F in this race, Armadale's Michael Robinson and Gregory Rolfe. In lane 2, Mossman's Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery. For Shoalhaven, Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. In the middle of the course, Manning River, Murray Doutst and Nick Johnson. Leichhardt's Richard Medway and Robert Tiley, coached by Steve Sherry. And just moving up into the starting blocks now in lane 6, St George's Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson. North Shore's Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh, looking comfortable there. And Capital Lakes, Steve Grzałkowiak and Dario Beltrami. I'm sorry, those Capital Lakes crew are scratched. I didn't think I could see them on the live stream, and indeed, they are not there. So there are 6 boats in this race.
Yeah, and just having a look at these crews, Murray Doust and Nick Johnson, you can see from Manning. Well, hang on a second. They're actually not in the starting. Now, I did hear that. I just heard on the walkie-talkie from the bros that Manning were not there. I'm just having a look to see if they are moving across into their lane. I can see a boat that is moving across the course now, and I'm thinking that's Manning. That's a bit of a surprise. Maybe they had a bit of a boat issue, because they are very experienced. Of course, Murray Doust, a famous name in Australian rowing, with Nick Johnson. They're a very strong combination. So you just wonder if the crews are, you can see Leichhardt have just pushed themselves away from the start. So I think all these crews know now that maybe they are just going to wait up here for Manning. Are they just reversing themselves in now? Can I see? We can't see it on the live stream at the moment, but I'm just using the naked eye. It is a bit hard sometimes to see from a kilometre away whether there is a boat there, and there is. So you can see there Murray Douston and Nick Johnston. Now, Kath, I left my phone in my bag. Now, no one steal it, please, now that I've said that on the loudspeaker, so I don't know the time. 1:24. Yeah, so wow. So they're 4 minutes over here. They're pretty fortunate that they have been able to get themselves down to start this race, because I wonder whether they have been given some leniency, whether there's been an issue in the warm-up lake maybe. But they're all good to go now, Manning Rowing Club, so it's great that they're in this particular race, because they are going to be one of the crews to keep an eye out for. And we are underway in the men's F double. So Armadale over on the far side, then Mossman, Shoalhaven in lane 3, Manning River right in the middle of the course, Leichhardt in lane 5, St George in 6, North Shore in lane 7. And you can already see it is that yellow boat over in lane 3. That looks to be Shoalhaven Rowing Club. I've just skipped out to an early lead. That's Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. Closest to the screen is North Shore on the far right of your picture there. Then St George, Leichhardt. 3 in, and then it's Manning River. So Manning River, as I said, I thought they were going to be up there in this race. They're sitting there probably in the top 3. A little bit hard to tell at this early stage on the angle. And then Shoalhaven certainly were leading through the early stages, and you can see that. Mossman a little bit further back, so too is Armidale. So Mark Teachin and Ken Major, the winners in this event last year.
We might just take a mini break there while they're in the middle part of the course, because there is a lost item at Cirque out here, and I will personally fund the reward for this being found. So look down on the ground where you are. We're looking for a brown shell necklace. The reason that we'd really like to find it is it's got a huge sentimental value to Kylie Wood. It went to the Rowing World Masters 30 years ago. So we're looking for a 30-year-old at least brown shell necklace. If you can please look around you, find that. There is a reward from the commentary tower for the first person to bring that up here to the commentary tower, back to you. It looks like Leichhardt's coming through first at the 500 metres, followed 1.8 seconds behind by Shoalhaven, Manning River, St George, North Shore, Mossman and Armidale. There is nothing in this race, Ben Homer.
Yeah, and as they come down, just quickly, I wanted to mention the medalists in that women's C double. So the bronze medal, Gray and Molinar of Port Macquarie. Silver medal, Miller and Clues from Black Mountain and Leichhardt. And the gold medalists from Glebe, Harris and Lindale. So congratulations to those 3 crews who have just been presented with their medals. And we've got the men's F double. So we're going to have a new winner this year because there's no Glebe Rowing Club in this event, and it was Shoalhaven early days who were out in front, but now it looks to be Leichhardt. There's also a move coming from St George, who are 2 in from the grandstand side. Manning River a little bit further back. I thought they might be up there, but of course they did get to the start line late, so you just wonder what kind of impact that can have mentally. It can be a little bit off-putting, but it's Shoalhaven who have slipped back into the silver medal position. Medway and Tiley, that's Robert Tiley and Richard Medway. They are sitting in the gold medal position at the moment. Is there a response coming from the yellow boat, or is it coming from St George? That's Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson, I should say, from St George. So Alan Robertson and Glenn Shooter, they are really shooting through on this near side of the course. They are getting a little close to the boys. They'll have to be careful about that. Shoalhaven are also producing a finish. They're just rowing through the Leichhardt combination at the moment. And what a finish this is from St George Rowing Club. Shoalhaven are trying to keep it with them. So too a Leichhardt, but Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson have come from the bronze medal position in the last 250 metres to claim the gold medal in the men's F double. Silver will be Leichhardt's, bronze will be Shoalhaven's. That was a really, really impressive finish from St George Rowing Club. 4th place will be North Shore. 5th is Manning. 6th place will be Mossman, and then Armidale in 7th place to round out the field with the bright orange, the fluoro orange caps on the far side. But that was another really interesting race, the men's F double.
It was really fantastic, Ben. I loved watching that, and moreover, I loved seeing how excited you got. We're over in race 51 now. This is exciting, not for the least part of which my wife is rowing in this race, Ben Homer.
Well, here we go. Well, I think you've got to do the honours then, Kath, call them home.
We'll see how we go.
Well, they're off go. Well, I'll just run through the field here, and then you can call the race. So we've got Glebe, Hugo Webster, Brianna Wade, Julia Vickers-Skyer, Maximus Jones. They're off 5 seconds in 3. Glebe in lane 4. Belindy Rowe, Andy Wigan, Ben Nagappa and Elizabeth Lester in 4. North Shore, Zeta Briones, Catherine Boland, George Hudd and Andrew Simpson, coached by Guy Morgan. And then St George in 6, Amelia Starkey, Chris Jones, Cromwell, Olivia and Jackie Peel. They're coached by Jackie Peel as well. Those North Shore and St George crews both off go, so they're trying to hold on to this 4 and 5 second advantage they've got on the Glebe cruise. And it's North Shore in front at the 500, Kath.
See, the hand gesturing I was just doing to you then was slow down so that I don't have as much of the race that I've got to call with words that I have to find. So thanks, Ben. You raced through that. I was hoping
Wanted to
at
give
least
you
another minute.
maximum time here, Kath.
Well, I just think that's rude, honestly. But they do look to be really neck and neck. It looks like the Glebe over there on the far side are probably dropping back the pace a bit, and it's going to be between lanes 4, 5 and 6 for this race, though that Impacker from St George looks like it's getting a bit of boat speed on it. Ben with Amelia Starkey, Christopher Jones, Cromwell Olivier and Jackie Pile, putting a bit of pressure on the middle crews of North Shore's Briones, Boland, Hudd and Simpson. Guy will be down there on the back paddock jumping up and down, watching on the live stream. So shout out to Guy Morgan, a super generous and lovely guy. Glebe's rowing clubs, Roe, Wigan, Nagapa and Leicester. I don't know if I can get that excited about this because it's going to be really hard to call 1, 2 or 3. I think that Impacker, that boat from St George, is going to give those other 2 crews a really big run for their money. They're pushing up 1 or 2 bow balls ahead of lane 4's Glebe. It is going to be lane 6 St George who are going to take this out. It could be a photo finish between George and the Glebe crew, but St George have it in lane 6, 1, Glebe in lane 4, 2, and the North Shore composite, the North Shore of Briones, Boland, Hudd and Simpson in 3rd place, and the Glebe crew of Hugo Webster, Brianna Wade, Julie Vishkoskaya and Maximus Jones finishing in 4th place.
Well, there you go. Bronze medal for North Shore in the mixed AC quad. So
I have to tell you, it's funny at our house. We've got 2 jars. One's got Kath's medals in it and one's got mine. I had to get a double-sized shoebox for Kath's. They're just overflowing. I've got a few rattling around in the bottom of the jar.
Well, it's the memories, isn't it, Kath? It really is. That, like, you think about it, you row for long enough, you end up with a a supply of medals, and you think, you know what? I really, the thing that sticks in my mind are the memories from those great races that you had where, I don't know, bizarre things happen, or the boat just moved really nicely, and
See, when you get to be of a Masters category E, you can't remember what happened or how you got the medals. I do remember sinking the boat at Taree this season, though. We were sitting waist deep in our 8. It was a squally, horrible day, and we got swamped under the bridge. I was not going to jump in the water, I can tell you.
Now, we've actually got this medal presentation for this men's F double, so I'll just roll through that now. So the men's F double, the men's Masters F double scull, 3rd place and bronze medalists from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Chris Turner and Mark Whitaker. Second place and silver medalists from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway and Robert Tiley. And our gold medalists and champions in the men's F double from St George, Glenn Shooter and Alan Robertson.
We're in race 52 now, the mixed GM double scull. This is Division 1, and ANU's, I'll start off go was the Newcastle combination of Susan and Peter Kemp. Off go was also the Melbourne composite of Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. And then off 10 seconds, the G boats of Canberra, Susan Lynn Aker and Chris Raymond. Port Macquarie, David Baker and Gillian Bennett, coached by Emma Molnar. Lake Macquarie's Louise Termine and Peter Stivenard. Off 10 seconds, Newcastle's Sharon Butler and Anthony Butler. And ANU's Sue Donoghue and Peter McCarty. So having a look at this race now, you can see the field is spreading out. It looks to be lane 1's ANU, Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney over on the far side, but it is in fact at the Melbourne Exeter composite of Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart who were leading at the 500. You can see them there poking out their bow ball in lane 7. So Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart look to have this race all but wrapped up, barring any injury or mishap. followed by the Canberra's Susan Lineker and Chris Raymond in the lane next to them. But pushing up now in the far side, you can see ANU's Sue Donoghue and Peter McCarty giving them a bit of a run for their money, while Newcastle's Sharon Butler and Anthony Butler are way back in the field and won't have a call-in for this Division 1 race.
Well, that's our president, Anthony Butler, with his wife, Sharon. The president's craft there coming down the course. Always good to see them out on the water. We've also got Sue and Peter Kemp, another husband and wife combination. They went off go in this particular race, a H crew. But as you can see, lane 7, so the Melbourne Exeter Composite. Rod Stewart and Julia Wood from Exeter Rowing Club. So here's a gold medal. It's going to go back to Great Britain. Canberra Rowing Club in the silver medal position. And then big finish here coming from ANU over on the far side. They're going to grab bronze. So gold medal to Stewart and Wood. Silver medal to Lineker and Raymond. And then in third place, the bronze medal to ANU, Donoghue and McCartney. Fourth place in that one to Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Termine and Stevenard. Baker and Bennett from Port Macquarie in fifth. Newcastle's Sue and Peter Kemp in sixth place. And then in seventh will be Sharon and Anthony Butler from Newcastle Rowing Club.
And it's been a pleasure being your host. I do apologise for much of it being solo and by myself, but I'm handing my mic to the very capable ear of Rob Glendenning, who's now back from his mission in retail. And Rob and Ben will take you through to the afternoon's racing. Thanks very much for your patience and kindness, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks, Kath. Now, we've got about 3 races left, and then we do have a break for about 45 minutes. So to get a bit of lunch into you. Thanks, Kath. Now, the medal presentation here for the mixed AC quad. I'll just roll through that quickly, and then we can head back down the course. So the bronze medalists from North Shore: Zeta Briones, Catherine Boland, George Hood, and Andrew Simpson, coached by Guy Morgan. Second place, and silver medalists from Glebe: Belindy Rowe, Andy Wigan, Ben Nagappa, and Elizabeth Lester. And the gold medalists from St George Rowing Club: Amelia Starkey, Christopher Jones, Cromwell Olivier, and Jackie Peel, coached by Jackie Peel. So congratulations to those crews as we head back down the course. And this is the mixed G to M double scull. So this is Division 2 of that particular event. And we've got from Lake Macquarie in lane 2, Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. In lane 3, from Newcastle, Craig Butler and Fiona Wallace. Now, all of these crews in lane 2, 3 and 4 are off 34 seconds. They are H crews. So Lake Macquarie also off 34. They're in lane 4, Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. Mossman in lane 5, I should say North Shore in lane 5. They're off 18 seconds. David Kay and Jeanette Pendleton. Mossman in lane 6 are off 18 seconds. John May and Margaret Small. Drummoyne in lane 7, Graham Wern and Alex Warner. They're off 18 seconds. And then the J crew, the Lake Macquarie Manning River Composite, Ray Beaton from Manning and Jeanette Beaton from Lake Macquarie off go. So you would expect them over in lane 8. Well, they would have led for the first part of this race, but it is now Mossman who are in front, Rob, and I think that's Lake Macquarie in second and in third over on the far side. How's Drummoyne going in lane 7 here?
Second through the 500.
Yeah, Drummoyne are in there. It's a real battle for the podium, isn't it? Lake Macquarie and Drummoyne.
Absolutely is. It doesn't look like that from here, does it? Look like Drummoyne's a little bit behind the 2 Lake Macquarie crews, but the angles can be a little bit deceptive, Ben, and certainly not for this crew, a very experienced crew of John May and Marg Small out in front at the moment, but the fast charging pack behind them coming home hard of that Lake Macquarie crew of Nerida Clinton and Bruce Sharp. And Bruce backing up from a great win in the single this morning. I think it was the I single this morning, and also in a quad. So he's got a bit of form on the course today.
Well, can your crew here from Drummoyne Rowing Club, I'm not saying crew that you coach, but from your club, of course, Rob, can they pull themselves back onto the podium here, or are Lake Macquarie going to make it a 2-3 here in this race?
Well, I'd say because they're the other H's crews have rode through them already, there's the likelihood of a big comeback at this point in time is probably fairly slim. But anyway, they very experienced racers and certainly not leaving it to chance. They're going to give it a good crack. But the race is on up front here, and certainly the Lake Macquarie crews are having a ding-dong battle to see who'll get across the line first. But it will be the experienced combination of Don May and Marg Small, and they're going to take out a really good win in this second division of the GM double scull, mixed GM double scull. And it will be the Lake Macquarie cross in the second, Nerida Clinton, Bruce Sharp, followed by Peter Armstrong and Ann Campbell. And here come the aforementioned Drummoyne crew coming across the line, and they will take out fourth position.
So North Shore will come home in fifth, the Manning Lake Macquarie Composite in sixth, and then Newcastle Rowing Club rounding out the field in seventh. So we are down to the penultimate. We're down to the penultimate race. We love this. The penultimate race in this session before lunch, and that is the mixed D and F quad scull. So we've got two divisions of this. Now, just having a look at these crews. Now that explains why Magnus Butlin wasn't here for his medal presentation. That's because he is getting himself ready to get on the start line for this one. So from right to left of your picture, it is Magnus Butlin, Alexander Deutsch, Carissa Kleiman and Kim Laurie from Mossman. They're off 4 seconds. Newcastle Uni ADF, composite in lane 2, Cam Hardy from ADF, Jules Bosco from Newcastle Uni, Teresa Chadwick from NUBC and David Hislop also from NUBC. Newcastle in lane 3 are also off 4 seconds. Catherine Dadd, Sally Watson, Bill Todd and John Olsen. Mossman in lane 4 are off 4 seconds as well. Jem Lambert, Tiff Hutchinson, Mark Lawarne and Miguel Arujo. In lane 5 from Sydney Uni, also off 4 seconds. Penelope Wass, Margaret Curtis, Cameron Higgins and Remy Luxford. They are coached by Phil Titterton. In lane 6 off Go, Lake Macquarie, Jane Ferguson Palmer, Robert Wallace, Melanie Sakavaris and Greg Evans. In lane 7 from Drummoyne, Anthony Hayworth, David Page, Katrina Shanahan and Julie Lau. Lake Macquarie in lane 8 are off Go, Tess Fearon, Trudy McDonald, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. And then Manning River in lane 9, Amanda Cavill, Prudis Deacon, Paul Hawke and Glenn Herbert. Okay, so I'm really liking the look of this race. I know a fair few of the crews, obviously, from CDRA and a few of the crews from Sydney. I think that Mossman crew on the far side, they're going to be pretty sharp. So too the Lake Macquarie crew on this near side. Newcastle Rowing Club, I know they've been, you don't often train mixed boats. We know that. Sometimes it's a bit of a, go out and see how you go from in a scratch crew. But I know this Newcastle crew have been spending a bit more time in the boat. So they're sitting up there as well. We're going to get a look here at the 500 splits.
Yeah, Ben, it certainly looks like a close call coming across that line. It's certainly that Lake Macquarie crew does look to have the jump on the rest of the field at the moment. Tess Ferron, Trudy McDonald, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. And of course, Tess and Trudy coming off wins this morning. I think Jeremy's also had a good regatta today as well. So they're certainly stamping their authority early in this race.
Yeah, that they are, and they were off Go, so they are just holding this advantage. So Mossman, I know they are a quick crew, and they are off Go. So this is always really challenging, especially when you're in lane 9 and the other crew's in lane 1. You're trying to focus on the middle of the course, I should say. Lake Macquarie in lane 8, so it's basically the same story. You're trying to focus on your own boat, but you also want to know where you're situated in the race. Look at Newcastle Rowing Club. They're also off 4 seconds, so they're going to get rocking and rolling here. they're moving themselves through the field. So it's Mossman and Lake Macquarie in the gold and silver medal positions in this mixed D to F quad scull, Division 1. There's also a bit of movement coming from the Newcastle Uni ADF composite crew. They're sitting in 4th place at the moment, maybe just stalking the podium right now. Can they pull something out in the last 250? So it's Mossman and Lake Macquarie. Lake Macquarie having a little bit of a look over to the far side of the course. It's really hard to tell, but probably from the naked eye, you'd say it's still Lake Macquarie who are hanging on. Newcastle trying to claim the bronze medal, but they're just fatiguing a bit here. The Newcastle Uni ADF Rowing Club are just starting to pull themselves up on the Newcastle Rowing Club crew, but it is Lake Macquarie coming down to the line. They are in front of the Mossman Rowing Club crew. They were off go. They were able to hold on to this advantage. It is a very strong crew. Fearon, McDonald, Boyd and Smith, vastly experienced, and Lake Macquarie will claim the gold medal in the Division 1 Mixed D to F quad. Mossman are going to win silver, and Newcastle Rowing Club, you little beauty, they're going to come through and claim a bronze medal. 4th place, Newcastle Uni ADF composite crew in 4th, Lake Macquarie in 5th. And 6th place, well, there may have been an issue there in 6th. Well, they're going to get there. Only had a couple rowing, it would seem, from Mossman. 7th place, Manning, Drummoyne in 8th, Sydney Uni in 9th.
And Ben, there was 5 crews in that race that were from Newcastle or further north. So great representation from around the state, and a great performance by that Lake Macquarie crew. They actually extended their the handicap that they had. So it was a fair and true win.
Yeah, they are a very, and I was looking at that on paper thinking, Fearon, McDonald, Boyd, Smith, that is a very, very good crew. But it's always hard. You never know. On the day, things can go awry. You never know what can happen. But they did the job. They did the business. Very comfortable win. Now, this is the final race before the break. Now, we've got Division 2 Mixed D to F quad. Newcastle in lane 1, Sanders, Keats, Tratt and Smith. Glebe in lane 2. Now, these crews off 6 seconds. Dallymore, Kelly, Ferrer and Major, coached by Robert Dallymore. Endeavour also of 6, Rousseau, Henderson and Whiteley, coached by Peter Bond. Drummoyne Endeavour Composite in 4, they're off go. Nisbet, Vernon, Foster and Haythornthwaite. The Balmain Drummoyne Composite in 5, also off go. Lydia Milandinovic, Michael Wong, Bridget Austin and Maurice Sizzy. Port Macquarie Shoalhaven Composite in 6, Watts, Craft, Ambrose and Higgins. Lane 7 is Drummoyne, Jones, Egan, Smith and Panagopoulos. And in lane 8, Shoalhaven, Sewell, Eddington, Jones and Radic, coached by Andrew Parry. So the lanes to watch out for in this one are lanes 1, 2 and 3 because they're off 6 seconds. So those crews are going to be moving the fastest you would expect when it comes towards the back end of the race. Maybe not lane 3, they're a little bit further back at the moment, but certainly lane 1 and 2, Newcastle and Glebe. That's a pretty strong looking Newcastle crew. Sanders, Keats, Tratt and Brad Smith as well. He's had a good start to the regatta.
He has, but I've got to bring it back down a bit from that Newcastle-centric back to Drummoyne-centric here, Ben. And I think our Drummoyne crew's doing okay, but it does look like that Newcastle crew will go through the 500-metre mark. Oh, no, in fact, Drummoyne Endeavour crew goes through the 500-metre mark in front. Certainly, they putting on a great performance. It's a bit hard on the angles, but it does appear that they've got a bit of a lead. Now, remembering they've come off 6 second handicap, so they've rode through the field at this point in time. But the crew over, it looks like the Glebe crew over in lane 2 though is finding a bit of boat speed late in this race and are coming home very quickly, as are the Drummoyne crew over on this side. But being that they went off go, probably indicates that they're not going to have a remarkable turn of speed at the end and overtake them.
Well, can they hang on? Can they hang on, this Drummoyne crew? Because it is a very strong Glebe crew on paper. Dallymore, Kelly, Ferrer and Kenneth Major. So Newcastle also look at Newcastle. Is this the Brad Smith finish coming up here? The grandstand seems to get in sight. Newcastle are absolutely flying here on the far side. You can see these crews on the near side. That's Drummoyne and Shoalhaven. They did go off go, so you'd expect they're probably going to slip back. Newcastle are just going through the gears here. Glebe have also responded, so Glebe have put themselves in a really good position here with about 150 metres to travel. The Drummoyne Newcastle Uni Composite crew maybe slipping back into third. Are Newcastle leaving their run a little bit too late, or are they going to overhaul Glebe here? What a finish this is from Newcastle Rowing Club. It is still Glebe from Newcastle with 50 metres to travel. I think Glebe, they're just going to hang on. They've got a canvas. Newcastle are eating into it on the finish line. Just left it a bit too late. Glebe win gold, Newcastle silver. Drummoyne Newcastle Uni Composite bronze. And then in fourth place is Shoalhaven. Drummoyne in fifth place. Sixth place will go the way of the Balmain Drummoyne Composite. Seventh to Port Macquarie Composite. Eighth to Endeavour. That keeps us both happy, doesn't it, Rob? We've got Drummoyne and Newcastle.
I think you're a little bit happier than I am, but we had a lot of crew members in that race and came out with a third, fourth, and sixth, I think. So,
well, I'd
yes.
say to that Newcastle crew, the lift should have come about 500 into the race. They probably would have overhauled.
Well, I got to say, when Brad turns it on for that grandstand finish, probably the trouble was they were having trouble going with him, I think, Ben, because he certainly has done well using that method today.
Now, I think we've got a medal presentation here. Lake Macquarie's the only crew, so let's do it for Lake Macquarie. The mixed D to F quad scull. The gold medalists from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Tess Fearon, Trudy McDonald, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Well done to Lake Macquarie Rowing Club Division 1 in the mixed D to F quad scull. Now, Newcastle Rowing Club, not sure what's happening here. They won the bronze medal in that event. Now, what is the rule with the mixed races is that if you finish in first place, you get a mug. If you finish in silver and bronze, you don't get a medal, but it does count to the medal count. So if you look online, it does count to the medal count, but only the first place crew gets a nice Rowing New South Wales mug. Sits nicely on the on the mantelpiece at home. Saves you having to go out and buy some $2 mug from, I don't know, Kmart or Big W, Rob?
That's it, yeah.
Well, I think we're going to have a break, don't we? Is that right?
Yeah.
45-minute break, and then we're back for the women's E-quad. And Jack Hanley's just walked in right now as we're here at the lunch break, Rob. So that's how it rolls, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much how it goes. He's probably looking for the lunch and the meal ticket, do you think?
All righty. Well, you can have a break from us for a moment, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes.
Abbotsford, we've got Rosemary Hancock, Bron Gow, Mary Power and Yvonne Konkek, and coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, we've got Cecile Young, Christine Young, Colin Chapman and Yvonne Poles. In lane 4 from we've got the first break from Endeavour, Lizzle Rousau, Chris Brennan, Mafanwi Laurie, Katrina Wiley, coached by Susan Philpott and Peter Bond. In lane 5 we've got the UTS Composite of UTS, Haberfield and Leichhardt. It's Gillian Campbell, Kirsty Edwards, Belinda Sack and Jennifer Luff. In lane 6 we've got the first boat from Leichhardt, Mbarak, Susan Huggett, Jennifer Zonga, Daniela Bogart, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 7 from Newcastle, Catherine Dadd, Suzanne Damar, Bonnie Tratt and Sally Watson. And in lane 8 from Balmain, June Roberts, Alexandra Krausky, Kimberly Bassett and Philippa Spork. All boats are lined up. And the competitors just looking down the course. A couple of hands are going up at the moment. All crews are coming forward to row as we speak. It's a great shot there on the big screen of the start. It's like the Newcastle boat still isn't quite aligned. It's a great shot down the course, 1,000 metres. Special thanks to our sponsors, Bentley's, thinking ahead as always, as I'm sure these rowers will be thinking ahead for the next 1,000 metres. The umpires holding them for a long time on the start. All crews were at the start well on time. Reminder for all crews, please be at the start at least 5 minutes before your race. Be boating on the back lake at least 20 minutes before your race time. Still waiting for the women's E-Quad Scull to get underway. It's the first heat. First 4 through to the final. And finally, they are all off. Race 56, the women's E-Quad Scull, heat number 1. First 4 progress through to the final. And as the boats cut their way through almost the mirrored surface of the lake at the moment, looks like the boats in the middle of the field, Endeavour, UTS Composite, Leichhardt, have got the early running so far. As the boats approach the halfway mark, heat 1 of the women's quad. Looks like at the halfway mark, it's the UTS Leichhardt Composite, with about a third of a length in front of Leichhardt, and about the same distance back to Black Mountain. Endeavour in 4th, Newcastle in 5th. And a group of boats a little behind that. Balmain in the distinctive yellow and black suits are in 6th. Then we've got Port Macquarie Shoalhaven Composite in 6th, and Endeavour in, and then Abbotsford in 7th. But all to race for here. First 4 go through. There'll be some mental arithmetic going on in these boats. If you're in the qualifying spots, do you place a marker down for the final, or do you just make sure you're in the final and don't expend too much energy? I'm sure there's a bit of that going on. So as we start to wind into the last 150 metres. Looks like the UTS composite and the UTS Leichhardt composite and the Leichhardt boat are duking it out between them. And then on their right-hand side of Black Mountain have got something to say as well as the yellow boat of the Endeavour crew, who are being chased down by the Newcastle boat as well. So the race looks like it will be on maybe for this 4th position on the far side, with Black Mountain keeping a beady eye on there, right over their left-hand shoulders for the Newcastle crew. But over the line, safely over into the final. The UTS composite, Leichhardt finished 2nd, Black Mountain are 3rd. And over the line goes Endeavour to take those first 4 qualifying spots. Just missing out there from Newcastle. But a good race nevertheless, with the Balmain and the Abbotsford boats bringing to a close the first heat of the women's E-Quad Scull. Does look like Abbotsford have had a bit of a equipment issue there, bow not rowing. So well done to the Abbotsford crew, keeping that as it is. Go through to the second heat of the women's E-Quad Scull. Same as the first. First 4 progress through to the finals. The rest are eliminated. On the far side from Sydney University, we've got Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Margaret Curtis and Penelope Wass. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, the Shoalhaven Port Macquarie composite of Brooke Collins, Gillian Bennett, Helen Adams and Mary Ambrose. In lane 4, a Lake Macquarie Shoalhaven Drummoyne composite, Kathleen Hextall, Renate Itmar, Katrine Davis and Tess Fearon. In lane 5 from Endeavour, Gillian Weatherall, Karen McCool, Tracy Woodison, June Lacey, coached by Peter Bond. And in lane 6 from Leichhardt, we've got Kelly Dwyer, Leslie Harrison, Debbie Chun and Kylie Downs. In lane 7 from North Shore, Julie Bohm, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker. And in lane 8, nearest the grandstand, from Black Mountain, we've got Uta Wenger, Zoe Thomas, Kathy Nash and Mary Bonney. All crews just a bit late in lining up. A gentle reminder for all crews and coxes to make sure you're at the boating pontoons at the halfway mark at least 5 minutes before your race is due to start, and you boat no later than 20 minutes before your race. The race's schedule has already been delayed somewhat this afternoon because of the late start and the fog this morning. So we will try and crack through the races as quick as possible. Get you to near or as early away from the lake as possible. So both these finals, many of these competitors will have rowed in singles and doubles and quads before this morning. Some names in here which are familiar. And have already had medals, I'm sure, hung around their necks already. But this is race number 57, the women's E-Quad heat. 4 go through to the final. The rest eliminated.
away they go. And even within 45 seconds of the start, the field is starting to spread out. Looks like the Lake Macquarie, Shoalhaven and Drummoyne composite are well out in front at this stage. They'll be comfortable locking around them, knowing that all they've got to do is get in the top 4 to go through to the final. The thoughts will turn to conserving energy and enjoying as much as possible the ride to the finish line. Come through the 500-meter mark now. Does look like the Lake Macquarie composite has got what's described as a healthy lead from North Shore, who are in second, who had a bit of a wibble there in terms of a stroke there. Leichhardt are in second place, and it's a battle for fourth between Black Mountain, Sydney University and Shoalhaven, Port Macquarie composite. And the Endeavour boat's not out of it yet either. So Lake Macquarie, the composite, almost 9 seconds out in front. They're going to take it easy. North Shore look to be okay as well. Well, that third and fourth qualifying spot is going to be taken between 3 boats. Leichhardt, Black Mountain and Sydney Uni are all in the mix. Lake Macquarie composite taking it very easy now. They know they've got that sewn into the bag. Well, they've got that sewn up or in the bag. Mixing my metaphors and analogies. Beautiful languid stroke here from the Lake Macquarie composite. Kathleen Hextall, Rennie Itmar, Katrina Davis and Tess Firon. Over the line with bags to spare. It's North Shore who are going to go through in the second qualifying spot. And then it looks like Leichhardt are going to take the third. And Shoalhaven Composite take the fourth spot. Black Mountain just not been able to hold on long enough to get back into the spots. They will miss out. As will the Endeavour boat. And the Sydney University boat as well brings up the rest of the field. So first four to go through. That in race 57, that's the Lake Macquarie composite, North Shore Leichhardt, and the Shoalhaven Port Macquarie composite go through to the final later on this afternoon. A bit of a skip now. A couple of the single sculls, the women's B single sculls finals. Race 58 and 59 will have been consolidated, and they will now be all in the straight final later on in the afternoon.
So we'll jump forward to race 60, which is the para double scull. On the far side from Glebe, the Glebe Des Moines composite of Stephanie Walker and Parry Mutaris. From Lake Illawarra in lane 3, Kevin Wall and Sean Quigley. In lane 4 from Balmain, Michael McCormick and Andreas Higa. In lane 5 from Community, we've got Robin Smith and James Johnson. In lane 6 from Community, the Community Balmain composite of Michael Kemp and Sam Shalobe. And in lane 7 from ANU, Sue Donahoe and Peter McCartney. And all boats are off. This is a handicapped race. So Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney went off on the buzzer. Then we've got some boats in lanes 5 and 6 going off. Some 18 seconds behind. Then Balmain go off 20 seconds behind. And then being B Masters, it's the Glebe composite and the Lake Illawarra on the far side of the lake, who have 26 seconds to make up. So 1 minute into it, and it's the ANU boat on the near side. No surprise that they are still in the lead. But they'll be watching in trepidation as the rest of the crews will start to row them down. This is the handicap race. They've had at least an 18-second race on their, an 18-second advantage on the competitors who will be rowing them down. They'll be keeping an eye out over their right shoulders. So Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney. They cross the 500-meter mark. In a time of 2:01. Looks like the Balmain crew in lane, in lane 3 is the next best runners in the yellow and black ZTs. They're still 18 seconds behind them, so the ANU guys are doing very well. Keeping them off has been actually even a slight advantage to them. So the ANU boat is actually moving away from the rest of the field at the moment, doing very, very well. And Community Balmain, Lake Illawarra on the other community boat, not being able to eat into this advantage. So a lot left to do for Balmain. Balmain 22 seconds behind the ANU, but they've got to go some now if they're going to eat into this lead. The ANU boat looking very, very comfortable. Keeping a nice high rhythm, keeping their length. But Balmain are starting to claw back each stroke. Have ANU done enough to hold them off as they approach the last 100 meters? Sue Donoghue and Peter McCartney chopping this boat along quite nicely. Will definitely take the win here. In lane 7 from ANU, Sue Donahoe and Peter McCartney take the win in the para double scull. Balmain will take silver. The Balmain boat of Michael McCormack and Andreas Higa. It's going to be close for third. Looks like the Lake Illawarra boat just keep their nose in front of the community composite. Yep, they do, and they take silver. So Lake Illawarra take the bronze medal position there, just in front of Michael Camp and Sam Schleib from the Community Balmain composite. Michael Kemp and Robin Smith and James Johnson finished 5th, with the Glebe and Drummoyne double of Stephanie Walker and Parry Mutaris finishing 6th. So just to confirm, that a great win there for ANU, Sue Donohoe and Peter McCarthy. Balmain 2nd, Lake Illawarra 3rd. And just remember to all coxes and competitors, please bring back your bow numbers. We have a shortage of bow numbers, so if you see them lying around anywhere, please pick them up and bring them back to race control at the tower. Please be judicious with your bow numbers. Bring them back as soon as possible. Thank you. Change in boats now. It's the women's C8. Current title holders are Mossman and Black Mountain. We've only got 3 boats straight final. On the far shore, on the far side from North Shore, it's Alex Pinkham, Bryony Short, Natasha Khan, Elizabeth Buzo, Renee Venables, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy and Cox James Kavanagh. In the middle of the field, we've got the UTS composite. Bronwyn Downey, Gillian Campbell, Julia Bell, Kirsty Edwards, Monique Hankey, Alison Davies, and Belinda Sachs. Stroked by Jennifer Luff and Cox by Sophie Castellas. And in lane 6, the reigning champions, the Mossman composite of Jem Lambert, Helen Krieber, Kelly Ross, Mina Hornby, Sarah Hearn, Alex Walding, Kim Lowry, Carissa Keeman, and coached by Chloe Giretta. Coxed by Chloe Giretta, sorry, it's actually coached by James Taylor. So we're just waiting for the North Shore boat to get lined up. Forgive me, we're waiting for the UTS composite. I don't know if they're there at the moment. Can't see them on any of the monitors. So we'll turn our attention to the medals pontoon, if that's okay with you guys. We've got now the medals for a great race in the Para Double Scull. A dominant win, one would say. But in bronze medal position from Lake Illawarra, Kevin Warren, Kevin Wall and Sean Quigley. In silver medal position from Balmain, Michael McCormick and Andreas Higger. And with a dominant win, as I said, from ANU, we have Sayu Donahoe and Peter McCartney. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Para Double Scull, ANU. Our attention is focused once again at the 1,000-meter mark. On my monitors, I can only see the North Shore crew in the blue and the white, and the Mossman crew waiting patiently to see whether the UTS composite will show up. And here they are, the UTS composite just backing down now to the pontoons. They line themselves for race 61, the women's C8. On the far side, North Shore. In the middle, UTS composite. And on the near side, we have Mossman composite. And away they go. Different variations of starts there. The half, half, three quarters, the three quarters. Whichever takes your fancy, all boats are off. 3 boats in the women's C8 final. And coming up to the minute mark, doesn't seem to be a clear favourite. Bow balls are all pretty much aligned at the moment. Nobody's giving a quarter. From this perspective, at the moment, it may well be Mossman might just have their nose out in front slightly of the UTS composite, who may have a canvas on North Shore, but it's very deceptive, the angle here. We'll see as they come through the 500-meter mark. It's still very close. There's not much in it as the boats pass away with Pelican. We'll see how they go. 500-meter mark. Does look like Mossman have got something of a lead on the other boats. Half a boat length Mossman from UTS Leichhardt, who've got about a third, 2/3 of a length on North Shore. So still very close as they go through the 500-meter mark. All to play for. 1.73 seconds between first and second. As the lungs and the arms and the legs start to burn now. Who will keep their hand in the flame? Can Mossman hold on to this?
UTS Leichhardt. Slightly lower rating than Mossman, who still looked to be quite sharp and focused. Can Leichhardt start to eke back in the last 100 metres? They're going to have to do an awful lot more than they're doing now. Mossman pulling slightly away, looking more comfortable. And in the last 15 strokes, Mossman is keeping those knees right down to the finish, extending that lead by almost a length to take the win. Mossman a length from the UTS Leichhardt, who indeed themselves are just over a length in front of the North Shore boat. So the winners of the Women's C8, Mossman first, the UTS Composite in second, and North Shore in third. So we'll go back to the start now. It's the men's D, Coxless 4 that we've got now. Current title holders being Melbourne. This is a straight final. On the far side, we've got Shoalhaven's Harry Davis, Joseph Basher, Martin Trenor, Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, we've got Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Steve McGlynn and Ian Mongan. In lane 4 from Mossman, we've got James Petering, Andrew Horrigan, Scott Beachley and Justin Hucker, coached by Michael Rasmussen. In lane 5, we've got North Shore's Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, George Hudd, Jeffrey Beer, coached by Susan Walter. And in lane 6, Sydney's Stuart Coap, Ross Pritchard, David Greenslade and Mark Binder. And in lane 7, the second Mossman boat, Nigel Hobler, Colin Young, Michael Burns and Ed Schilland. And I recognise some of the names in this boat. Some have raced together in 8s not too long ago. Some are relatively new rowers to the sport. And some are certainly old masters by the looks of the names I see here. So this is race 62, the men's D Coxless 4 final. And away they go. It looks to be a good start for the Sydney and the Black Mountain 4s. Sydney in lane 6, Black Mountain in lane 3. So just over a minute into it. Looks like it's the Sydney boat in lane 6, the Black Mountain boat in lane 3, and actually the Mossman boat in lane 4, who will be vying for medals. They've all raced each other or with each other in 8s and 4s earlier in the day. So we'll see who's going to shout for line honours here. As they come through the 500 metres, it is very close. In fact, Mossman have just got their nose in front by 0.06 of a second from Black Mountain Nagambie. Third place is Sydney, some 1.6 seconds behind. That's less than half a boat length. Then we've got Shoalhaven, then North Shore, and the second boat of Mossman, stroked by Ed Schilland. just still in contention there with North Shore. So Mossman at the halfway mark. Black Mountain just bow ball to bow ball. 0.06 of a second behind. Then Sydney, who are themselves just over a second behind. It's going to be a very tight race, this. We'll see this before we call the pontoon medal ceremony, but it's going to be very close. Black Mountain just raising the writing slightly. Mossman looking a bit sluggish there. Have they got it in them? Black Mountain look a bit sharper than the Mossman crew at the moment, but they're picking up now that Mossman boat is responding. Stroked by Justin Hooker, the Mossman boat. I think Black Mountain are doing a fantastic 100 metre zone to finish the race off. Have they got it? I think they've rode them down, you know. Black Mountain, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Stephen McGlynn, Ian Mongan take the race by 3/4 of a length. Mossman in second. Sydney some 2 lengths behind to take bronze. Looks like Shoalhaven going to finish 4th, and it's a very close race here for 5th and 6th. Is it going to be North Shore or Mossman? The experienced crew of North Shore. It's going to be very close. The inexperience of Mossman, very close indeed. Too close to call there. Photo finish between North Shore and Mossman. But a great win there for Black Mountain. Rained down the boys from Mossman to beat them by 1.6 seconds. Sydney just dropped off there and finished a further 6 seconds behind. Then we have Shoalhaven in 4th and a photo for North Shore and Mossman. We'll get that back to you. We'll turn our attention very quickly to the medal podium, where it appears that James Taylor is awarding the medals to the Mossman crew, the winners of the women's C8, Jem Lambert, Helen Krieber, Kelly Ross, Mina Hornby, Sarah Ahern, Alex Walding, Kim Lowry, Clarissa Kleiman, and the Cox, Chloe Gioretta. So congratulations, and join me, a warm congratulations to the winners of the women's C8, Mossman.
We move our attention to race 63, the women's F pair. In lane 3, we have North Shore's Julie Bohm and Rhonda Decker. In lane 4, St George, Christine McCready and Jenny Wilson. In lane 5, North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. Lane 6, St George Composite, Rowena Stewart and Joanne Wood, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 7, Leichhardt, Susan Huggett and M Barrack, coached by David Ross. So we can see that they're on the start line, and is what is beautiful conditions out there this afternoon. And they're away in race 63, the women's F pair, and a fairly clean start across the field. The 5 crews. And this is a straight-out final. The current title holders are in this race, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. And they are in lane 5, right in the middle of the field, and showing some early speed. This is a good lineup of women's F pair for the women's F pair. Some quality crews and rowers in this race, and it will be interesting to see how it pans out. So as we come down towards the 500 metre mark, it's quite a tight at the top of this field. We're watching now Leichhardt, and they look to have a slight lead over the chasing pack as they come through. A little bit timing not quite there, but certainly effective through the water. So they're going through with about a half-length lead over North Shore, followed by St George, and then the St George Composite crew. So at this point we have Leichhardt, North Shore and the St George Drummoyne Composite through the 500 metre mark. So just moving to the medal presentation for the men's D Coxless 4. In third place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowapp, Ross Pritchard, David Greenslade and Mark Binder. In second place and silver medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, James Pettering, Andrew Hourigan, Scott Beachley and Justin Hooker. And in first place and gold medalists for 2025, Black Mountain, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, Steve McGlynn and Ian Mongan. Please join in congratulating the medal winners in the men's D Coxless 4 State Championship. So now the winding up, the North Shore crew of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell have found some real speed now, and they look to have pushed out in front. It's very tight, so looks like Leichhardt might have gone out hard early with the idea of just trying to push out and try to hold on to it. But the combination of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell is very, very experienced and very controlled. And they would have just been out there rowing their race, not getting into any sort of panic zone, and that's paying off for them in spades. Over in the lane 4 is the St George crew, and they are also coming home very quickly now. But it is this quality North Shore crew of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell who are coming into that last 50 or so metres. There's a little bit of a push from the Leichhardt crew again, and they're trying to make sure that they secure that second place. There won't be a lot in it, but it will be the North Shore crew crossing the line with one length over the Leichhardt crew, followed by St George, and then trailing on the field is the St George Composite of Rowena Stewart and Joanne Ward.
We're moving our attention to race 64, the women's I&M combined final. Current title holders is Jenny Corrie from Canberra, who isn't in this race. On the near side, sorry, in lane 4 is North Shore's Susan Walter. In lane 5 is Newcastle's Suzanne Kemp. In lane 6, from Lake Macquarie, is Jeanette Beaton, who has already gone off. She has 24 seconds on her compatriots. Slow start there in the middle from Suzanne Kemp. Suzanne Walters from North Shore has got a big jump on them. But, as expected, Jeanette Beaton has got a 24-second lead on her two colleagues. Can she keep that margin to the finish line? And as it come through the 500 metres, it was Sue Walter with a good lead. She's eaten away at that 24-second head start. She's almost 8 seconds in the lead. So Sue Walter from North Shore. Second, Lake Macquarie, Jeanette Beaton, and Susan Kemp, some 15 seconds behind, but she's making ground slowly. But it's certainly Sue Walter from the North Shore who's got this in the bag. This being the women's I&M single scull final. great example here as Suzanne Walter comes into the last 15 strokes, being able to maintain that run on the boat. The languid, easy, long rowing style. And she cuts an impressive figure as she is about to win the women's I&M single scull final for 2025 from North Shore, Suzanne Walter.
Moving our attention to the finish podium, we have the medal presentation for the women's F pair. In third place and bronze medalists, St George Rowing Club, Christine McCready and Jenny Wilson. In second place and silver medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Susan Huggett and M. Barrick. And in first place, gold medalists and champions, once again, from North Shore Rowing Club, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Please join in congratulating these crews, gold medalists and medalists for the Women's F-Pair Championship of New South Wales.
And just to finish that race 64, it was Suzanne Kemp from Newcastle who finished in silver medal position, managed to overcome that 24-second advantage. Jeanette Beaton just unable to hold her off there, who finished a couple of seconds, 3.1 seconds behind her. So that result, the women's I&M single scull. In first place, North Shore's Suzanne Walter. Second place, Newcastle's Suzanne Kemp. And in third place, from Lake Macquarie, is Jeanette Beaton. Go back to race 65. It's a women's H single scull. On the far side from Endeavour, Lindy Nisbet. In lane 3 from Abbotsford is Rosemary Hancock. In lane 4 from North Shore, Gillian Hawkey. In lane 5 from Newcastle, Sue Brown. In lane 6 from Canberra is Suzanne Lineker. And in lane 7 from Manning River, we have Gail Pullin. As they went through the 500-metre mark, it was Canberra's Susan Lineker who had her nose in front, about a third of a boat length from Endeavour's Lindy Nisbet in second place. Newcastle's Sue Brown in third, some 8.5 seconds behind. In fourth place from Abbotsford was Rosemary Hancock, North Shore, Gillian Hawkey, and then Gail Pullin in sixth. And as they come to the concluding stages of this race, it looks like it's going to be a comfortable win for Suzanne Lineker, who's managed to pull more time out of Lindy Nisbet on the far side in lane 2. So Canberra's Suzanne Lineker takes in the next 5 strokes the win of the women's H single scull. It's going to be close for third though. On the far side, I think Lindy Nisbet will hold off for silver place. But third, it's going to be a straight race between Abbotsford and Newcastle. Who's going to take it? It's very, very close. That's going to be a photo, I think. Manning River, Gail Pullin just will bring it in sixth. And Gillian Hawkey drifts over the line in seventh position.
And on the course, we have the closing stages of the men's A quad scull. We have the Drummoyne Composite crew in lane 4, Nepean Composite in lane 5, and Newcastle Composite in lane 6. The Drummoyne Composite is actually the state Masters D crew, so doing pretty well considering they're racing against an A crew in the Nepean Composite and the Newcastle Composite. So certainly putting in a good effort here, and by all crews. But it is this Newcastle, the Nepean Composite, coming down with Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, Hugh McLeod, and Jason Waddell, just holding a slight advantage over the fast finishing Drummoyne Composite crew, as they come down towards the line, and they'll cross to take about a length's lead over the Composite crew from Drummoyne. And coming down the line now is the Glebe Newcastle Composite crew of Hugo Webster, Tony Rogers, Maximus Jones and Brad Smith. Moving our attention to the medal presentation for the women's IM single scull. Current title holder was Janny Corrie, who did not race today. In third place, in second place, and silver medalist, Susan Kemp. In first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025, Susan Walter. Please join in congratulating crews from the women's IM single scull. So we have the on the start line, race 67, the women's G Coxless 4, and they're underway. We have three crews: North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, Manning Rivers, Genevieve Dobbs, Amanda Cavill, Kay Pullen and Prudence Deacon. In lane 6, Drummoyne Rowing Clubs, Alex Warner, Sky Smith, Bridget Austin and Leonie Collins. And we're off to a fairly clean start, about 200 metres into this race. So as we look the race out on the thing, they're all G crews, and it does appear that the North Shore crew of Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles has jumped out to a fairly sizable lead. It does look like the Drummoyne crew are over on the northern bank, faring fairly well, a little bit better than the Manning River crew. But the Drummoyne crew has just made a dramatic turn, and we'll need to do a big correction because they've gone out across the lane in front of the Manning crew. So that will incur the wrath of the umpires, I am sure. But looking really well, looking very good form and untroubled at the moment is this North Shore crew. And they are, once again, a very experienced crew. Just coming through at 500 metres, and it was, in fact, the North Shore crew going through in 2:05. There's a little bit of a gap back to Drummoyne, about 6.5 seconds behind, and then it will be the Manning crew coming through in third place. But really have dropped back a fair bit at the moment. So it does look fairly comfortable out in front for this North Shore crew now. as they come into the last 400 metres. Some real steering issues in the Drummoyne crew. They're certainly on the scenic tour on the way down this course, and they're now heading towards, I'd say, the Penrith Shopping Centre at the moment, but hopefully they can straighten up and head back towards the mountains at some stage. But it is this North Shore crew looking very, very competent as they come down to the last 250 metres. Once again, still battling with the rudder is the Drummoyne crew, and I can imagine it'll be nice and calm and quiet within that crew about now. So they've just got to be careful that they don't oversteer it much more and let that Manning crew make up that ground that they're certainly behind at the moment. But the North Shore crew out in front looking very untroubled as they come down towards the last 150 metres. As we come down to the last 100 metres, the North Shore crew, once again, looking very polished. These guys know how to win races, and they will win this race. They will go across the line with a very good lead over the rest of the field to take out the women's G Coxless 4. It will be the Drummoyne crew coming down over the line now. They've certainly seen some sights on the way down this course, and they will cross the line to get second place, and it will be the Manning crew coming through in third to make up the rest of the complete the field. So Manning now crossing the line to take out third place and round out this field. Just turning our attention to the medal podium where we have the women's H single medal presentation. In third place, and bronze medalist from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Rosemary Hancock. In second place, and silver medalist from Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nisbet. And in first place, gold medal and champion for 2025, Canberra Rowing Club's Susan Lineker. Please join in putting hands together and congratulating competitors and winners in the Women's H Single Scull Championship of New South Wales.
We'll draw our attention back to race 68, the men's H Quad Scull. Current title holders are Lake Macquarie, and they are also in lane 4 as we speak. Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Robert Wallace and Bruce Sharp. In the middle of the pack, we've got an Abbotsford Leichhardt composite of Terry Barella, Robert Kelsall, Russell Smith and Michael Hayes. And in lane 6, a Manning River St George composite of Graham Nix, Steve Harrison, Roy Halliday and Colin Bruce. And as they came through the first 500 metres, it was the Lake Macquarie boat in on the far side, which had a 1.5 second lead over the Manning River St George composite. And Abbotsford's composite some way behind, let's just say, a long way behind. It's going to be very close for the gold medal position here. 200 metres to go. And both crews, Lake Macquarie and Manning River St George composite, are battling it out stroke for stroke. Can Manning River claw back that 1.5 seconds on Lake Macquarie? Very close. And this is lined up to be a great race here. Lake Macquarie, Manning River St. George composite, stroke for stroke in the final 150 metres. Lake Macquarie on the far side, Manning River on the near side. The green and white versus the red and blue. Very close racing. He is going to take it. Both crews pushing now in the final 5 strokes. So close. Oh, that's a photo. That is a photo. But they've given it to Lake Macquarie by 1.31 seconds. Seemed to be much closer than that, but Manning River have been given the final shout. Time of 3.3603. Lake Macquarie some 1.31 seconds behind. I'm going to have to say, I'm going to wait for the official result there because that doesn't look like a 1.31 second gap as we look on the screen now. As Abbotsford just come in to take bronze medal position. We're going to hold off on that result of race 68. At the start, we have the men's C pair. They're still lining up. On the far side, Nick Shaw and Ed Shilland from Mossman. In lane 4 from North Shore, George Loyston and Tom Payton. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday. And in lane 6 from Sydney, Dave Redmond and Rob McNeil. And they're off 4 boats. 8 rowers, all have competed several times today. And we'll turn our attention to the medal podium. I believe it's the Women's G Coxless 4. It looks like we've got silver medalists and the gold medalists lining up. In silver medal position from Drummoyne, we have Alex Warner, Sky Smith, Bridget Austin, and Leonie Collins. And in the gold medal position from North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton, and Karen Knowles. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's G Coxless 4 North Shore Rowing Club. Back on the lake as they come through the first 500 metres. It is race 69. It's the North Shore's George Loiterer and Tom Payton who are in the lead. In second place, University of New South Wales, Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday. In third, Sydney's Dave Redmond and Rob McNeil. And in fourth, Mossman's Nick Shaw and Ed Shilland, who will be feeling the races they've had today already. Just a confirmation of race 68. It was closer than the initial timing said. Manning River, they won it. They just pipped Lake Macquarie by 0.15 of a second, and Abbotsford Leichhardt some way behind. So the confirmation there is Manning River St George Composite just managed to pip Lake Macquarie, who finished in silver. Abbotsford finishing in bronze. So that a great race. Another great race coming to a conclusion on the lake. North Shore, UNSW and Sydney. Certainly looks like North Shore and UNSW. Looks like the boat from UNSW has managed to row down the North Shore, who are in the lead at the 500-metre mark. Andrew McEncroy, James Halliday, powering the last 15 strokes home. They've rowed down George Lodge Turner, Tom Payton at the halfway mark. And they're going to take line honours here. UNSW. UNSW take the gold medal. North Shore just not enough. And they finish in silver place. And Sydney's Dave Rainman and Robert McNeil finish in third. And a great race by the first-year rowers Nick Shaw and Ed Shillan from Mossman, who've raced several times today. Great result, gents. Well done for getting out there. Next race on the starting pontoon is the men's B quad scull. Current title holders being a Nepean, Mossman and the Gamby composite. We've only got two boats in this. The Drummoyne, Glebe, Leichhardt and St George composite. And another Manning River composite of Manning River and Newcastle. So in these Henley-esque conditions, as the sun drops over the mountains, drops over the horizon, off they go. Drummoyne on the far side, Manning River on the near side. And as they're in the first 30 seconds, Manning River look like they all got the memo to go hard from the start. Both crews, aggressive starts through to the finish. And both these crews have just raced not 20 minutes ago. So the youngsters from Manning River, Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, Brad Smith, and Hugh McLeod. They classify as B scullers. Are racing the Drummoyne composite of Ayrton Granja Ramos, Terry Bridges, Andy Wigan, and Andrew Goldstein, who are a D, a state D quad. So a replay of a race 20 minutes ago. Will experience pay out, or will youth pay out here? There is a 30-year age gap between the two boats. The range, a 29-year-old and a 59-year-old. I won't tell you which one's which, but it's great to see. Great to see competitive racing. And the Manning River Newcastle composite had about 2 seconds on the Des Moines boat at the halfway. Doesn't look like they've got much further out. We'll see. It's Manning River. Aggressive from the start. Took the lead early. They maintain that lead. It's like the Des Moines boat are coming back on them. Nice, silky rowing, languid, long strokes from Des Moines. Contrasting that to the more choppy style of the Manning River, but Manning River just take it. Des Moines having eaten back slightly into their lead at the halfway. So first to second, first Manning, second Des Moines. We'll turn our attention very quickly to the medal pontoon. Looks like first and second medals for the men's sea pair. In second place from North Shore, George Loiterton and Tom Payton. The medals being presented by the 2032 Brisbane Olympic gold medal winner. And in first place from UNSW, Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's sea pair, University of New South Wales, Andrew McEncroe and James Halliday. We go to race 71. It's a men's I and M pair. 3 boats in this. A couple from Mossman, 1 from Des Moines and St. George. On the far side, Peter Mayo and John May from Mossman. In the middle of the pack, we've got Phil Titterton and John Hardy, also from Mossman. Des Moines will go off first, Ian Toll and Graham Wern. The Des Moines boat goes off on the buzzer, then the first Mossman boat is 16 seconds behind. And as an I crew, Peter Mayo and John May will go off 32 seconds after the buzzer. It's a long way for these gents to be making up. So the Des Moines composite with an average age of 83. Still out in the lead. In second place, it's the Mossman boat with an average age of 80 of Phil Titterton and John Hardy is in second place. And the second Mossman boat with an average age of 76 and a half is Peter Mayo and John May from Mossman in on the far side in lane 4. And at the halfway, it was the Des Moines St. George pair of Ian Toll and Graham Wern
Still got it there. Almost 10 seconds out in front of Mossman's Phil Titterton and John Hardy. Made some ground up on their handicap. And just leaves the third Mossman boat of Peter Mayo and John May, who've eaten into their handicap as well, but are some 26 seconds behind. We'll turn our attention to the medal podium once again very quickly. It's the winners of race 70. The men's B quad scull. The youngsters in the Manning River composite boat of Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, Brad Smith, and Hugh McLeod. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's B quad scull, Manning River and Newcastle. And will the youngsters in the Mossman boat be able to row down the old hands in the Drummoyne boat? So Drummoyne Composite, St. George, Ian Toll, Graham Wern, average age of 83. Are they going to hold them off from the boat with an average age of 80 from Phil Titterton and John Hardy? It's going to be close. It's going to be very close indeed. Drummoyne, St. George versus Mossman. Old bull versus new bull, or young bull should I say, and it's the old bulls who get it. Drummoyne Composite, Drummoyne St. George, Ian Toll versus Graham Wern, by a canvas from Phil Titterton and John Hardy. Must be the experienced old hands beating the newcomers. Talking of newcomers, Peter Mayo and John May. Might have to do some more work on those ergs, boys, as they slide over the line. In their pink blades, they were red. With a quick touch of the buoy, just for good luck there, Mossman finished third. Next race, men's G double scull. Holder from Glebe. Coldwell Tijern is not in this race. So on the far side, we've got Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard from Lake Macquarie. In lane 3 from Newcastle, Tim Bland and Anthony Stanley. In lane 4 from St. George, Lewis Crooks and Paul Wilkinson. In lane 5 from Port Macquarie, we've got Phil Higgins and Michael Watts. In lane 6, the second Newcastle boat of James Smetham and Anthony Butler. And in lane 7 from Drummoyne, we've got Gabriel Haythorne-Waite and Richard Jones. 7 boats in this final, the men's G double scull. We will see a new title holder in this race 72. Please, Cox's competitors, please get your bow numbers back to race control as quickly as possible. As nice as it is to chat among some familiar old faces, please return your bow numbers back to race control as quick as possible. Wind's getting up now on the course. The flags are fluttering. Won't be an issue for the guys in the double scull. As we see the
silver medal winners from the previous race, with a novel way of approaching the pontoon. Phil Titterton and John Hardy will collect, I'm sure, another medal to add to the vast collection of medals that they have. That breeze is definitely getting up. Still waiting for the off on the G double scull final, the men's G double scull final. And I don't think they're going to get out of the boat, but please join me in congratulating the silver medal winners of the men's IM pair from Mossman, Phil Titterton and John Hardy. No need to get out of the boat, chaps. Race 72 is underway. G and H scullers in this, all going off together. On the far side, Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard, Lake Macquarie, Newcastle, Timothy Bland, Anthony Stanley. Lane 4 from St George, Lewis Crox, Paul Wilkinson. Phil Higgins and Michael Watts are in lane 5 from Port Macquarie. Representing Newcastle, James Smetham and Anthony Butler in lane 6. And in lane 7 from Drummoyne, Gabrielle Haythornwaite and Richard Jones. See, the wind is now picked up on the course. It's going to be a tailwind. Gone have that mirrored lake that we saw midday and through the early afternoon. So this might make for some quicker times. Maybe course records, maybe even world records may be broken. And 1.5 minutes into this race 72, the men's G double scull final. Looks like it's the boats on either side of the lake which have got the early running. The Drummoyne boat of Gabrielle Haythorn and Richard Jones have just got their noses in front. On the other side from the Lake Macquarie in lane 2 of Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. In fact, they do just by a bow ball. Drummoyne just 0.09 seconds in front of the Lake Macquarie boat. Newcastle in 3rd. St George are in 4th. Fifth Newcastle, and 6th the Port Macquarie boat in the middle of the pack. So very, very tight racing here. Less than 1/10 of a second at the 500-meter mark. The two boats handling this tailwind very well. As the breeze really does get up. Those flags fluttering briskly now in the wind. Not the conditions these gents would have hoped for, but nevertheless, the wind doesn't seem to be advantageous to any particular lane at the moment. It does look like the boys from Drummoyne, Gabrielle Haythornwaite and Richard Jones, maybe kept their hand in the fire a little longer, but it is going to be close. On the far side, Peter Armstrong, Peter Stevenard,
They got what it takes, eking out every single inch of this race. Right to the final few strokes now. Last 100 meters, last 50 meters. Stroke for stroke. Who's going to have it? Looks like the boys from Lake Macquarie have managed to take some lead as the angle unwinds. They've taken it by half a length. Lake Macquarie take it from half a length over Drummoyne. In lane 3, the boys from Newcastle, Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley, take a well-deserved bronze medal from Lewis Crook and Paul Wilkinson in 4th position. In 5th, James Smeatham and Anthony Butler from Newcastle will finish a respectable 5th, and bringing up the rear, Phil Higgins and Michael Watts from Port Macquarie finished 6th. Next race is the women's D double scull. The current title holders, Lake Macquarie and Leichhardt, Borgett and McDonald, who aren't in this race this year. So on the far side, we have Drummoyne's Jody Panagolopoulos and Marcella Cox. In lane 2 from Glebe, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Lisa Molyneux and Chanel Stokes. In lane 4 from Port Macquarie, Michelle Kirsten and Sarah Holes. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, we have Rayleigh Eisen and Michaela Duzel. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, we have Zita Briones and Belinda Brigham. In lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, the Newcastle Composite, we have Phoebe Sanders and Trudy McDonald. And in lane 8 on the knee side, we have Christine Phillips and Bronwyn Downey from UTS. Away they go. They're already off. This is race 73. The wind direction shifting slightly, going from a tailwind to slight crosswind here. May slightly favour the lanes on the far side. But as they come through the 500 metre mark, as the sun is setting, doesn't seem to have upset the boat from Leichhardt North Shore in lane 6. Or in fact the UTS boat in lane 8 who comes through in the 2nd position, just slightly behind them. So Leichhardt North Shore, Zita Briones and Belinda Brigham, just in front of UTS boat of Christine Phillips and Bronwyn Downey. Then we've got Lake Macquarie of Eisen and Duzel. Then in 4th we've got the Macquarie Newcastle Composite of Saunders and McDonald. In 5th Glebe, in 6th Drummoyne, in 7th Port Macquarie, and Leichhardt's Lisa Molyneux and Chanel Stokes bring up the rear. Very, very close at the 500 metre mark between lane 6 and lane 8, but it certainly looks from this angle. The boat in lane 8 pulled out something special in the last 500 metres. Lane 8's Christine Phillips and Bronwyn Downey. Nearest to grandstand. Have managed to row away. Great example of control rowing here. Christine Phillips and Bronwyn Downey are going to take the win in the women's D double scull. Comfortable margin. It's going to be close for second though, between Lake Macquarie on the near side, and on the far side it looks like the Glebe boat. It's Lake Macquarie going to take it. The Lake Macquarie Newcastle composite takes second. Glebes Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson take third. Lake Macquarie fourth. The Briones Brigham boat in fifth. Drummoyne in sixth, which just leaves the Leichhardt boat of Molyneux and Stokes to finish in seventh position. They're just confirming UTS, Christina Phillips and Bronwyn Downey. Lake Macquarie Composite, Newcastle, Phoebe Saunders and Trudy McDonald. And Glebes, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson finish in bronze medal position. We'll just turn our attention to the conclusion of the medals for the previous race. The men's double scull. In third place was Newcastle's Timothy Bland and Anthony Stanley. In second place was Drummoyne's Gabriel Haythornwaite and Richard Jones. And in first place from Lake Macquarie was Peter Armstrong and Peter Stevenard. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's G double scull, Lake Macquarie. Turning our attention back onto the lake. Already underway is the men's E-single scull. 4 boats in this. On the far side, Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith. In lane 4, St George's, Alan Robertson. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, we have Richard Medway. And in lane 6 from St George, we have Christopher Jones. It was the 2 boats from St George who are neck and neck. Alan Robertson just in the lead, 1.5 seconds from Christopher Jones, sorry. That's the 2 St George boats in lanes 4 and lane 6. And in third, we've got Leichhardt's Richard Medway, just still in the mix there. And some 4 seconds behind, we have Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. This is looking to be a very, very close race. St George and Leichhardt all within 2 seconds of each other at the 500 meter mark. And no boat is giving a quarter to the other at the moment. Looks like the St George boat of Alan Robertson might just have his nose in front of Christopher Jones. And Richard Medway splits the 2 St George rowers. And he's going to raise the rate to the finish. 50 meters to go. Robertson just raises the rate. It's been matched by Jones. Both the St George boats power to the finish. Robertson goes up again. Has he got what it takes? Christopher Jones stays with his length. Very close. I think Robertson will just have pipped that. Robertson from Jones, with Medway there, very, very respectable third position. And Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie will bring him fourth. Super racing there from those scullers. That the men's E-single scull final. There's going to be given a photograph finish from Alan Robertson and Christopher Jones. Very, very close. Photo finish there. We'll hold on for that result of race 74. And it's been given, it's St George. Alan Robertson does take it. by 0.15 of a second from Christopher Jones. In third place from Leichhardt is Richard Medway, some 1.16 seconds behind. And then in fourth place from Lake Macquarie, we have Jeremy Smith. We will turn our attention to the medal podium. This is the winners of the women's D double scull. In bronze medal position, all the way from Glebe, in bronze medal, Anne Skilton and Emma Hutchinson. In silver medal position, the Lake Macquarie Newcastle composite of Phoebe Saunders and Trudy McDonald. And the winners and the women's D double scull Masters champion for 2025, UTS's Christine Phillips and Bronwyn Downey. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's D double scull for 2025. Race 75 is underway. It's the women's E quad. The 500 meter mark, it was Endeavours in the Endeavour boat. Went through, sorry, in lane 1 we have Endeavour. In lane 2, Leichhardt. In lane 3, the Leichhardt second boat. In lane 4, the Lake Macquarie composite. In lane 5, UTS Leichhardt. In lane 6, North Shore. In lane 7, Black Mountain. And in lane 8, Shoalhaven Port Macquarie composite race. And as they went through the 500 meter mark, it was Lake Macquarie composite of Kathleen Hextall, Rennie Itmar, Katrina Davis and Tess Fearon with a almost 4-second lead on the UTS Leichhardt composite in lane 5 of Gillian Campbell, Christy Edwards, Belinda Sack and Jennifer Luff. In third place was the Leichhardt #1 boat of M. Barak, Susan Huggett, Jennifer Zongo and Daniela Borgit. In fourth, Black Mountain boats. In fifth, Endeavour. In sixth, North Shore. In seventh, Shoalhaven Port Macquarie. And in eighth, the second Leichhardt boat of Kerry Dwyer, Leslie Harrison, Debbie Chun and Kylie Downs. As they approach the final, 200 metres. I think it's fairly safe to say the early or the favourites at the beginning of the race are still there. They've eked out more than the 4 seconds, I think, that they had at the 400 metre mark, over the 500 metre mark. So the Lake Macquarie composite in lane 4. Lake Macquarie, Shoalhaven, Drummoyne rowers all in this composite. Kathleen Hextall, Renata Itmar, Katrina Davis and Tess Fearon. All raced several times today. Well, they're going to be pushed for second place by the Leichhardt boat, which is actually in lane 3, which have come and had a stormy 500 metres there. So Lake Macquarie composite win. In second place, it is the Leichhardt boat, stormy 500 metres. Just take it from the UTS Leichhardt composite.
In fourth position in lane 7, it's going to be the Black Mountain girls of Cecile Young, Christina Young, Colleen Chapman and Yvonne Poles. On the far side, in lane 1, it's the Endeavour boat. North Shore finished 6th. In lane 8, the Shoalhaven Composite finished 7th. Which leaves the Lycott second boat of Kelly Dwyer, Leslie Harrison, Debbie Chun and Kylie Downs to bring up the rear. So just confirmation there in first place, Lake Macquarie Composite, in second Lycott, and in third the UTS Lycott Composite. We'll quickly go to the medal podium. Great race here for the men's E-single scull, very, very close. In third place, from Lycott, Richard Medway. In second place, just pipped on the line, St George's Christopher Jones. And the winner of the men's E-single scull from St George, Alan Robertson. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's E-single scull, Alan Robertson. Change of pace now as we go to the end of, we get halfway to the lake at the start of the 1,000-metre course. Race 78, it's a men's F8. Current title holders Lycott do not have a boat in this. So on the far side from North Shore, Jeff Wannon, Peter Horton, Eric Luck, Steph Kerr, Richard Lawson, Chris Walsh, Justin Peters and Jeff Franklin, and Cox by Sidney Krieger. In lane 2 from Glebe, Mark McCowan, Christopher Nietzsche, Mark Tijen, Steve Caldwell, Richard Robillard, Nicholas Glaire, Robert Dalmar, Keith Major and Cox by Raquel Boza. In lane 3 from the North Shore, Derek Tarlington, Andrew Hobden, Isaac Weisberg, Joe Daly, James Badgery, Jeffrey Beer, John Bruce Smith, Maximilian Ott and Cox by Katrina Slyman. In the middle of the lane, lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, it's Neil Pippett, Scott Anthony Mason, William Moyes, Derek Heath, Matthew Feehan, Matthew Bayfield, Jonathan Libsey, David Lees and Cox by Angela Zeng. In lane 5, the Drummoyne Composite, Stephen Burke, Stuart Fredrickson, David Page, Andrew Patterson, John Douglas, Charles Hamilton, Bruce Fantz, Michael Wong and Cox by Zoe Morrison. In lane 6 from the North Shore, Adam Scobie, Peter Richards, Andrew Gibson, Michael Payne, Mel Gillespie, Hunter Southwick, Timothy Sargent, Nicholas Stevens, and Cox by Charlotte Tanner. Then in lane 7 from Manning River, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Colin Bowes, Murray Doust, Nick Johnson, Paul Hawke, Glenn Herbert, Rhett Patterson and Cox by Ava Falzon. And finally in lane 8, Mossmans, James Aroni, Harry Fine, Bruce Begbie, Lawrence Nethery, Mark Lewern, Richard Parry, Mike Salter and Miguel Ahiro, Cox by Avril Richardson. So all boats are off. And 1 minute into it, early showing, looks like it's the Manning River boys in lane 7. You might have got their nose out in front slightly from the Mossman boys in lane 8. But also on the far side, the Glebe boat as well looks to be making a significant push through the 500-metre mark. Manning River. Let's see how they go through. So it is Manning River just the nose in front. Glebe are in second. Mossman are 1.2 seconds behind in third. In fourth, it's the North Shore boat. In fifth, it's the Des Moines Balmain Composite, followed closely by the other North Shore boat, the University of New South Wales. And finally, the second North Shore boat, by Derek Tarlington.
So can Manning River hold off Glebe and Mossman on either side of them? Have they got it in the engine? We'll see. As we'll just call this final piece as the men's F8 come to a conclusion. Manning River noses out in front. I think they've got the measure of Mossman on their left-hand side, but is it Glebe on the far side who's going to take it? It will be Glebe versus Mossman for second and third. Looks like the red and the blue of Manning River are going to take it. Not exactly comfortable, but they'll take it. A length over the boat from Glebe in Lake 2. The Mossman gentlemen in lane 8 have taken the bronze medal just from North Shore in lane 1, who take fourth. Fifth are going to be Des Moines. Sixth, North Shore. Then it's a battle for the wooden spoon. It will be a photo unless we can decide. No, it's going to be a photo. It's very close, stroke for stroke. Photo for 7th and 8th. We'll just turn our attention to the medal pontoon. The awards for the women's E quad scull. Great racing here. In bronze medal position, the UTS composite, the UTS Haverfield and Leichhardt composite of Gillian Campbell, Kirsty Edwards, Belinda Sack, and Jennifer Luff. In silver medal position from Leichhardt, we have M. Barrack, Susan Hoggart, Jennifer Zonga, and Daniela Borgett. And the winners of the women's E quad scull for 2025, the Lake Macquarie Shoalhaven Des Moines composite of Kathleen Hextall, Renate Itmar, Katrina Davis, and Tess Fearon. Please join me in congratulating the 2025 winners of the women's E squad scull, Lake Macquarie Shoalhaven and Des Moines composite. We have race 77 underway. It's the women's A single scull. We've got a scratch here from Ellie Craft from Port Macquarie, so only 4 boats in this. Elizabeth Lester from Glebe on the far side in lane 3. Leichhardt's Wendy Miller in lane 5. Glebe's Julia Viscovaccia in lane 6. And Black Mountain's Jane Reynolds in lane 7. On the far side, it's Glebe's Elizabeth Lester with 4 seconds over the Black Mountain sculler. In thirds is the Leichhardt sculler, Wendy Miller. In fourth, Jane Reynolds, which leaves, I think, the Glebe sculler. So only 4 boats in this. On the far side and the 500-meter mark, it was Elizabeth Lester from Glebe. Black Mountains, Jane Reynolds from 4 seconds behind in lane 7. Leichhardt's Wendy Miller in third.
Glebe's Julia Viskozaksia. Just a bow ball behind her. As they start to wind up. The last 250. It's going to be very close here. Very close indeed. Looks like Jane Reynolds from the ACT in Black Mountain has certainly managed to come back on Elizabeth Lester and has dragged the rest of the pack with her. So on the far side, Glebe's Elizabeth Lester flew out of the start, maintained a lead right through to the final 50 meters. Has she got enough in the bag? Looks like she has. Looks like it's going to be Elizabeth Lester who takes the win by, let's say, 2.5 lengths. Leichhardt's Wendy Miller is going to take silver, and a great race there by Jane Reynolds from Black Mountain to finish third, just beating out Julia Viskozaksia from Glebe in fourth. We'll turn our attention to the medal pontoon. Which will be, when Glebe get there, the men's F8. But up at the start now, we've got race 78, the women's B single scull. Holder Black Mountain Zoe Lanham, who's not here today. So we have from North Shore, Alex Pinkham in lane 1. In lane 2, Manning Rivers, Christine Ziegler. In lane 3, Port Macquarie's Emma Moylener. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, we have Nikki Lospretsky. In lane 6 from Glebe, Heidi Liddell. In lane 6 from North Shore, we have Olivia Tong. In lane 7 from Lower Counts, we have Candice Jago. In lane 8 from Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. And in lane 9 from the Black Mountain Rowing Club, we have Jane Clues. Full 9 lanes of racing. And they're off.
The crew's just making their way through the 500-metre mark, and it was North Shore's Olivia Tong with about a 1-length lead over Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, Jane Clues from Black Mountain, Candice Jago, Lower Clarence, Jacqueline Harris and Heidi Lindahl. But between second and sixth place, there's literally 3 seconds, 4 seconds. So it's a very, very tight race. So what we're doing, we'll move straight over to the medal presentation for the men's F8. In third place and bronze medalists from Mossman Rowing Club, James Aroney, Harry Fine, Bruce Begbie, Lawrence Nethery, Mark Luan, Richard Parry, Mike Salter, Miguel Arajo, and Avril Richardson is the coxswain. Nick Johnson, Paul Hawke, Glenn Herbert, Rhett Patterson, and coxswain Ava Falls-on. Please join in congratulating winners and medalists in the Men's F8 Championship of New South Wales. On the course now we have race 79, the mixed GM Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 3, Newcastle, Sue Brown, James Smetham, Anthony Butler and Sharon Butler. In lane 4, St George Composite, Christine McCready, Pamela Nash, Carl Quitzow and Steve Harrison. In lane 5, ANU Composite, Sue Donahue, Julia Wood, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Gary Friedman, Katie Cullen, Judith Cousins and William Scher. And in lane 7, North Shore Rowing Club's Catherine Sainty, Karen Samet, Jim Hole and David Kay. And through the 500 metre mark, it was indeed the St George Composite of Christine McCready, Pamela Nash, Carl Quitzow and Steve Harrison with about a 1.5 second advantage over the ANU Composite, and a little way back then to Lake Macquarie, North Shore and Newcastle. So this is a very good-looking crew out there in front in lane 4, and they certainly are being pushed all the way by the ANU Composite. So it's going to come down to the wire here. It's a very, very tight race. Getting a nice little tailwind to help them down the course, just quicken up the time a little bit, but both crews looking very polished as they come down towards the 250 metre to go, and there's nothing in it. This ANU composite crew has really pulled up alongside the St George composite, and they're going to come down to the wire. They've left the others in their wake. It's some 5 or 6 lengths back to the next crew. The ANU composite putting on a big spurt. St George composite now pushing again as they come down to the last 150 metres, and it is going to be very close. The rating is right up in the ANU composite crew as they come down towards the line. They have the boat speed, but not to let the get away from them. The St George crew has now put on another press towards the line, and certainly holding on, just holding on, but the ANU crew coming again towards the line. There will be nothing in it as they come down. It's less than half a length, and the ANU crew closing very, very quickly, but it will be the St George composite crew. Hold on to take the win from the ANU composite in a very quick time of 3:48.69. And we've just got the other crew, a little bit of steering issues out on the course at the moment. The St George and, the North Shore and Lake Macquarie crews getting very up close and personal as they come down in the last 50 or 60 metres. But it looks like the Lake Macquarie crew has done enough, and they will hold on. Bit of a push from the North Shore crew now, but it won't be enough, and it will be Lake Macquarie taking out third place, followed by North Shore, and then the Newcastle crew coming across the line to close out the field. We move on to the last race of the day, Division 2 of the mixed GM quad scull. And in lane 1 we have the Port Macquarie composite, Fiona Wallace, Susan Kemp, Peter Kemp, David Baker. They're off 32 seconds. Lake Macquarie also off 32 seconds. Peter Armstrong, Bruce Sharp, Nerida Clinton and Anne Campbell. Once again off 32 seconds. Drummoyne composite, Lydia Miladinovic, Morris Sizzi, Alex Warner and Graham Wern. In lane 6, North Shore, off 17 seconds, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder. And in lane 7, Canberra Rowing Clubs, Daryl Ninham, Michael College, Gillian College and Janny Corrie off go. So we'll just move on to the medal presentation for the Women's A Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. The current holder up until 10 minutes ago was Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, who is now in the B single. In third place, and bronze medalist from Black Mountain, Jane Reynolds. In second place, and silver medalist, Leichhardt's Wendy Miller. And in first place and gold medalist, Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club. Please join in congratulating the winners and place getters for the Women's A Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. We'll now move straight on to the medal presentation for the Women's B Single Scull. And in third place and bronze medalist from Black Mountain, Jane Clues. In second place, and silver medalist from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti. And in first place, gold medalist and champion for 2025 from North Shore Rowing Club, Olivia Tong. Please join in congratulating winners and place getters for the Women's B Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. We're through the 500 metre in the last race of the day, race 80. It's the mixed G2M quad division 2, and it was the Canberra crew of Daryl Ninham, Michael College, Gillian College and Jenny Corrie going through the 500 metre mark in first place, but they were off go with a fairly sizable handicap over the others, and they've certainly closed it up. The North Shore crew of Susan Walter, Sue Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder, as we would expect, have put on a great effort to try to pull back that sizable handicap, but the Canberra crew's still holding on here. It's going to go right down to the wire. This is going to be very close. A lot of work to do by that very, very, very fast North Shore crew of Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler and Kim Rudder as they come down to the last 200 metres. They're almost into the red boys, and they've really turned it up. They've turned the wick up as they come down for the into the red boy zone now, and it's the grandstand finish. The Canberra crew holding on for all they can. They're still holding a slight lead, but it looks like the North Shore crew has all the speed as they come down towards the last 50 or 60 metres. It's going stroke for stroke. Canberra not letting it get away from them, but I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on. It's very, very close, but it is the North Shore crew with about a canvas lead over the Canberra crew, and they will go through to take out Division 2 of the G2M mixed quad scull. Coming across the line now will be Lake Macquarie taking out third place, Port Macquarie Composite in fourth, and it will be the Des Moines Composite in fifth place. Just going to go to the presentation of the celebratory glass tankard to the St George Composite combination of Christine McCready, Pamela Nash, Carl Quitzow and Steve Harrison. Congratulations to St George Composite, winners of Division 1 of the mixed G2M quad scull. As we wait for this last presentation, just a shout out for our sponsors, our major sponsor for the regatta, Bentley's. Once again, a long relationship with Rowing New South Wales, and a very important one for Rowing New South Wales, and as a rowing community, we really do appreciate the sponsorship that they put into rowing in New South Wales. So the North Shore crew has come in to get the glassware. We move on to the presentation of glassware for Division 2 of the mixed G2M quad scull. In first place, North Shore Rowing Club. Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Michael Tyler, and Kim Rudder. Congratulations, North Shore Rowing Club. And that's the close of racing for day one of the Rowing New South Wales State Championships. We look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow for another great day of racing.